Oh my goodness, the fact that...
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Aiming for the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god!
Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, corner with it. Oh, he goes down to the knife and fantastic goal!
Hold up a minute, guys. Something's not right. Hold up. Hold the phone. Sorry. Apologies. We've not quite got ourselves ready. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Whilst I'm faffing and making sure we're the right colour. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's bright red because it's Hunt Premier Weekend Day. It is Saturday, first of 2 days for the final closing days with HPL Season 4. My name is Correct Wisdom. I'm delighted to be joined on the Hunt Premier partnership alongside Battlestate Games on the Twitch channels is Mr. Bepic. Have you been paying attention to last weekend? Did you get to see any of the changes, and have you got a favourite?
Okay. Maybe I'm not talking on the same page as you right now, Cracked. About changes going on. I was locked into the gameplay last weekend, that's for sure, and seeing the table get shaken up here in HPL EU Season 4. But outside of that, let me know what you're thinking.
Well, honestly, after looking at the previous matches that we'd seen from the weekend and taking part in the qualifiers myself, I had a perspective coming into last weekend's games. If I'm going to be honest with you, we might as well have taken a baseball bat to that glass window and smashed that one to pieces, because that got shattered earth-shakingly so, and very quickly in the process. Speaking of which, let's have a quick look at the process of what we're going to be rolling through today when it comes to the schedule of the games you're going to get to feature, so I can talk about a little bit of that background with some context. Today's matches, 6 of them rolling down your screen, 3 of which are going to be featured live on your screen, will feature starting Sicario Spartans and the Sicario main squad in the background, with Ancestral and TFG being the first one broadcast live.
That'll be a fun one. I mean, Ancestral and TFG going at the same time as the Sicario clash, but I think we all have a favorite and a clear underdog in the Sicario versus Sicario Spartans best of 2 going on. But Ancestral and TFG, I don't know if I have a favorite here, Cracked. I mean, TFG has looked good this event, but I'm waiting for Ancestral to wake up, and this is the weekend to wake up. You gotta start coming alive on day 4 at least if you're going to make a run up the table.
I think you hit the nail on the head, and that's some of the change I was alluding to. This Ancestral squad that has not stopped getting better and better and better and better. Okay, the process and the pathway that they've taken to get here as well has not been an easy one. I mean, Ancestral have found themselves up against some of the toughest teams in the EU scene on a multitude of occasions, and this is one of the few teams, when they have done, they show up. They don't fold. They don't make mistakes. They don't make it look like it should be on paper. The better team is having a comfortable game amidst slightly tested. Ancestral take it to the wall, to the window, and everything else in between to give it as much as they can to push it over the line. And I'm very impressed with the Ancestral performance so far this season. Another impressive team that's looked a lot better than they did last season is Decoded, that we won't see on screen versus K3 today, but that one will be played off screen as the first of our second set of matches, and then that will bring us to broadcasting alongside that match, Mr. Bepic, the Sicario Spartans taking on EPA. And honestly, Sicario Spartans, another one with a bit of a weaker start to the season. Last 2 days, like you said, you really got to put some effort in here. And I mean, we talk about time to do the business. This is another one into EPA where you really do want to come a knocking.
Well, I mean, your day 4 schedule is Sicario into EPA. So I don't envy the Sicario Spartans and the lineup they have to go through today with the 2 best of 2s that they're playing. But hey, if you've been working on something all of last weekend, then today is certainly the day to show it, because they could toss a big wrench in EPA's plans, because EPA is still hunting for that #1 overall spot. If Pandaric Apex slip up at all against Ancestral there on the bottom of the schedule, or tomorrow against Sicario, EPA still have an outside shot at winning HPL Season 4. But they have to take care of business against Sicario Spartans. So if Sicario Spartans start going on a run or something like that, or make a couple of close maps out of that best of 2 later on, then Pandaric Apex could lock things up today.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. I mean, Pandaric Apex and EPA are only separated by 1 game's worth of performance difference. Pandaric Apex, 5 wins so far across the board. 0 losses, 53 positive round difference, and 15 points to the name is an astronomical total, one that we've only seen rivaled by that of Sicario from the previous season. EPA sit one below them, 4 wins, 0 draws, and a loss right now with 25 round difference positive in their favor, but 12 points on the board. So it's a 3-point difference. And like you said, Mr. Bepic, an upset from Ancestral here to take both maps off of Pandaric Apex would be the one scenario that could give EPA a shot at that top place. Now, I will put that into context. An upset from Ancestral versus Pandaric Apex as our last of sets of matches today, and not being broadcast, is going to be one to keep a keen eye on, okay? Because I don't know whether we would class it as an upset right now. Previously, without the performance Pandaric put in the Arena Cup series, you would say that Ancestral and the previous form of Pandaric were on maybe a similar level, but it just goes to show that how much both of these teams have increased their ability recently and the performance on screen, that the improvement Ancestral have made, it's been gapped by Pandaric, where they have kept that gap at least an equal or extended it to a further distance by improving themselves. So as that clash goes on back off screen, the friendly guys will come onto the screen to face off against that main Sicario squad to see where those two are settling out. And that's going to be another one, and probably the best match to watch out for today regarding the table, with direct impact, as those two teams hold the 3rd and 4th spot. Sicario, 2 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, and 16 points. TFG, 1 win, 2 draws, 1 loss, and 10 points. A win for TFG here would not put them above Sicario in points, but it would put them in a position to contest for that 3rd spot on the final day.
And TFG have looked pretty good. They delivered Pandaric Apex, one of the biggest scares, I think, of this season on day 2 or 3. I've forgotten. Last weekend seems so long ago. But there was a bowl performance out of TFG that had them leading 5-3 at halftime. And they did end up losing. I think it was 9-6 at the end of it, or 9-7. But Pandaric Apex were down on a map at halftime, and that would have been a big blemish on their so far fairly spotless record with those 15 points and plus 53 round differential. So if TFG can carry that sort of form into that best of 2 against Sicario later on today, then maybe we see something wild happen to cap off day 4. It's a Bowl and Skybridge exhibition there between those two. So pretty standard map picks between TFG and Sicario, but that could shake up the table, which I would love to show off the head-to-head of our first best of 2 of the day to see really how TFG for their matchup against Sicario later are feeling, but especially Ancestral, because both these teams, I hope they have good form today, Crack, so they could cause some chaos in weekend 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And the competitive head-to-head on screen, a cheeky little fun head-to-head between the chat and Hunt Premier going on inside of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, cheeky little key being popped up there by our cheeky main man himself, the Hobbiton, the legend of the hills. That's right, Philbo popping out, and thanks to Hunt Premier's partnership with Battlestate Games, an EFT standard arena key up for grabs. All you got to do is hit 4 keys on the keyboard, maybe even the 5th one to send the message, exclamation mark, HPL, to get onto that hot prize line and try and claim yourself a key to the game. Now, the head-to-head itself, Bepic, is set for an exceptional clash again. TFG, like you said, the performance they put into Pandaric Apex has seen them rise drastically higher than the potential that this team has put on the table for a long time. Lots of conversations, as always, with the TFG about the potential talent it has before it comes into the season, but this is the first time we've actually seen the TFG squad go the mile. They've actually gone the distance, put some results on the board. It might not be multiple victories so far, but 2 draws against two extremely tough teams is a great way to restabilize and reestablish yourself as one of these main forces that's want to be surviving in the EU scene. As the scene starts to grow, TFG start climbing up that table. You look to the likes of K3 as well, who have done a good job at keeping themselves their position early on in Season 4.
K3 is another great story with their ASPL performances and working that experience into HPL this season. But I mean, TFG, this is the best of two for their season. Honestly, if you can beat Ancestral, who, like you said, have been in good form recently outside of a winless performance so far in HPL, then that's still a quality win for those friendly guys to kind of plant your feet upon the HPL scene, and that would cement them, well, at least get them fairly close to being cemented into the top 4 with a good performance later today and into tomorrow. But, I mean, we got the picks and bans here. It's a Bowl and then Fort exhibition between these two. Again, no Iceberg this weekend, which I'm a bit sore about, but fair enough. We'll keep it a bit stock standard for the last 2 days of HPL.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a flow of play, right? Coin toss goes in there. TFG ends up winning the coin flip, so they get to start the process. They choose to ban Bay 5 first of all. Ancestral takes off Iceberg to follow them up with it. And then with that process, it leaves TFG picking the first map. Ancestral have chosen to defend on Bowl to begin with. So we're going to see what TFG's got on the attack on Bowl for our first map here. Ancestral starting off on the slightly easier of the two sides, shall we say, depending on how you consider Bowl as a map. Interesting that the previous NA matches going on of the pond in the NA EFT scene, they tend to talk towards a very attacking favored map for Bowl. So interesting to see if the EU scene goes with a similar mentality for this one, or whether they play a more tempered approach. We joke sometimes, fondly so, about TFG's leading captain from previous, Call Me Joe, who may have a nade in his hand, still 5 seconds left at the end of the round, because sometimes that's when you need it for. Most important to save it than waste it. Final map of Fort. Obviously, that then is our Ancestral pick. TFG have chosen to start on the attack. So let's be really clear as we do start to get ourselves loaded on into that game and into the action very shortly. Folks, TFG are going to attack both sides. And with that in mind, Mr. Bepic, that gives them the chance to put the best foot forward first.
Right. I like the agency that they've chosen for themselves well, not they haven't chosen it per se on Bowl, but they got delivered the attacking side, and I think that's still good for TFG, who need to come into this sort of best of two with the mentality of we are going to control the pace, you're going to play where we want to play. And for Ancestral, we'll see how they manage it. I mean, these are experienced players with a lot of talent themselves that hasn't translated to wins yet in HPL. So this is a perfect clash of middle of the table teams. We have so many stories to start off day 4 here of HPL season 4, and I think Ancestral and TFG are a great showcase because a lot of the top 3 teams in HPL get a lot of the conversations. I mean, your EPA, Sicario, Pandaric, Apex. We're going to talk about them a lot because they're always in contention for winning. But this right here is a great showcase of what HPL has been delivering to the Tarkov arena scene. It's giving experiences to these sorts of teams to work their way up the table, and a win here is how you work your way up the table.
And I don't mean any disrespect to K3, but K3 broke the curse of not managing to make it into the HPL for the first time this season after an arduous process. And with all the love in the world for those of us that work behind the scenes that have gotten to work alongside K3, it's a great team that has made it over that mark, but they're the untested team here. Every other team, barring the Sicario Spartans' title, whereas the members are familiar with the scene, the name is not so much. Everybody else has been around. Okay, all of the 6 teams, they've had the chance to get their experience and get themselves settled into the game. So these two, like we've said, Ancestral, TFG, started off as a bottom half of the table team, Season 1, Season 2, and they are now putting themselves up there to contest for top half of the table. So without further ado, let's introduce Ancestral in the blue corner, Svedas, Geistras, Kafenas, Selfish, and J4. Going up against TFG in the red, Lorik, Locky, Hippo, Scotty, and Stripey.
All right, let's get this thing underway. Some early nades tossed out, but Ancestral is playing kind of back until Svedas does advance forward there through main. An aggressive posturing for an Ancestral defense that we were talking about, maybe playing off the back foot early on, allowing TFG some more offensive agency. But TFG are the ones sitting back and waiting for these picks too early. Big picks that now TFG can now translate into access to the B side if they so choose. The Blast Pack is headed in that direction, and so the rest of the cavalry follows suit.
It's very interesting out of Ancestral. It's a little itchy off the start. They're a little nervous, it looks like. The guy on curtain, I mean, you could see that the guy on curtain, or you could hear the guy on curtain getting fidgety. Hippo pulls the grenade and puts it away immediately to force him to push out because he can feel him getting antsy. I mean, it's good discipline from Hippo and just pulls the defense apart. And one goes down and suddenly the Ancestral squad are sent reaching. Scotty's got himself in a great position to cover off the rotation from spawn through green. And Selfish is going to have to be real selfish if he's going to find himself a way out of this one.
I mean, round one's a bit of a wash. Selfish in a 1v4 to try and claw this back for Ancestral. That opening plan did not work, and now noise being made. Stripey should be ready for this, but has been spotted by Selfish, who won't be able to punish. Stripey signs off on round one, and TFG looking good so far.
I mean, there's 4 out of 5 members still alive, only Lockie going down, and it's down to some really good discipline play. TFG, take the right first foot forward. Oh, we've said this many a time, though, haven't we, Mr. Bepic? That first foot might just be a step into quicksand and you get stuck there for the rest of the game. So let's hope that the TFG squad can continue to do what me and Hawk like to yap about when we get together on the weekend, and that's consistency. We want to see these teams putting these rounds back to back to back to take that success that they've made in one and make it go just that little bit further.
It does feel like, in a strange sense, we've seen a lot of teams winning round one and then getting trounced the rest of that first half. And I don't know why that trend seems so apparent this season, or if that's just something I've happened to notice. But TFG do have to be careful to avoid that quicksand, like you said. And Ancestral have found first blood, but will trade their teammate out, so it'll be an even start. No, sorry, TFG lost another member while I wasn't looking. It's still a 4v3 for Ancestral.
Yeah, slip and a slide as a shotgun actually sneaks its way on into the action for first blood whilst we were having a casual conversation about the general tone of the play. Apparently the general tone is not something to be slid past the piranha, though, as I'm to be honest with you, we should be more than aware of by now. Currently, Geistras is really doing a great job of game sense awareness. Right, he's not going to see Stripey through the smoke.
What a find, Stripey from a distance there on a plat, taking a defender the A side out. And now Ancestral are guessing a little bit, falling back and relinquishing a little bit of control of the site, but TFG have not yet decided. Okay, now they've decided to move on in, and Svedas is having none of that, but is still sat down by Hippo, and it's a 1v3 again for Selfish to try and find their way out of, but TFG are having none of it. Stripey again is the finisher for TFG, and they post 2 to open up.
I mean, it's one more member knocked over by Ancestral. They can look to the positives in this scenario to try and motivate themselves back into this, but something we've spoken a lot about this season, like you mentioned, is how heavily teams on the attacking side seem to get themselves into a position where they go maybe 4-1, maybe even 5-0 up on that attacking half, and then it does seem to just flip and turn itself back around rather quickly. So interesting to check on whether that trend stays like that or whether we're going to see a bit of an adjustment from either team going forward. Right now, the TFG squad are going to do absolutely nothing more than what is necessary, as we have seen, aka they are not trying to overforce something here. They're just taking the advantage of any mistakes Ancestral are making, and then they're putting the round home with some swift discipline. Spread towards the nose this time, though. 3 strong. The defending side's not being moved at all, though, Bepic. Ancestral have themselves well set for this.
They're being held back by a little bit of utility as well. Selfish will dodge a nade there, but still no one creeping forward here. We're using a good bit of this clock until TFG decide to pull the trigger on potentially that B hit that they've been alluding to throughout round 3, but still taking their sweet time, clearing out apartments slow and steady, and that allows a moment for Ancestral potentially creep a player on over. Playing near old B, and well, Svedas on site will be tested rather soon here, but Ancestral are moving more reinforcements over towards that B site, but Selfish does fall, and part of the reinforcements with it. The hit comes in.
Massive bodies from TFG are actually holding the flank a lot stronger than they are that open facing part of the site towards B main or towards split. In comes the rush though, as Kafenas thought he was going to be the man, the myth, and the legend all the way through the smoke. He gets reminded that he's not a myth, he's just a mystery as to why he decided to go in that aggressive. A very, very off play, trying to sway the difference, and you can see Ancestral, you can feel Ancestral a bit nervous with it, with moves like that. That's more better discipline from Geistrus. The prone angle's so rough right now. Geistrus! How does he win that? How is he not dead? He's barely a fraction of alive, but he's just alive, and it's enough. Stripey gets him for the response. 1 J4, and it is over.
Well, guys just gave us some clips for a moment, but TFG ultimately get the round win, and that's what matters. They took over B and did not relinquish control, and that at times has been difficult for teams on the attacking side, keeping control of the B site, but Ancestral found really no way in outside of Geistrus posting a couple of entry frags, and then TFG just used their strength in numbers to close that round out. So 3 in a row to begin their bowl campaign here. Not a bad start for a TFG team that we are hyping up a little bit, but still a bit cautious about their prospects of winning this best of 2, considering the pedigree of Ancestral, who so far really haven't shown up outside of maybe some flashes.
2 members top apps. TFG looking for a 4-man push towards this B site. Again, the yellow van position's moved up to top ramp, and top ramp tucked away safe is going to be Svedas. Kafenas is the one to find Scotty actually first. Action comes through as Stripey and Lockie are immediately unimpressed by the teammate that goes down, and they take their revenge. 2 for 1, 2 for 2. Stripey, never mind, 2 for 1 goes to 3 for 1 instead of 2 for 2 as Lockie keeps Stripey alive.
Wow, Stripey is barely breathing, but still breathing nonetheless. That keeps the numbers advantage again in favor of TFG. Has been their bread and butter so far, gaining early advantages and not giving them up. And now they are set up well on the post plant. 2 prone players. Lorek did lose that one-on-one with Geistrus in the last round while prone with a pretty good advantage as well. And Selfish will take them out, but it is still a trade again as Hpl Eu takes out both of the remaining players. And that's a trade deficit for Ancestral and a big advantage for TFG.
Now, do you think we are seeing the TFG flawless first half that they've spoken of, I'm sure, for many a season now, the 9-0 conversion on an 8-0 half? Or are we going to see the seasonal theme come back to tell us another story, which has seen very much that the first 4 attacking rounds are not necessarily easy, but definitely well spoken for if you play consistently. After that, a team tends to sort of get the understanding for how you're bringing this approach and start to make some of those adjustments. So I expect this one to be close, and I expect Ancestral to start really making a dent in this attacking half over the next couple of rounds. Slow damage actually sees Selfish, the one being punished a little bit for pain. And nobody down just yet.
I certainly don't think it'll be a flawless attacking half for TFG. I think the bright spots for Ancestral will soon bloom into bigger streaks of light, but at the moment, they are still chunked out a little bit. Selfish losing a nice bit of HP as TFG finds another slight advantage to open things up. But again, taking it slow, making sure Ancestral don't push them and get anything easy off of an aggressive defensive play. But Geistrus has found one. That is a player down from Geistrus taking a flanking position. But that was the lone B defender. So the site is open and TFG know it. They migrate over and do spot Selfish, holding down the bit of space, moving towards B, and that's an important pickup, as now B site is less accessible for TFG, and so they head back.
Trade for trade across the nose. Both position and kill as TFG is just walking it down here. Kafenas says no to Lorek, and defiance is the response from Ancestral. You're not going to get through curtain for free. This is not an open door. Hpl Eu instead is going to throw the damage of the animals straight at the members on site, though, and he's going to run over one of them. Has he got the Stampede of Hippos to get through the rest? Lockie, hop, skip, and a jump straight into the death. Kafenas stood on site, is going to look at Hpl Eu with that bomb and give him a donk on the head with the melee. Sit down, son. You ain't got enough time for that. You can't park there, mate.
Respect to Hippo for just sitting still and hoping that Ancestral didn't see him. I like
Yep.
that strategy, but Ancestral certainly did have full vision of this site. That's a great hold, despite a couple of creative entries to try and get access to that planting position of the TFG. Ancestral finally wake up a bit. That was much better, and Kofanas, I think, posted a triple kill right there, if I saw correctly before the scoreboard dipped away. But Ancestral, with a great A hold, are finally on the board, and honestly, that's more like it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we were talking about. And this is exactly what the season has shown us so far, is that 4-0, or the fourth round in the first half, is the cursed half. As soon as we get to 4 rounds for either team, the other team starts to make themselves a good resurgence. Svedas, 1-for-1 as Lockie actually manages to find a response again off of the back of Stripey coming under pressure.
That's so nice. I love it when patience is rewarded like that. Geistress having an inkling that there might be someone watching that position, that flanking spot that he's taken a couple of times now, and Scotty crept right into the crosshairs of Geistress, but elsewhere, Svedas does go down. TFG, though, have lost a couple of members now, so it's Ancestral with an early 4v3 here, and their defensive half is taking a turn for the better at the moment. Let's see how TFG respond to try and counter that.
What's interesting is, though, even though it's 3v4, it's actually 3v3 right now, because TFG have done such a good job of dealing with this B-site player. He will not move himself out of this defensive hold from top apps. You see how reserved he's playing, barely peeking, so scared for his life. It basically makes it a 3v3 for this A-site. It also means that there's no threat of this flank coming in quickly, which allows TFG to set up for the swing. Oh my god, Lockie, you're out of this world! The transfer spray, turn and pray, deletes the member behind the headshot box. Selfish is going to find one back into Lorek, but you want to talk about an entry. Oh, speaking of which, counter entries arrived. Hippo's here to hold it down on site, and he's going to have to hope the weight of the animal that he is embodying in his namesake is going to keep him strong. It's not. It's simply going to see him fall to the ground with a thud like a sack of spuds. Selfish slams the last TFG member off site, and it's an Ancestral turnaround after a phenomenal TFG entry.
Right after trade, I mean, TFG break in, but then the pinch comes in. Selfish and Geistress working together right there from a generator position and from main, and Ancestral break back into a site that they had lost for the first time, really. I can't remember too many TFGA rounds where they had full access to the site, but hey, regardless, this is great game sense to even break in, Lucky knowing that there's going to be a player holding gen like that after getting the initial frag on site. But Ancestral clawed back, and 4-2, TFG better be careful. They're in danger of maybe dropping a half that they were in full control of at one point.
Well, 1-4 is where we've seen normally teams have a little bit of a resurgence. Like, okay, guys, let's not let it get away from us. We took 4 in a row. Let's not get a bit loose about it. And discipline comes back and forth between the two teams and how the pressure settles. It doesn't surprise me. We've taken that tempo right back, and we're looking for some of those picks again. Scotty, not wanting to lose that fight into 90 like the previous round. Also not wanting walking to that pre-fire. J4 plays it smart. Bit of audio bait from teammate, pushes him out. Scotty's going to be ready for him. That's a great little bit of teamwork from the CFG double on the 90 angle. One in the background picked up Stripey, I think I saw as well. Gets himself a kill at the same time.
Took Geistress out right there as well, but Selfish will respond from down range, so Scotty will sit the rest of this round out. And Ancestral are spreading out, realizing that TFG have access to B, but they can't attack from behind, really, as Stripey's ready for that. And there's another player playing around A, watching as Svedas tries to migrate from the other side over towards B. And so it's a, well, 2v3 retake that has now been plunged into a 1v3 retake. Svedas the one, and barely a one himself. That left leg is looking worse for wear. And Svedas, low on health already. This will not be an easy one to break back into, especially with Lucky getting the jump on him, but doesn't find any connection with bullets. So Svedas lives to fight another second, running around the map, testing TFG's nerve right here. But around the corner, Loki does fall back, and in a 1v1 with Svedas, eventually gets the round-sealing frag. That'll be 5-2 for TFG.
I think Hippo's sat on B plat very comfortable a positioning there as well. I mean, it's not that Lockie's necessarily overcommitting for a challenge 1v1, but he's got Hippo there in response. If anything of that scenario ends up turning sour, all he's going to do is keep the forward pressure from Pixel, push that remaining member of Ancestral out off of the front side of site. Hippo's there to sweep up the dust like he's the janitor inside of the corridor. Absolute great work from the TFG squad to keep some of that forward momentum alive on their attacking half. We're 7 deep. For the TFG squad right now, a 6-2 half is possible. And it's been a very long time since we've been able to say that against one of the tougher teams in the EU scene. So would really love to see TFG put the 6th round home. Selfish, however, is going to put a grenade into the pocket of Hippo, though, and that's the bomb down.
That will make it more difficult, and with that distraction, Kofanis is seizing the moment to creep through that smoke, and now catch Lucky with the nade in hand. Fortunately for TFG, the damage stops there as Lorak does get a quick response, but does lose half their health in the meantime. This is looking like an ancestral round, but they do still have to get it over the finish line.
Speaking of halves, at the half, Sicario has 4 rounds. And if you remember that first game is Sicario versus Sicario, that tells you the entirety of the story for both teams. That's right. Sicario S has 4 rounds and Sicario has 4 rounds at the half. So Sicario is in the lead and Sicario is not in the lead at the half. Going into this game, Ancestral versus TFG, 2-5 with the last attacking round before we go into the half, and it's set with a very rough scenario for the TFG boys to come out 6-2. They're going to have to make a good couple of quick kills. The nose lane defensive position is going to catch Striker with his back turn. There's no way to get out of it alive. No, he doesn't. J4 still picks up the bomb, and that's the end of it. Ancestral do close out round 8. They take themselves to a much better position at 5-3 than what we had potentially considered as a 6-2. TFG, however, do a great job on their attacking half.
It's good damage control for Ancestral. After starting out losing 4 consecutive rounds, to piece together 3 in the back half of half 1, that's not bad for Ancestral. So for those friendly guys, it's an advantage in half 1, but they have lost advantages like this before. I think back to that Pandaric Apex performance on Bull against TFG, where it was a 5-3 TFG advantage that ended in Pandaric Apex making a run towards the win there. Ancestral can easily do the same too. We'll see how they approach their attacking half now and what those friendly guys decide to do. But away we go, half number 2, and what an important back half this is.
That's, oh boy, is that an early grenade that nearly takes out. Okay. 1 for 1. Either side of the map. Both halves of it being taken out by defending members in great positions. Okay, let's talk about it, because this position from Lorek is something we've seen very commonly. Just proning in the smoke.
That's a distraction for you, Cracks. Good luck focusing with Ancestral killing each other.
What is going on in this round?
Well, Ancestral keep dying. They've been picked off a couple of times, twice by TFG and 1 by each other. There's your recap for you. This is a rough one for Ancestral, but fair enough. I mean, Kofanis, what do you have? It's 5 members of TFG with their full health bars in play. They've crept up through main, and Lorak ends the round flawlessly when it comes to manpower, but nearly flawlessly with HP as well, which we rarely see.
So, get your D&D fans out in the chat there. I think the Ancestral squad rolled a nat 1 on initiative for that round of combat. That one just felt really rough. People throwing grenades into each other's pockets. Somebody left the suppressor in spawn. The bomb got thrown over the fence and you couldn't fetch it back, just like the football when you were a kid in the back garden. It's a great set of mess. And we'll have to hope that Ancestral can just forget about that one and go back at it again. I'm not going to lie. I haven't cried at a comment from a caster in the casting booth in a long time, but that one tore me, Bepic. GG, well played, sir. I just got slammed.
Well, you're asking for a recap, and I was happy to deliver. That was an odd one from Ancestral, but to shake it off, we'll move on along with them. But TFG, credit to them, starting off their attacking, or their defending side rather, quite strong. I mean, just being given straight up 1v1s and winning them. And that's how their attacking side started as well, where Ancestral crept in and then TFG were ready for those initial fights. But here we go again, J4 taking some initiative himself, and we'll get a 1-for-1 at the very least, thinning the back lines of TFG. But there is still a player playing B. That's where the bomb for Ancestral has moved. Going through apartments now, and it does look like a B hit as Ancestral have a bit of control. Playing out front of the site, but those friendly guys are moving manpower in.
Shots up top as Geist just turns away at the wrong time, but then realizes at the right time and absolutely slams Hpl. The muscle memory of where his crosshair placement just was more than enough to be able to whip back to. The lone member lying in green, just kind of pincer in this Battle Buddy squad. Insight, giving them a question mark over whether they can freely plant. Svedas does find the one. Geist walks into the line of Stripey though. Second on the corner, angle comes out, Lorek finds that slam with a shotgun up to top apps, and Selfish is stuck now because Lorek's about to find the side of him opened up, and Stripey just needs to wait and bait. In he goes. I'm drastically okay, he finds him on the way out, okay.
He almost got away with that. I mean, Selfish was able to isolate 1v1s right there, but was low on HP, just trying to run away, and TFG get the better of him. So that is 7 now for those friendly guys as they put together a couple of good defensive rounds. That time, sending 2 defenders over towards B. And, I mean, Ancestral did get the initial pick on B site. And if it is a 4-1, as is fairly typical on Bull for a defending side, Ancestral probably have a free plant while TFG rotate over. But wasn't the case. Hpl was able to stall long enough to get reinforcements to arrive. And that kind of saves the round for those friendly guys. So, well done. It's a well-earned 7 rounds now. And they're 2 away from maybe grabbing at least a point here on Bull.
Yeah, Stripey almost over-aggressively peeked out there, and we had a very, very close cosplay of Roadrunner there. Selfish hits one, and meet. He was about to be out of pixel like you'd never seen him. Cloud of smoke behind left, just to emphasize the fact. Inside around number 10, the Ancestral boys find themselves closing it a bit, but 11 sees a similar but slightly steadier pace, and nobody falling down early off the opener. Capenas and J4 have good pressure up here. How is Hpl going to find the gap? Oh, there's no way. Hpl.
There you go.
Oh, do you have the timing for that? That's how he finds it.
The big old forehead of Kofenas reveals his position, and now TFG have frags raining. As forecasted, everyone goes down. Ancestral can't recover round 10, and those friendly guys are in a dominant position now on Bull.
That's map point for the first. And Ancestral find themselves down by 5. 4 map points that they're going to have to stave off to get themselves to a chance of overtime. Otherwise, TFG are going to walk away from map number 1 with a comfortable advantage in the head-to-head.
Okay, Ancestral, a bit of figuring to do here. As we talk about their skill as a team, but it really has only come in small, bright spots, moments where Geist might have a big flanking position, or Selfish starts to find frags in a 1vx clutch, but I haven't seen any X-Factor moments for Ancestral just yet, whereas on the TFG side, it's picks like this that have been silencing the Ancestral players so far on Bull, as Lorak moves in and finds another before falling himself, and at the very least, this is more manageable for Ancestral. A 2v3 with Svedas and Selfish still standing. Svedas has had a quiet map 1 in this best of 2. Now's the time to start making some noise.
You can really tell that Ancestral are just having one of those rough day at the office days. I mean, when do you see Lorek manage to go out as loosely like that through curtain, through smoke, and still get one in the trade in a 1v3? I mean, it's just not necessarily falling for Ancestral's way. That and a couple of just unfortunate errors. I mean, Lemony Snicket might as well be the 6th member of the team at the moment. We saw Kofenas in the opener to the round there, misthrowing that flash off the scenery and nearly blinding himself. Now Scotty's feeling a little bit of the curses. Everybody's being cast upon right now. Shots against the 2 members, stuck with too many targets to hit and not one to be able to control upon. Stripey and Hpl versus Svedas and Selfish. And the main point right now on the focus is there's 30 seconds left. There's the bomb.
That's a nice pickoff for Stripey. Top fragging for the entire lobby, as Selfish is close with 12, and we'll have to get to 14 if we're going to see Bull extended. But Selfish does move into B, but doesn't know he's about to get sandwiched now. That's an easy pickup for TFG, and those friendly guys find 9 and at least 1 point here in our best of 2, and Ancestral are stuck in the mud early on.
And I have to be honest with you, that's going to be a surprise to a lot of the folks at home that have been following the TFG squad this season and the Ancestral squad this season. I mean, we've got to say that I think both of these 2 teams were, I don't know, not definitely considered the top 4 or one of the top 4 teams as we go into this season. But for this time around, they're definitely starting to look pretty good. I mean, Ancestral were able to push Pandemic and APA throughout the first weekend to extents that we considered that they might be able to run down a team like TFG in confident fashion. That being said, the TFG squad has taken a great amount of effort this season to show us that they have improved as well. 15 and 5 from Stripey with 4 MVPs overall is a phenomenal performance. And I'm going to be honest with you, even inspired me to turn my cap around. We've gone back 10 years. We're back in the teens because it looks like there's a new kid on the block, and it's the TFG squad looking slightly more able than previously.
I think Stripey getting 15 there isn't too surprising. We knew about his ability in the server, but I was really impressed actually with Lorak, which seems a little bit BM considering they finished at the bottom of the scoreboard. But on that defensive half, Lorak was shutting down the A site and was at least good for one. It felt like whenever Ancestral was pushing towards A there, and we saw the more aggressive stance, the prone just outside that smoke A main, and Lorak wasn't afraid to push up either. Still, a confident player there on the defensive side. And TFG, mind you, they started off both halves by winning 4 consecutive rounds. That's where they got their wins, at the start of halves.
I'm going to be honest with you, though. I do feel like it was a lot heavily weighted into a bad day at the office for Ancestral feel.
Maybe.
I mentioned it about how Lorak stepped out there. There were a couple of plays towards the second half of the game from TFG, and this is not a fault for TFG. This is a good read out of the TFG team. You can't make those plays all the time, but you could see that the TFG members are starting to get a feel that Ancestral weren't quite locked in as much as they needed to be today. Just a bad game, which we all fall prey to once in a while. And I mean, little encouragements like, oh, there's a nervous guy on site, which we saw right at the beginning of the game. The first round, like he's nervous. You can hear him stepping by that curtain angle. Hpl doesn't overcook it. He doesn't try anything too special. Doesn't pull an underarm flash and get it round curtain and then jump shot him. He just pulls the grenade out and then puts it away. It's as simple as that. It's just the audio cue. Lets him push him and then puts him down. And that kind of felt like the theme for the game that we followed all the way down. A great effort from Ancestral to pull it back. They didn't go into the night being rolled over, and we didn't see that 8-0 it looked like. But it definitely was a confident, maybe even a dominant TFG victory.
Ancestral really had no purchase on the B site either. They weren't able to secure apartments. They weren't able to secure access to sites to really get effective plants down that could stress that TFG defense just a little bit. But watch some highlights here, because there were highlights for Ancestral. It was a rough day at the office for sure, but Selfish certainly was a bright spot. Forced into a couple of clutches where Selfish was typically good for 1 or 2, but needed more than that. And it's a nice find by Scotty, just a little bit of a pixel poking out, and that was the story, honestly. TFG finding a little bit of room to take out Ancestral players, and TFG with that would grab themselves a mile.
Right. Speaking of which, the mile, well, it's 4 of 8. All right. If you're an Eminem fan, you like a good film, we'll go with the 8 mile being the full total distance, and the reference to 4. We're only halfway there, Mr. Bepic. TFG have done one half of the job. And the one thing that we like to say in Britain over here is you've got to finish the job off, all right? 1 map of 2. We've got to see them take it all the way in fort here to be able to get themselves the full 3 points on the table, because as we mentioned, that full 3 points would put them in a great spot at 2 wins, 2 draws, and a loss, and 13 points on the table for that matchup versus Sicario later today, where they could potentially match them, go even for points 16-16. That also, as we know, will be something to take attention to for the match playing offline next door. Halftime Bay 5 score between Sicario S and Sicario was 4-4. We haven't had an update yet, which means that's still playing out, but it could be Sicario Spartans. It could be the main Sicario squad that comes out with the victory there. TFG are hoping that main Sicario loses to the Spartans.
That'd be absurd, wouldn't it? TFG jumping over Sicario because of Sicario Spartans? I mean, that would be just icing on the cake of an already good performance, good eats for those friendly guys on Bull. But you are right. They do have to finish the job on Fort. And I know consistency is something we always talk about for teams outside of the top 3 in HPL. And for TFG, if they're going to show themselves as a legitimate top 4, maybe top 3 now contender. They need consistency against a team like Ancestral that haven't had a great day so far, a great HPL either. I mean, Ancestral now, with dropping Bull, are guaranteed to be winless now through the start of day 4. When they could get 4 draws. If they win 4, they'll be 0-4-1 on the table, but that's still not a scoreline I think that Ancestral was hoping for themselves this trip.
And I'm going to take the hat off.
All right.
I'm going to take a moment to say goodbye to the undefeated season of Sicario. It was season 3. It shall not return season 4. And actually, I'm going to attest to a little bit of too many eggs in too many baskets here, Bepic. It's wouldn't it be ironic that in the lottery for the season 4 table, Sicario takes themselves 2 tickets, and the tickets end up tearing each other up for a position instead of actually getting themselves a better chance at the probability to be able to secure that top spot? How hilarious would it be that the 2 teams work against each other instead of increasing those chances? I mean, hey, well, I guess that's what happens when you put too many fingers in too many pies and you don't focus your attentions into one team. That undefeated main Sicario squad may be falling pride to the fact that they've got a side project coming alongside of them. That's not our place to talk about. That's a Sicario issue that they might have to deal with in the future. All we get to do is look at how it plays out on screen and just say the facts as they are. Unfortunately, at this moment in time, the Sicario we saw in Season 3 is missing. Like, literally missing so far at the moment. The top half of the table right now is missing our powerhouse. And, I mean, I'm at this moment in time, the Pandas, that fishing rod with that title powerhouse is being reeled on straight in.
They filled the vacuum. I mean, Sicario have not shown up to play in their usual form to HPL Season 4 now. And I think that was showcased last week when EPA 2-0'd them in fairly convincing fashion as well. I mean, that was a big win for EPA, and I'm not discrediting their ability to take wins off of Sicario now in the form that EPA have come into this season with. But Sicario, I would have figured, would have at least gotten a map against an EPA team that they have traditionally performed very well against. But Sicario have struggled a bit, and we are going to see what happens over there with the Sicario Spartans best of 2. But I think we didn't call it out on stream either. The winner of the HPL giveaway was put in Twitch chat, so always make sure you're paying attention there because Cracked and I were locked into TFG and Ancestral. But congratulations to Bilgbarak, I think is how you pronounce it. Okay, I get an applause for that. Thank you very much. You get your arena key. So make sure you're reaching out and our people will contact your people.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. So if you've got to go and pet or say hello, or maybe even feed your favorite pet Bilbarock, or maybe you just want to swing by Bilbarock and go say congratulations on his EFT standard key, well, we're going to give you a chance to do that. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. With all this amazing action, we've got to give you 2 minutes to take a breather. So without further ado, let's go to a break, but don't go too far because you want to be back right after this to watch Map 2 of TFG taking on Ancestral, our first of the day. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. It is the Hunt Premier EU Season 4. HPL, that's right. We are here for the league, not Pinnacle, not one of those awesome elimination tournaments you've been seeing all over the NA scene as well that's exploding around the arena. No, this is the flagship, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it all started, and this is where you'll see the top tiers of the action going down for the EU scene, specifically for Season 4. My name's Correct Wisdom, joined on the bench by the man, the myth, and the legend, who has been now commonly referred to as my brother a multitude of times throughout the chat. So I guess, well, let's call it a family affair. How are we doing, bro?
Doing fantastic, my bald brother. But it started last weekend. I enjoy the comparison, which fair enough. We're both having fun here watching some arena, so I can see a lot of resemblance right now between the two of us. And TFG and Ancestral delivered the fun. They're on Bowl for map 1, and apparently Spartans are doing the same thing right now to their main team. It was 6-5 last I heard, as the Spartans had an advantage there on Bay 5 as well, which is a map that Sicario, the main roster, is typically pretty good on. But the Spartans have had good Bay 5 performances as well, so I'm not too surprised that they might be popping off a little bit today. But we can focus on TFG and Ancestral if you like, Cracked, because this is a big-time visit to Fort.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we'll take it. You know, I'll be very grateful to be complimented to look this good on screen. But that aside, we're going to see which of these two teams is going to look this good on screen as we roll into our second map. As you mentioned, TFG have put their best foot forward and are looking to try and secure 3 of their tasked 6 points today to be able to put themselves in contention for stabilizing a top spot in the top 4 of that table, potentially even knocking Season 3 champions out of that top 4 spot in the process.
We showed the table again, production, if we have the time for it. I know we're trying to get into to map 2, but okay, so we can give the visual to everybody just how close TFG. Okay, sorry, the map's starting, so unfortunately we have to put more arena action on your screen as opposed to numbers and letters, which I know you're all disappointed about. But fair enough. I mean, TFG right now is within striking distance of Sicario, which feels strange coming out of my mouth, saying that those friendly guys could leapfrog Sicario with a 3-point performance against Ancestral right now, depending on what the Sicario Spartans do here on the other side of the HPL world. But they have to get a win on Fort, TFG do. I don't think Ancestral are going to let that fly too easily.
And we saw Ancestral be very explosive and dominant on Fort last weekend, but before we even get started, Scotty's stopping it. Straight off the bottom of the ramp, Scotty wins his fight up into Mini. And Ancestral find themselves weak to this B-side short of the beacon anchor. I mean, this is all on Svedas here. He's going to get 2. First is great from Svedas. The second, he's going to go down as well. Svedas, some disgusting shots.
I love that. Svedas, you see the pivot that he went through playing long there, was going towards the other side and then quickly spun around to head back towards B. But Ancestral, with this 4v3, need to make sure they maintain an advantage that Svedas has fought very hard to get them. But Scotty has crept up and is playing on site while the rest of TFG is a bit spread out right now. They're playing the clock as they know they've got plenty of seconds left to work with as Hpl tossed the smoke in, and this should make claiming B rather, a little bit easier.
The one thing that's not easy is going to be removing Cabanas from the spawner. Hpl, however, is going to expend nearly all of his life to do it. Stripey claims the second to save Hpl and what's left of his life from being removed from sight. Scotty's got the cross to Arch, and it's going to be 3 versus 1 after I think Hippo's going to breathe a sigh of relief to get let go of the blast pack and hide in some safety for a moment, top up that health bar.
I mean, Hippo's seen his life flash before his eyes right there, nearly experiencing death in round 1, but saved by teammates. Though Selfish can still send him, Scotty and Stripey to the grave now. It's another 1vx clutch for Selfish to embark upon, and now with time dwindling, he makes noise, reveals his position on ramp, and that's enough for Scotty to just move in and once again protect Hippo. Get down, Mr. President. TFG win round 1.
First down. It did look like the Ancestral squad had got themselves in the position to be able to pull that back. I paused for a second there. I was just quickly looking down the kits. Ooh. Okay.
What you got?
There's a little bit of a change around here. So normally you would have a shotgun over towards this site for A site because it plays kitchen very well, but instead, Ancestral is stacking their strength towards mid. You see there's the top player up in Palace has gone up and they've lost beacon control. TFG have actually managed to win mid, even though it was set up for by Ancestral on the defending side to try and play heavily into it. Here's the play from Kafenas looking for one down as hell is also going to be left on its own, but the bomb is picked two. And Kafenas knows that's a good time to just back off. Work done. Leave the rest of the workload to the teammates. Share the load. Spread the load. And help make that task just a little bit easier.
Fenas will heal a little bit there, but still worse for wear. So it is still effectively a TFG advantage, though Lockie's not in great shape himself. Geistress holding this back B position and will engage with Lockie first. TFG a little bit of baiting here, but we'll see how the fight unfolds. This Lorak that actually doesn't need any kind of baits. They Geistress out, so advantage TFG. The site falls. And Ancestral in a retake position with Stripey and Lorak both watching mid, and this is devious at the moment. TFG are playing with such confidence. They're playing around each other so well, and even Scotty, when left in a solo venture position to hold directly on site, he still finds the frag and then slinks back into mid, and TFG, I'm looking at Kofanis' health bar right now. They've got this round all wrapped up.
Certainly haven't. Have you got to give it to Scotty at this moment in time? 4-0-1. He's not doing anything special. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Just holding his position and playing audio smart, not trying to run around like a Shift W maniac and trying to make too flashier moves, not trying to force too much, just playing his role, playing in his position and playing the discipline really well. I mean, how many times, Bepic, across all of the teams, in the many HPL seasons we've seen for EU so far, could we say that matches are decided, won and lost based on the mistakes made by the opponent, not by an outstanding play made by the aggressor?
Ancestral, if they maybe won half of the 1v1s that they've lost so far in this best of two, we could be talking about a very different story right now at the start of Ford. But hey, they get a couple early on here. Lucky will respond with a utility kill, and Lorak in close proximity to J4 falls as well. This is much improved by Ancestral as they win duel after duel, and it is just Strife B left standing, and Kofenas has the opportunity to sit him down quickly, and that'll be the case. That's nearly a clean sweep for Ancestral, and they get on the board with 4 players left standing.
Little frustrating there. Ancestral, again, looking a little bit loose on that final kill. I mean, Kafenas cleans it up, but Bepic, I can't help but feel pained. There's 4 Ancestral members left alive again, and it's on Kafenas to cut his angle 1, 2, 3 times instead of 4 people surrounding that last member that they have information on in the bomb and lobby. Realistically, as a 4 versus 1 there, you should hit him from Colt, Kitchen, K1, and Garden, and he shouldn't have a chance, but Kafenas loses that fight there, and Stripey's got space to get out and isolate some more ones, so closed out, yes, but not in the most clean of fashion. Maybe it's the mental knock they need to throw TFG off a little bit.
See how they respond. Did well to recover from losing 3 of 4 rounds at the back half of Bowl, as they still rattled off 4 in a row to close the map out to start this set off. But 2-1 at the moment. TFG still hold the lead, and now Lorak's really being tested with Kofenas securing the kill. Selfish pushing along with him. And that was a gutsy press, but now TFG with an opportunity to push onto A. Selfish will fall back, and okay, Svedas is holding close right here. We'll see if Stripey's ready for it if he does end up pushing, but nowhere is safe, as Ancestral have 5 members strong with Stripey. Finds 1 pick. Selfish is down for the count, but Svedas moves in, and this should be an Ancestral round, unless Lucky and Scotty have something to say about that. 2v2 now, out of nowhere.
Svedas is in a great position with the bomb down here on the defending side to not care. K1 position. Bomb is on his right. He's heard the audio towards Garden, and he knows he has one of the TFG members just stuck. I mean, Svedas right now is currently child minding that bomb until it's home time from school. Speaking of which, parents have come. Scotty says, I want my bomb back. Lockie grabs the the long lost child and starts planning on sight. Kafedas is going to hit one. He gets out onto sight. He gets this 2-tap. Oh! Lockie. No! Say goodbye to the knees! Down Lockie goes. I thought he was going to run out of bullets in the magazine for the shotgun there, actually, but Kafenas knows that shotgun just that little bit better, I guess. Good shots.
Nibbling the ankles there of the last couple of players left standing with those Piranha rounds. That's a nice closeout by Kofenas, and that's more like it. We saw glimpses of that on Bowl, but Kofenas is here to play now a 1v2 to get ancestral level with those friendly guys now, after it looked like TFG were going to recover that round despite losing 3 members early on. But Ancestral say, no thank you, we're here to play on Fort. They would like that 4th draw of the season, but still, there is a lot to fight for now, with Kofenas moving up top mid, dropping some utility down, and seeing if he can find a duel with Stripey, which he does, but Stripey gets the better of him.
2 quick members of TFG put down kills respectively. One big con, one towards spawn. As this B site is starting to have pressure. Bomb down. Mini held. Secret as well. Bomb has actually robbed at the plant by Selfish. Is a great push through the smoke. Take that one out. Oh, on the proactive play, Selfish. This is something he's known so well for. Just being a little bit nippy. And a little bit stealthy with it. Svedas plays in the same position that Selfish just was. Just to help really throw confusion in there. Svedas is going to win the one into mini as it's watching towards where Selfish is too. Looking down the ramp. Selfish has got this beacon position controlled. You have to get on site. 20 seconds.
Earl and mini have been compromised, and Svedas will move into Econ now to do the same. Now looking for a deactivation. Is close to having to stick this. So if TFG can remove him from the bomb, this is a TFG round. Stripey gets the honors while Lockie silences the rest of Ancestral. 3-2 for TFG, and that was a composed round, even with time ticking away.
I'm actually really impressed with Ancestral, bearing in mind the way that the game has gone for this one so far. The first map looked like they were struggling. This looks like they've brought themselves back to some of the form that we'd seen them from before. Definitely a lot more calm than we'd seen previously, and a lot more concise in their approach. The other thing is, I'm starting to see battle buddy systems come back. Kafenas is first there. The shotgun starts to ring out. Kafenas, one that had been having a great game. Geistra's aggressive out of cannons, takes himself the second, and now TFG are routed in the spawn. They've not even left the open section by the statue, and Hpl is going to be the only one to give them some form of saving grace.
The map has shrunk on TFG as Ancestral takes so much space, with Kofenas moving out as well, but Loki will gain a little bit back with a big double kill. Kofenas in a flanking position will actually peel off and head back up towards the middle of the map, but still Selfish in a position that could disrupt this TFG push, but Lorak snuffs him out, was prone, didn't get any kind of bullet to land on Selfish there. So 2v3, but the health bars are worse for wear on the TFG side. This is doable for Kofenas and Selfish, especially now that they've found their first, and Lorak and Hpl moving on to site, but still holding control of kitchen. Selfish, though, drops Hpl and the bomb. So it's all on Lorak to get 4 for TFG.
How many times have we said this from Ancestral for these 3 rounds? The bomb goes down. Not a specific player, but the bomb goes down. In positions where they have good numbers, Lorak in a 1v2 is just going to see both of the people he's fighting run away because 20 seconds left on the clock. Ancestral know they don't have to do anything. I mean, Lorak is physically a chicken nugget right now with no wings or legs. Down he goes.
Ancestral, great holds. I mean, they shrunk the map on TFG right there. Finally getting aggressive and winning those opening 1v1s that they were pushing for. Especially with Geistrus moving up into that donut spot and taking out the best access point for TFG to maybe pivot towards A. And he did fall, but at least that's information for Ancestral to put members in place, to close down lobby, close down mid-cut, those sorts of positions. And for Ancestral, that's a clean round as well. Had the 2v1 where they were playing, like you said, with the Battle Buddy system, and it pans out for them. So With TFG now pressing back forward, J4 well, doesn't lose, but doesn't win. That opening 1v1, Scotty and J4 spot each other and both get away with their lives.
I mean, the question really is, as the founder, the champion, the name which the team was named after, and the motto with which the team strives to go about their competitive Tarkov endeavors, that friendly guy sat in chat, here to maybe witness those friendly guys take one of the best 2-0s that they're set up to take, probably for their entire competitive career so far. I mean, Ancestral have been on fire recently, but TFG are showing them that that fire just requires a certain type of chemical foam to put it out.
Ooh, that's a devious spot from Locky right there. Flashed for a moment, moving into that jungle position and potentially moving into a flanking spot, but there's a member of Ancestral as well that has done something similar, and Scotty's aware of it, potentially, as everyone's just holding their positions right now. TFG have taken map control, and they're slowing it down, but is Hpl ready for this? Not quite. Selfish from the fog of war will drop the bomb, and has such a powerful position now as TFG need to pick up this bomb quickly. With about 20 seconds left on the clock, Scotty will down Selfish, so it's a bit easier for TFG now, but it's a race against the clock here.
With Svedas 1v3, he's going to have to hope the Stripe is too aggressive on his position so he can get the isolated pick first. Bomb's gone into the wrong position. Oh, my Svedas is so close to 3. Oh! Scotty's 2 bullets from dead. He's not feeling too hot right now. Oh, he's going to be grateful to survive that one.
All right, TFG fans, take a breath right there. That was nearly a 1v3 snatched away for Ancestral, but it wasn't. And honestly, that's the only solace you can take away from that round, is TFG let one slip, but clawed it back in the final moments. 4-3. It's the very least a tied first half between TFG and Ancestral. This was Ancestral's map pick. Mind you, it's worth reminding everybody here just to tell you about the form that TFG have taken, but now it's time for a resurgence out of Ancestral. J4 was looking for a couple of big kills there, but does end up falling. TFG in a 2v3 now in the final round of half one.
Yeah, Selfish stacks himself at the bottom of the plaid stripes, claims himself the numbers advantage in the chaos, and ends up with Ancestral finding a 3-2 advantage. TFG on the attack, bomb now reclaimed out towards cannons. It's going to make its way up. Hpl and Locky left with a lot of work to do. Beacon the highest point of contact pressure right now. We see Ancestral has a member just below the ramp mid, and Spawn, CT, holding a rotation. Second Ancestral know that these two members are both on site. Svedas is going to rotate round and start becoming a problem. Hpl needs to go now. Beacon and mid are going to contest. Arch is going to be here. Locky watches Arch. Svedas has the return. That's a great play out of Svedas. Look at the savior of the day. Ancestral looking to one of the two brothers at 10 and 6 to really pull them through on this one. Svedas with a great performance as we go into the half.
A great resurgence from map 1 as well, where Svedas only had 5 kills on Bull. It was really a quiet performance from a usually very boisterous arena player, but recovering on Fort is all you can ask for now that Bull is gone and in the past. And so far, Ancestral posting 4 rounds in their defensive half isn't bad, but they will have to step it up a bit on their attacking side. Though there were a couple of rounds there on defense where they kind of played like the attacking team, where they would push up and take a lot of space, isolating picks, and then slinking back just a little bit, and then moving back to fill the vacuum with their bodies. And if they can approach their attacking half in a similar fashion, we'll see if TFG's ready for it, as Ancestral weren't afraid to move in and trust themselves in those 1v1 positions.
Up towards the top they go. A site under approach. Ancestral, all 5 members here, so nobody holding that mid pressure. One out towards Gardens early, he's close, he's tugged, he's dead, as Geistras has got both of them! Svedas turned up a little late to the action as Geistras is saying, no, brother, it's my turn to top up the kill feed. Takes 2 for himself on entry, and now Locky and Long is feeling a little bit long lost without some support. Going to be a member tucked tight left, and that quick approach is going to be Geistras showing the defensive aggression by taking that forward positioning post-plant. I mean, this was locked in, Bepic.
Mm-hmm. It's as the perfect angle for a 5v3. Now, 5v2 for Ancestral. There's no way they allow TFG to even take a step onto site. Everyone was set up for the post plant, and that is a convincing first round of the attacking side out of Ancestral, and it was everybody involved right there. I mean, Geistress, the tip of the spear, allowed Ancestral to move in, but everyone was contributing. There was damage, output from everybody on the team, it seemed like, and so an advantage for Ancestral here, and they haven't seen too many leads, if any, in this best of 2, and I'm trying to think if Ancestral have had a winning position so far.
Yeah, I think it was a really good comment made by El Foxy, EPA's Fox, nonetheless, in the chat, saying that TFG did a great job on the attacking side, but they need a strong defense now. It's all right taking your attacking side to Ancestral, but these guys are just as good at bringing the heat. And speaking of bringing the heat, Kafeinas is taking some of that confidence we saw earlier, and he's become king killer in the court. He might allow his teammate to go down, but it's only for a 1-for-1 lock. He's there to respond, though. 2 for 2 actually takes this back into the hands of TFG. The settled numbers on the defending side into Mini. Goodbye, sweet prince. J4 loses his ankles and his feet to the shotgun. Selfish does a good job of not being caught victim as the second in that killing spree. I'm going to swap to look at top mid.
Ooh, shadow spotted. Phanos will know. Hippo is right there, but will Hippo push this? Press his luck in a 3v2. TFG have worked hard to claim. Lorex, good work. But, oh, I see what you're seeing. The bomb has moved back across the map. It's going to be planted A now, and the penny will drop here as TFG are thrust into a bit of confusion. Hippo moves forward and still does win the duel with Kofeinas, who knew Hippo was there, but that doesn't mean could get the kill. And Selfish, again, is all alone. 1v3.
We got to talk about that after the round. I'm not going to talk about it now because TFG have got themselves a battle buddy system coming towards the site from short. Like it's running out of fashion. Out goes Loric. Lockie to follow. Lockie challenges. Hippo's going to cross. 3 on site now. TFG are just going to look to pressure defuse this on. 1 on the bomb. Got to be great work out of Selfish, and it's even better work out of Hippo to deny it. Okay, let's talk about that for a second there. So the fight top mid. This goes one of 3 ways. The bomb rotates too far, gives Hippo audio, Hippo turns, and the member that's watching him catches him with his back turn. The bomb stays on the site like it did, and both members turn and go the opposite way and rotate safe. Or that there, where Hippo, for whatever reason, decides to rotate aggressively despite spawn being open. And his reaction time is just that much better. That is all that is right there, that is a reaction and a half.
The story for TFG, those 1v1s where it is just straight reactionary gunplay, they have been winning more often than not. And Ancestral have had rounds where they've been able to flip that narrative on its head momentarily, but then TFG go right back to their winning ways. And despite a crafty play from Ancestral, getting that bomb over towards A, it's all for naught. And now Stripey has won a duel mid. Svedas goes down as well, back of B, and now Lorek with a messy spread. A Geistress still stands. That could have been a big pick to get Ancestral back into this round, and fortunately for Geistress, Selfish will have his teammates back, but what a sloppy fight there.
Yeah, I think Geistress managed to hit every piece of scenery from the window to the wall except from his adversary. He managed to paint himself a beautiful picture, except the only thing that's going to be lasting in the history and the memory books from this round is going to be that etching he's put on the wall rather than the kills he made. No, we're not going back to caveman times here. You don't need to write a history down in the rocks. Let's put the bullets inside of the domes. Messy fights aside, it is Tarkov, and let's be really honest about this. The recoil in this game is unique for a reason. It's what gives the game some of its unique feel. You can't just practice an S pattern or an L pattern or a J pattern and get it perfect every time. Sometimes you will just get Tarkov. Part of that hardcore element to the game that we love when we come back for time and time again. This is an interesting set of positions. Ancestral have somehow, Bepic, please tell me how they've Houdini'd their way onto site like this, and we have nobody present.
I mean, TFG are completely off site. They were holding long, short, and mid, and fair enough. I mean, if Ancestral wanted to try something goofy like in the last round, TFG would have been ready for it for a quick rotation to split off the map, but now they have to play retake with a wild card as well. And pretty much everyone, I think, in TFG's eyes, is a wild card for Ancestral. They have no knowledge on the positioning of anyone except for Selfish, who Hippo still kills, despite Selfish having the jump on him. And it's a 3v2 for TFG now. Geist just pokes his forehead. They're out of Spiral, and Scotty somehow salvages the round for TFG. Only 5 seconds to spare there, and those friendly guys post a 6th.
That's two, Bepic. That's 2 rounds where Geistrus has been one
Yep.
kill short of pulling off a 3-piece of god tier action on top of the site. I mean, he already had 3 in the round, but back-to-back 3 consecutive kills there to finish the round, and he's king of the court. I mean, the thing that's making me clutch the edge of my chair armrest right now so tightly is they have done it recently. They have shown us that they are able to pull off these kind of plays to pull it. So I'm really just waiting to see how long it takes for Ancestral to just find that 7th gear. Because right now, Bepic, that gearbox looks like it needs a piece of chewing gum taken out of it because they're stuck between 6th and 7th, not finding that final closing step. Lucky and Loric, however, they're finding final, and it's final killing blows.
All right, this round has come unraveled quite quickly. I mean, off a respawn, Ancestral essentially start off with just 3 players standing. TFG don't lose much health with that initial with that initial salvo. And now an Econ. That's another kill. Stripey will take out J4. It is a trade for TFG, so 4v2, but Ancestral, with numbers dwindling again, need Kofenas and Geistrus to come up big time here. And those are players that can go big in a round. We've seen them do it before in the HPL, but today has been an off day for Ancestral, and somehow they have to shake that off. See if they can't find 2 apiece.
Shots out. The courtyard rings from the sound of destruction, but merely just building the anticipation. The next clash. It's looking like Ancestral are trying to sell this fake creep onto the B site again, but the one thing we noticed the round that it did work, it was because TFG had adjusted to the round previous that was a little bit kooky. This time around, a little bit more predictability. They've seen this play. They know it's coming. Beacon's going to swing. Geistrus is set up to try and pick. Good position. Good shots. Headshot is crucial as well. TTK, vital. Because Geistrus has now given himself, even though his teammate goes down, the position for a 2v1. He's been good for this too. We've seen him do it all game long. The first is going to go down. Geistrus lays himself in a position. It's Stripey, the MVP from map 1. It's Stripey from MVP from map 1 who takes it over TFG.
Oh, Geistrus almost did that. Got 3 of the necessary 4 to clutch for Ancestral, but those friendly guys don't care about your clutch. They don't care about your highlight reel. They want 3 points to jump up the leaderboard with. And I do have some bad news on that front. Sicario did end up securing Bay 5 over the Sicario Spartans, so we will wait for that update on map 2. But regardless, TFG with a 3-point performance, regardless of what Sicario do, that would be big time for those friendly guys. And actually, the update has just come in on Skybridge. Map 2, it's another 4-4 first half. The Sicario Spartans are still going toe-to-toe with Sicario.
Toe-to-toe is right. I mean, 9-6, the Sicario main squad has beaten the
dear.
Sicario Spartans for their first, but the action kicking off inside of our game is going to open up round number 13 with 3 members of Ancestral just having to watch from the sidelines. When was the last time you said that? Less than 30 seconds off the clock, and 3 members of Ancestral are already eating the concrete.
Last round.
Okay,
I think it was only 2. I think it was only 2 that fell. But Ancestral,
Fair.
I mean, with less than 30 seconds off the clock, have lost players so early on in these rounds. And TFG can work with those advantages. I mean, getting those early picks have thrust TFG now into a 2-round advantage. But hey, bright spot for Ancestral. Kofenas and Selfish, still players with clutch ability now, as they almost got that 2v4 clutch over the finish line in round number 12, but we've moved along from that, and TFG are starting to swarm this A site, and Kofenas goes down. It's just Selfish now, 1v5, and he doesn't get a single one of those TFG players. It'll be 8 for those friendly guys, and a plethora of map points.
And that's it. TFG has finally put themselves in the position that we've asked them to. No curses coming from the hills, Bepic. Nobody coming to save the Ancestral squad other than themselves. Right now, they have 3 rounds to close the gap of, instead of the 5 that they put themselves at the deficit in map 1. TFG have done an exceptional job of giving themselves a buffer to have 3 chances to get the full 3 points over the line.
Would be a second best of 2 win for TFG on the season. What a run they've had here in HPL Season 4, but still work to be done now. Scotty will be tested early on, the lone defender of A. As Ancestral comes swarming in, bees out of the hive, and Scotty needs to fill the role of the beekeeper at the moment, but slinks away. Is waiting for reinforcements, which have arrived quite quickly. That's a fast rotation out of TFG, and Stripey has intel on where Kofenas might be, but if Ancestral can find some quick kills, it may be all for naught.
Stripey's getting a little bit baited as well. That one member that ran through Colt, the Stripey let past, has given them a bit of a read that it might be going the other way. The bomb has gone down on the A site, though, and as that bomb goes down on the A site, the audio called in will remove any thought of B being under pressure. Every member of TFG here for the defense is in good proximity, but the shots from the shotgun are going to deny Scotty access from long. Lockie's got the response to trade out 1-for-1 as Stripey then converts onto his member inside of the lobby. We knew that pick was going to come through nice and free as Stripey played his discipline extremely well up in Palace to let that member pass without giving away his position. Now 2v2 and 2v1.4 as the health bars on Ancestral do not look favorable.
Kofenas really can't move either. Is in a rough spot, just having to hold an angle. Locky peeks and wins the duel. So Svedas is the only thing that stands between Ancestral and losing. A best of 2 against those friendly guys who have performed admirably so far on Bull. Now on Fort, and Stripey confirms it. The device has been deactivated, and TFG get 3 points. What a performance out of them.
And you can see how much it means to the Ancestral squad. Quickly taking themselves out of that game. They won't want to be there too much longer. That's going to be a rough one. They would have been looking for a strong match there, given how well they've been performing so far this season. And it's not a detriment to the Ancestral squad. It's merely props to TFG. You have to commend their approach to both of those maps, knowing full well that Ancestral will have been favored on the table given their performance in ACS and so far this season. And to come out and put home not 1, but 2 confident maps like that is an exceptional thing for the TFG squad to tout. This new lineup, Scotty, Lockie, Hpl, Lorek, coming in to join Stripey. Scotty's been here for a season now, so he's a little bit more familiar, but the other 3 members are really quite fresh at this moment in time. Scotty with a performance of 16-9 and 4 MVPs. I mean, Scotty and Stripey, the 2 more experienced members of that lineup, claiming the MVPs map per map, but the whole team performing extremely well on the whole. If I'm going to be very fair, although it is an exceptional performance for TFG, if they're really going to continue climbing and take down one of these top 3 teams as confidently like that, they're going to have to tidy up a little bit of these extra bits on the edge of it that dropped the 4 rounds on the attacking side. The bit that's bringing it to 5 and 8. So the likes of Lorek, that little bit of loose positioning, slightly overconfident pushes out of curtain. In this match, it worked. You could read that the team was letting that space be taken by the defending side. Ancestral weren't having a great day at the office, but you try and make plays like that into the top tier teams and you're going to get sent back to where you came from. So I'm looking forward and excited to see TFG in our last match of the day and tomorrow to see how that plays forward.
I've got a quiz for you to really emphasize how good TFG looked. Make sure you were paying attention, Cracked. How many rounds on the attacking side did Ancestral get across both maps there?
Not enough is the answers. Both of them end up in losses. Nice try,
you cheater.
Nice try.
You cheater. Well, I'll accept that. I'll give you full points, Cracked. But they only won a single attacking round. Ancestral won 1 on their attacking side. And on defense, those friendly guys won 9 rounds. That was where they made their money, on Fort and Bull right there. And that is how they get 3 points to jump up the table. And we are still waiting on results from Sicario Spartans and Sicario. So there is still hope yet that TFG could be a 3rd place team in HPL before the day is out.
Yeah, absolutely, folks. I mean, let's take a quick moment to glaze our eyes over the highlights. If you like yourself a plain donut, then sorry, no plain donuts coming here today. These are nice sugar-coated, topped up with all the best patterns you can think of and some amazing flavors to help out. Speaking of flavors, we're going to have a look at a couple of different colors of action from this most recent map. The shotgun, actually, I've got to be honest, Mr. Bethwick, this is a very quiet map for the shotgun, guaranteed that this has been very, very prevalent throughout the meta so far. It's actually the assault rifles, the spears, the SR3Ms, and the AKs that have been taking the spotlight on the gun kills at the moment. I mean, that there, let's be real, we got to see that from the lane down player's perspective on the first time, and that looked great. But from the flying member's perspective, wow, Red Bull really does give you wings.
Kofenas on the front half as well had a pretty good exhibition there, posting 6 kills in the first 5 rounds, and from there was a little bit quiet following. 10 frags is what he ended the map with, and Kofenas is typically such an important player for Ancestral, but right there, Svedas nearly making a difference, and that was the story for Ancestral, nearly winning those clutches. Think about the amount of 2v4s, 1v3s that they almost won. And if any of those rounds had swung their way, maybe it's a different story on Fort, but those sorts of fights right there where TFG are the players peeking into the dark, essentially, and Ancestral can't finish the fights off. It was close, but Ancestral, and like you said, tough day at the office.
Yeah, almost is unfortunately very much like an apology. It doesn't fix the initial problem. I got told a great parable as a young individual in school, and the teacher said to me, throw the plate at the floor. Plate breaks. Look at the plate and apologize to the plate. Sorry, plate. Did it fix the plate? No. Moral of the story, get it right first time. Don't make mistakes and then have to fix them in the future, because it doesn't leave you in a good position to be able to take advantage. And this is kind of a motto that, although we mock it with a little bit of comedy, it's something we could look to, and that you mentioned so wisely about the TFG approach to this game, the attacking half. The more difficult side for these less experienced teams, or the underdogs perspective teams, because gun for gun fights in a 50-50, if you don't feel like you win those fights, it's much harder to take site. That is the attacking side. That is your job, is to take site and put the bomb down. That's where people struggle. So to say that TFG did, like you said, more than half the job on that attacking side is a very big explanation as to how they were managed to take it over the line.
They looked clean as well. I'm excited to see more out of TFG this weekend, as if that's the sort of form they're coming into Saturday with, then against Sicario later, that's a head-to-head on broadcast, our 3rd streamed match. Maybe that might be a bit closer than we're anticipating, as Sicario so far has struggled against the Spartans, and if TFG are playing well, if they can trim that fat, like you said, Cracked, if they can look just a little bit cleaner around the edges, we could see a big upset to end today.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, there's a couple more matches which we are going to get to feature live on screen, as well as a couple more matches played offline alongside those. Speaking of the offline matches, we've currently still got our second, or should we say the first set of matches playing currently off screen. So whilst that match concludes, it's actually going to give everybody a moment to go and take a second to tune into the socials. Get yourself locked in on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, and everywhere else that all of these amazing companies and orgs are posting about all this amazing competitive EFT action. Don't forget, a follow is free. To not use your Twitch Prime is a crime. It doesn't matter whether it comes here for ourselves at the Hunt Premier, or whether you support our partners at Battlestate Games, or maybe just your favorite content creator. Okay, Amazon Prime is already paid for, and it's a way to help support those guys out there create the content for free, which is sometimes a tough environment to make your money in when you're trying to make a living. So help get that support out there to the people that matter and count, because without them guys, we wouldn't have a broadcast to put on. Epic, I believe it's 10 minutes. We're getting a nice long window of opportunity here, right?
Yeah, short break as Hunt Premier League will be back here in 10 minutes. Don't go too far.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the first day of the final weekend. It's day 4, but it's day 1 of 2 for our Super Slamming final weekend. Saturday's here. It's HPL Season 4. It's the EU region, and this is the Hunt Premier channel partnered up with Battlestate Games. My name is Cracked Wisdom, here to bring you all the wise comments about what's going on inside of the gameplay, alongside those amazing fundamentals brought to you by the man who is very familiar with the casting couch across the multitude of titles, Mr. Bepic. You enjoying yourself? Always good to see a smile on your face, just like myself. We like to grin and giggle our way through the action. But has been anything that's taken your eye so far today?
I mean, Sicario Spartans, I think, going toe-to-toe with Sicario for the first halves of the 2 maps that they've played. 2-9-6 losses, though, handed to the Spartans by that main team, Sicario. I know TFG fans were really hoping that maybe there's a map taken away from Sicario, but no such luck, unfortunately. It is just the 3 points gained by beating Ancestral in our last best of 2. But, you know, that inspires a little bit if you're cheering for the potential Sicario Spartans upset of EPA, which is our next best of 2 coming up.
Yeah, this is one that could go either way. I mean, let's have a quick look at the 2 teams that are going to be going up in this head-to-head. We've got the Sicario Spartans on our left-hand side, and then EPA on the right. For the Sicario Spartans, this is a team made up of the other friendly guys, previous roster, and a couple of others from the ASPL that have stepped up. Hiding Sheep, Propis, Mr. Krabs, Chill Dizzle, and Nosebleed Hero on the lineup here. We'll see which of the 7 of them actually take to the table today, as there is a full total 7 of that squad, and each of them have been stepping in various different moments depending on who's required. Additionally, Walker, Blitzer Girl, Nemo, Fox, and Pablo for EPA have been stepping up on their side of the table with assistance from Kana too. We have seen both of these rosters be malleable throughout the season so far, so I am going to be interested to pay attention to which 5 does step out onto the table for each of these 2 teams and how that's going to affect each of their performances.
Because the Spartans have had an impressive 7-player roster. I think on stream we've seen all 7 players playing at one point or another. And I mean, Hugo and Bran on the bench for the Spartans have been extremely impressive. And so I'm excited to watch the Sicario Spartans and see them develop, because yes, even though they are at the bottom of the table right now, I think in the HPL we've learned over the course of the last couple of seasons that even bottom of the table teams can step up, whether it's in future HPL seasons or in maybe the current one right now. A good second weekend of the Spartans could jump them up a little bit, maybe jump over an Ancestral who just suffered a rough loss, or a Decoded that has yet to play. But either way, we'll see the Spartans and how they perform against the second best team of the table right now in EPA, which is not going to be any easy task.
And ladies and gentlemen, take a quick look at the map picks. Starting off for this one, the coin flip was won by EPA, so they got to take the tempo in the process for the map picks and bans. EPA started by banning Iceberg. Sicario responded, taking Fort off of the table. No surprise there, Mr. Bepic, because we've seen EPA be exceptionally well played on Fort very recently across ACS and Pinnacle, as well as the fact that they've been favouring Skybridge at the moment. So it's no surprise that EPA is going to take us to Skybridge first. Sicario then choosing side are going to start up on the attack, and Sicario will respond with a Bay 5 pick, where EPA have chosen to also defend first, meaning that Sicario, much like TFG, the Spartans will be attacking first on both maps.
And it's a run back as well for the Sicario Spartans, who just had a 9-6 performance against Sicario. Rather, they had the 6 rounds, but it was on Skybridge, that second map of the best of 2. So they get to exit Skybridge, change out their opponents, and then go right back into Skybridge. So that could be good for the Sicario Spartans, as they get to maybe execute a strategy that was working fairly well over again against EPA, as now EPA maybe aren't ready for it, but we'll see what happens. I mean, we're propping up the Sicario Spartans as an underdog team here that maybe has an outside chance at beating EPA, but realistically, with the form that EPA have had, bringing Blitzer Girl back into the lineup for HPL Season 4, I don't know if I can back Sicario Spartans at all in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, not that EPA are going to be looking to lose this match here, but EPA could lose their match here versus the Spartans and still be points clear of Sicario. I mean, with the 3 points Sicario have gained, the other Sicario squad, not the Spartans, the Sicario main squad, with the 3 points they have gained in their first off-screen game of the day, they move from 16 points 7 points on the table, up to 10, which puts them 2 still below EPA. Yes, it is going to require them to be able to work their way through day 2 of this weekend, so tomorrow's games to maybe challenge that. But it's a massive step to really, really keep EPA within reaching distance of this main Sicario squad for the Spartans to have a good map here versus them. And we talked about a little bit of a joke. Previous map, the off-screen match, was a Sicario versus Sicario match that could do them a disservice rather than do them a benefit. Now we see the other side of the table where the Spartans are going to be able to play against EPA as trying their best as every team is. But if they manage to find a result here, it will also help the Sicario main squad in having that gap not be a big goal to have to overcome. And I mean, well, with the way it goes, they survived the first of the potential problems of the day. Can they capitalize and win more by putting both nails home in the coffin?
That'd be something. We'll see what happens. I mean, for EPA as well, a big story for them is that they need a blowout here to keep themselves realistically within striking distance of Pandaric Apex, because right now the round differential between them is a whopping 28 rounds in favor of Pandaric Apex at a plus 53 right now to EPA's plus 25. And so Pandaric Apex has a match later on today against Ancestral. So we're kind of comparing what the round diff is in those respective best of twos, because then tomorrow we're going to have to see EPA. Right now, if they were to tie on round differential today, it would have to be a 9-2, 9-1 win for EPA across a best of two, while Sicario ends up handing a loss to a Pandaric Apex squad that I'm not sure that's possible right now in a similar fashion. And with all that math in your mind, I'll sum it up. EPA need a blowout win right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 4 points on the table, haven't we, really, for the overall scenario of the atmosphere. EPA need a blowout. EPA are going to feel gutted that Ancestral didn't have a good game into TFG, because EPA need Ancestral to be in their best form to go up against Pandaric Apex, to be able to help them out a little bit later on. So I'm hoping that Ancestral can take a moment and reset in this second set of matches before the third for the day, so that they can bring a completely fresh mindset, maybe even an angry mindset, but a fury-filled mindset into their match versus the Pandas, and swing back with the strength that we know they had. The last time those two teams clashed, it was cinema epic. It was a very close game. So I'm looking forward to that one later on. What gives me even more delight, and the reason why I'm bouncing in my seat right now, is because before that action, we get to see the Spartans and EPA. And this one is set a little bit for cinema too. Okay?
Yes.
EPA has a set of members that are going to consider this a formality. It is a job to be done. It is the bottom of the table team, and we are a second place team. This should be a sweep the dust under the rug kind of job. Get it home. As we have spoken about in the casting booth, every team this season has had a showing where they look good. I don't think any team realistically can be considered a dust under the rug team, especially after Sicario's main squad got heavily threatened by the Spartan squad in the off-screen game just alongside this. And I guarantee you anything, for those of you at home that maybe aren't so familiar, the EPA guys, they like to do their research. I guarantee you they will have been watching that scoreline like a hawk, as well as the on-screen footage from game one.
And I mean, EPA, I think I can allow them to consider this a formality as long as they're still approaching it in their typical protocols after they 2-0'd Sicario last weekend. I think that was a result that tells us exactly the form that EPA is in right now, because previously that's a matchup that Sicario typically came out on top of 2-0. No matter what season it was, what results EPA was looking for, Sicario typically won that. But yes, cracked in the back there.
I just want to remind everybody, actually, it's a great point you make, and it is a trend that is perfectly accurate, but we'll remind ourselves of a one season two. The second last match of EPA for the season to put themselves in a great place, where they ended up taking a 9-7, 9-7 over Sicario in two of the closest games we've ever seen, where they were able to overcome Sicario at the top of their form. So it's all there in the books.
And they did have that 2-0 win in the Pinnacle tournament as well. That if it
Yes.
was a best of 2, it would have been a win, but it was a best of 5. Though the end of that series didn't matter if you're now condensing that best of 5 to a best of 2. So EPA's in good form, and I suppose they are turning the tides on that head-to-head with Sicario. But how will they fare against the little brothers of Sicario? The Spartans here, bottom of the table, yes, but still a feisty squad to have to dispose of. And well, so far so good out of EPA, as they have a 4v2 to close out round 1, and I'm noticing Kaner is in for this one. No Fox today for EPA.
Yeah, good spot, actually. Blitzergirl coming back and playing comfortably, looking like she's never left. The form from EPA is phenomenal. I mean, did you realize the round had started, Bepic, with how casually we were cruising through that one? I certainly didn't. It felt like EPA had slammed it into auto drive and just leant back in the Tesla. What an absolute stonkers of a round. Blitzergirl starts off with a 3-piece, and EPA make it look like it is just a formality.
I mean, if we're watching anybody else on EPA right there, other than Blitzer Girl, I wouldn't have thought the round had started, because she had all the action, as is per the norm. Blitzer Girl already making her name ring out around the subway station of Sky Bridge. But that is just round 1. EPA will need more just like that, but so far so good. And now they have shifted their positions back towards A, where Kaner will fall, and Aid connects, and it's a decent start for Sicario Spartans. Let's see how they scale off of it.
You know, the comedy in Kano will be sitting in the back going, I'm normally the king of the court, not the king of catching. He's going to be kicking himself a little bit that the utility's actually the one coming his way instead of going away from him. Smoke out towards this KFC position. I paused for a second as Walker's doing Walker things. He's trying to creep his way in and out. The Balti inside of the whole season. He's going to miss the first, but taken down in the second. That's Krabs to pick up Walker. EPA now look a little bit shaken, heavily stirred. 2 versus 4. The Spartans have a much better setup for taking either site. It looks like they're going to try and press her towards A. I'm going to keep myself a keen eye on that rotation from the EP defender on B site. Playing red right now. Okay. No action. Not confident enough to go for the pincer on the flank. A 4v2, they're going to come in from jungle and just reinforce.
So slow from Sicario Spartans. They have a 4v2. It was a 4v1 for a moment on site, but they're going through their protocols, making sure they've got everything locked up. But the bomb is down. Pablo will toss a spanner into the works here. Sicario Spartans, 3 members strong, but still to deal with Pablo, and they will take that first fight. Sheep goes down as well, though. Pablo is isolating duels at the moment and has repositioned. Bran next up is looking for intel. And now if Bran and Krabs can swing together, this could be the end of the round, but they can't keep giving Pablo these 1v1s, though. Krabs wins the next one, and Sicario Spartans eventually get that round over the line.
You can hear him just thinking it in the back of his mind, just like, patience is key, take your time, nice and steady. He tries to play it super smart. The problem that he has is that this time, the Spartans, they don't give him the same space as he's been allowed for the first 2 kills, and they close it out from the 4v1 to a 2v1. Little bit shaky there from the Spartans, and the one thing that rang out to me was not the gameplay, but the speed, Mr. Bepic, that you pointed out. It was slow. 4v1 with site access, Spartans actually allowed the second person to come round. It didn't go against them, but you would definitely like to see them take that site a bit more aggressively next time around.
Especially against a team like EPA that love to infiltrate the back lines. Walker is such a devious ninja on any map, and we saw him try it the last round, but okay, Nosebleed going to hit a jump shot. That is a big way to open up round number 3, but here comes Walker again, slinking into the middle of a smoke cloud, and he will hold off, but
you're kidding.
Some bullets right there. He goes prone as Nosebleed sends some fire through the smoke, and I think that saves Walker's life.
It literally does. He literally I've never seen a player Matrix under bullets like that in a long time. It's been a fair while since that was pulled off with that kind of timing. The thing that he's earned from this as well is they're not going to believe he's here, because those shots were good even if he was crouching down into it. All he's going to do is wait the patience. Single shot comes out. He just gets the second. It's Pablo from E-Box with Fiery. Walker's still hidden. Surprise! He gets 2. There's no way he gets up to 4 for the second. Brand's the saving grace, but he's going to go down from the trade from Pablo because it's just so much done from Walker. Mr. Krabs. Well, he might as well be cooking a patty up because that one's just got flattened. Pablo just called himself a smash burger as that one got splattered over the site.
Party's just getting started. Mr. Krabs embarking upon a 1v3 with the bomb down. And time on EPA's side. 20 seconds left. And Blitzer Girl and Nemonos split up a little bit, but I don't think there's any vision right there. So it's a plants for Mr. Krabs that he will stick, and that spells the end of the round. EPA close it out. No hassle, thanks to Walker being a menace.
A little bit more of the talk to point of that TRG that we've spoken about very heavily. It's one of those weapons that has to be phenomenal. The player carrying it has to be phenomenal. Yes, it is flashy. Yes, it creates highlights for days. But it makes you need to go so far in a numbers disadvantage scenario to make it convert on that powerful one-tap potential that realistically a shotgun or an assault rifle at times could feel like it could get the job done without a lot less effort. Nosebleed's going to jump over that early spawn grenade and survive with half his life.
There's some pace from the Spartans here, but they've been smoked off. VIP is closed as EPA use early utility to gain control of site. Nosebleed waiting around a corner is caught by Walker. Again, as aggressive as ever. Walker infiltrates the Sicario Spartans' back lines, and that's another great position for him to work with as EPA can build around this. As Sicario Spartans have to clear Walker first. They're not getting anywhere if they don't, and they have the numbers to do it, but how many will be sacrificed to pry Walker from this elevator spot?
And look, there's two of them there. It's not just Walker, it's Kana and Walker.
Dear.
Walker's barrel's poking out from the bottom of the scenery. Meanwhile, Kana, good friends and synergy working together, the two of them just having a good old time, battle buddied up in the enemy's back lines. Walker has still not got up from this prone position. He is not moving a muscle. Kana might be down, but he's claimed as one that he needed to take, and he's left Walker able to hold off. Bomb is trapped in KFC right now, and the only hope is VIP, which is being played around with by Nemo. That's Walker. There's the one we expected. Nemo finding Nemo, finds the man in VIP, and Walker's going to claim the last. It's just flawless gameplay all around. Textbook execution from good offensive positioning on the defense.
I don't know how you ever feel any corner around the A side is safe when Walker's on the map with you. I mean, EPA have taken such control over A in all but one of the rounds thus far. And honestly, that's the one where the Spartans won. Well, actually, the first round, it was a B fight that led to EPA winning. But last couple of rounds, EPA have taken full control of A. And the Spartans don't seem to have an answer for it, as they have to allocate so much manpower to clearing Walker and Kaner as well, apparently, who was playing a great sandwich position there last round. And when you're allocating that much firepower to two players that aren't even really the focal point of the main site defense, then you're gonna have a tough time even getting the plant down. But hey, Propus wins an important duel, and Mr. Krabs adds to the kill feed as Nemo has an answer, but Sicario Spartans a player advantage.
Brad stuck his way all the way through VIP out into Rat, actually, as Nosebleed's going to get onto site. The forward pressure from the Spartans has gained themselves some control on the A site. That being said, Krabs is hunting towards this B site, pinning one of the members down. Actually, EPA split 2, 1 per site. And Blitzer go, I mean, this is on Blitz to pick Mr. Krabs and try and help Nemo out as soon as possible, but Krabs is just not going to give it the time. Yep. Oh, there's no way. This might not work in their favor here. The bomb's coming towards Blitzer's angle, and Blitzer's actually managed to back away from the Balti. Oh, brother, end of lane 1, trading places. Blitz going to look from end of lane 1 down to 2. Look at the rotation from the playmaker out of EPA. Is it the time? She can't challenge too much. There's one. She's got space. She gets to this box. This is doable. 2. No! I felt it for a second, but Propus is good for the time and the confidence.
That was a Blitzer Girl setup right there. Space to work with Sicario Spartans a little unsure as to where she was. Got the first couple, but Sicario Spartans shut that one down, and that's a pretty good conversion as well, as they gained a lot of control over towards A, but weren't afraid to pivot across the map. And Mr. Krabs had gained a lot of space, was kind of keeping Blitzer Girl pinned a little bit there to allow for the rotation. She couldn't be the complete wild card anchor of the B site that EPA might have hoped, and so the Spartans with that move in and secure a second. So well done. Going back and forth now.
Back and forth it is. Day goes off as the early spawn grenade causes the Spartans to hold up. Talk to me about this, Bepic. We're having a little bit of a spawn party.
So,
Okay, so this is EPA are playing heavily aggressive. We don't need to do anything too crazy. Let's have a little talk about what we're doing and let's get it leveled. Okay. The Spartans taking a moment to assess.
maybe they're trying to see as well how deep EPA might push. Maybe if they want an escalator's position, EPA either from B or, well, Walker, we know he likes taking space and actually is right now. He's going long. And this is a lot of information as well. But okay, we're getting word that this is a restart. So maybe it wasn't so much a strategy as just losing a player or something of the sort. But hey, I liked it for a moment. We were making it into something it wasn't. But hey, I can believe that that's something that the Spartans would try to do to throw EPA off.
And so coincidentally, I like to see this actually. If we threw your background and my background together, we'd get a combination of what my team likes to do in the ASPL when we play Fort sometimes, and that's have a little party outside by this statue and just chill out to let the defending side maybe just over aggress out so we can find somebody. And it's just a little bit of good fun for the mental. It's great for
Yeah.
the guys at home. You get to sit and wave your gun at the camera, and people are like, "Oh, hey, I know that guy. That's that strange bald guy that yaps on the competitive stuff. Yeah, he's kind of weird, but it's okay. So it is. I'm actually excited to see which of these two teams are going to be able to take this one home. We saw sometimes breaks or a reset can cause a little bit of a breaking mentality. It can get you out of the zone, out of this like flow state that the competitive players tunnel into to make sure that they are at the top of their game. It sees the Spartans. They're not. I mean, they're not set to lose their mentality just yet. They were very comfortable about this. Like, okay, we're not going to go and give free kills. We're restarting the round. We're going to stay in spawn. We're going to stand. We're going to wiggle our guns together. You know, keep that vibe up. And playing against a tough team like EPA, where a couple of brutal rounds and then claiming some good ones back, you want to keep that mentality. You want to keep that momentum, and you want to take that back on into the game when we do restart. So, good start from the Spartans. Good start from EPA. Do you have any favorites now? You've got more information to work off.
I don't think my position has changed that EPA should not be dropping any map in this best of two. I mean, it's close so far for the Spartans. They've won a couple of good rounds where they haven't been afraid to change their position on the map, and they've been afraid to leave players alone against EPA members. And so I think that sort of confidence in their ability to 1v1 is good, so they can have a solid lurking position around Skybridge and change the tone of the map that way, keep EPA guessing just a little bit. And so for the Spartans, I think they're doing everything right at the moment. I think they have a chance to maybe make this a close affair on Skybridge, but EPA, like we talked about, they need to be blowing out the Spartans at the moment. And so eventually they're going to have to catch fire if they really want to bump that round differential up. But that hasn't stopped them from playing extremely aggressive. Kaner and Walker, the main focal point of that. And even in that last round, that won't count. Walker is still moving into long, and that shows us that no matter the round, no matter the situation, he's going to be creeping up around A site and even deeper into enemy territory.
We've seen Kaner been having not a time with it, but a very good time from the substitute bench and a run out recently, stepping up for Blitzergirl when she was unable to attend. Ned's seen some really good form from Kaner. This one, a little bit of a rougher start here. Not necessarily drastically poor, but you can feel Kaner getting bullied a little bit by the utility from the Spartans as his position falls prey to a lot of aggression from the utility when it comes to the attacking side. So sometimes it is just one of those days. It's not necessarily a skill issue. It's more of just a karma issue or a luck issue where it's going to happen every once in a while. You're going to have one day in 200 or so where you step into every position and it doesn't matter which spot you take up or how many times you change it. The guy on the other side of the pitch just guesses right. It is just a guess. It's just coincidence, and it really sucks sometimes. But it's one of those things where it separates some of the top tier players from the best of the best, right? Everybody's good on their good days, but it's how good you are able to make yourself on your bad days, like how much impact you can still have when you're really not quite firing on all cylinders, that makes you the best of the best. I mean, the TRG we talk about, I want to talk to it for the effect of Mr. Krabs. Look at that ace. We're going to get to see that ace. Whether he uses the TRG or not is a different question, but this is the only person in the world, I will say it again for clarity, this is the only person in the world that I am confident with that kit selection on in the competitive scene right now that his conversion rate on kills is good enough to make it worth it. That is how far I will go out there, and I will put this up there. Mr. Krabs is a close second or third for best TRG user across the EU region in my mind. So it's a big say, but we know that Ace is on another level. It's more about the kit. It makes life hard if you're not able to consistently convert.
And we've seen twice now on stream, 2 maps out of Mr. Krabs playing that TRG. Took it from Helicopter, actually. They were both playing in the 5-man lineup in a best of 2. Map 1, Hugo's the one sniping, and then it switches. I forget which best of 2 this is, but I remember they were playing Bay 5, and Mr. Krabs had a standout performance on Bay 5 with the TRG, and on Skybridge so far is finding impact as well. Had that closeout kill in the 4v1 that we were kind of getting nervous about on A site, and it was a close proximity TRG kill as well, but Krabs is doing well to find space with it, zoning off Blitzer Girl on B site with the rifle, just making his presence known. And so EPA have to keep that in the back of their mind, that there is a very skilled marksman on the map with them, and they have to be careful with that.
That's something to respect on the pitch in any game. Actually, it's something that the competitive scene really could teach the pub scene a little bit of, is a call out to your teammate of your last, or he's last as in the enemy is last, then it's the bolty, or that guy that just killed me has the bolty. It really does change how you play into challenging that position. Something as simple as jumping out into the angle so that they can't just crosshair place on the crouch peak or the jiggle peak spot, which is a common way to quick peek these angles for information without giving too much of your body for trade damage. You then go about it a different way. You can throw your barrel out, bait the shot, step in and out to bait the shot, use a teammate to re-swing it. It really does change how you play into that weapon. So I'm looking to see which side of these scales settles, whether the bolty will outweigh or whether team play will outweigh in this clash.
I think we still do have to favor EPA. I'm wondering what is going to be done about Walker and Kaner moving up. If it is going to be a utility solution, or if we're going to see the Spartans continue to just run up against that and hope that they can win the opening duels, that their entry fraggers are effective enough to stop Walker and Kaner from playing so aggressively. But Walker has been mixing his position up as well. Sometimes he'll hang out by E-Box. Sometimes he'll take a position close to KFC. We saw him taking long when Sicario Spartans weren't moving and they were still by the escalator. But regardless, I want to see what the Spartans do about the Walker problem. And here, 3-2, they've got a big opportunity if they can find an effective solution to look very competitive on the first half of Skybridge against EPA as we're back into the lobby, and already they've lost a member.
That's a first early grenade out of Niemenas that's going to pick up Brand. The attacking squad has gone towards the B site. 3 members of EPA's defense are stacked towards A. First point of contact and visual from Blitz up towards Heaven is going to re-inform the EPA members that it is a B site push. Nosebleed is going to get one. Pablo trades back, but Propus has got the response on the trade for the Spartans.
So far, so good for the Spartans. 3v3 with the bomb down as well. But here comes Kaner. Chance to really have a nice day at the office if he can get going. Nemo and Sheep are doing battle up top here in Heaven, and Nemo gets the better of him, but elsewhere, Kaner's been dropped by Mr. Krabs on that TRG. We were just talking about the impact he can have, as Propus finds some impact himself. 2 kills and an important round to get the Spartans level with EPA, and now Nemo is all alone in a 1v2, and we'll have an easier time with this first kill, but prying Mr. Krabs from his position down range will be difficult if Nemo even gets that far. Propus tags a 3K and puts the Spartans at 3 rounds themselves.
A little bit of strength out of Propus will help the Spartans level it up. We're going to look to the next couple of rounds to see which of the 2 teams are able to take a hold of the tempo, or whether we're going to start trading rounds like dominoes, 3-3, maybe to a 4-4 split half. You'd think that EPA would look to try and close this out 5-3. The Spartans are not going to let it go into the night that easily. Rolling out from spawn. We'll look to see if this Spartan squad swings towards Heaven and the B site again. No. Bomb to KFC. 2 members up to Sandwich. Oh no, slower. The Crab's going to go back to playing from the hole.
The gap in the smoke there. Propus is looking for something optimistic, but no one shows their face. But Kaner has fallen. Nosebleed again, and I think a similar position near Sandwich. Still finding impact on the map, and that might have been another jump kill. I couldn't quite tell, but hello. Walker run through the smoke, and Propus is ready for it this time around. That's aggression punished, and EPA might have overplayed their hand. Now thrust into a 3v4.
Slowly, Bran is going to try and creep his way out of VIP here to look for a pick. You can see him playing the tighter corner towards this right-hand wall so he doesn't expose the position Nemo's holding from. Hpl Eu up on top of the box out towards Banana's going to get damage down. Propus is hurt but gets on site. Bomb being planted, Nemo's going to swing this. Bran holding for VIP is going to get a good pick. That's exactly the patience that the Spartans are going to be looking for from that VIP power position.
Yeah, that's why you play for VIP right there. Now Blitzer Girls in a 1v4, which isn't out of the realm of possibility, but definitely won't be easy as the Sicario Spartans are well set up, and Propus knows where she is now and does sacrifice their life, but that's for the round win. Sheep closes it out, and it's a guaranteed tied first half for the Spartans now as they notch a fourth.
Good work out of the Spartans. Propus, like you said, since the restart's had a great game. Can't speak for before the restart right now, as my memory is not good for 10 players with the kill-death ratios through a full restart. We'll look to that one a little bit later on, but for now, we know Krabs had a good couple of rounds in there. Propus now showing up. She put himself a good confident one to back up Propus's work in the last round as well. EPA going to be looking for a different open to the round to try and just pull a little bit of this tempo back for their own favor. Look at the aggressive push out from EPA on the B site. Heaven's going to get challenged really quickly.
Would love to see that fight as well, as it's pushed further. It's going to be a one-on-one duel that will open up a flanking position for EPA should they win it. And the player does go in. It's Nemo that takes out Sheep, but does back off. So not going to continue to press their luck as Pablo has found a kill elsewhere. And EPA are starting off this final round of half number one on quite the right foot. Sicario Spartans see their numbers trimmed quite early on in the round.
Yeah, the Spartans aren't going to care too much about losing that one member other than potentially paying that flank a little bit more respect. You see, Krabs' positioning on this Balti is set up for it as well. That's kind of where that position anchors in towards, just in case that flank goes down. Can play from the hole and turn and face Heaven, or can play forwardly aggressive. Given a good timing read, EPA are going to send that B-site defender to go on a bit of a search and a hunt. Krabs repositions towards the back of the lobby, looking to try and find that B main member. Bolt is going to go down. Nemo is working absolute overtime on the outside of the map, as we are currently paying all the attention to the A site that is being contested by EPA, but not pressured. Nemo on the back. It's finding Nemo as the meme of the game right now, and he is theming up. Nemo for a 4K. Nemo just working all the map to his advantage. What is going on?
Well, as much as I loved watching Pablo reload his gun on the backside of A, Nemo was having a fun time on the other side of the map. Big time 4K, won that initial Heaven duel, and then from there, backed off for a moment. And then with the information that it was still an A hit, Pablo finding that pick on the other side, crept up Heaven, took control of main, and once Mr. Krabs fell with that TRG watching the flanking position, it was all over from there. That was the big domino that falls, and EPA do level that first half. So a good closeout, but they're still tied. Again, Sicario Spartans for 3 consecutive maps now against 2 top 3 rosters in HPL have gone 4-4 in half one.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a little bit of gripe up in the HR section for the Sicario Spartans. I think there's going to be a memo sent out to each of the members of the Sicario esports team for this Spartan roster that says, hey guys, the flank's open for one of the 3 members that went down to Nemo one after the other, and a message that seemed to get lost in communication, apparently, as Nemo just continued to eat his way through the backline one at a time for a whole 4-piece. Now, Blitzer Girl is deciding that she's going to take the forward aggressive position and use that Heaven advantage to knock down one of the Spartans, whilst 3 members push their way up lane 2 and lane 3 towards site with the bomb.
We kept it out of the spotlight too long, Blitzer Girl. Right back center stage with first blood. First round of our second half. Kaner, though, will fall in quick succession. Walker does have an answer. EPA hold on to their player advantage, but Pablo is a shell of a player right now. That HP bar is so low, but it may not be a factor unless Brand can change things, exhausting their entire magazine and not connecting but maybe a single bullet there to the shoulder of Nemenos, who closes out around that Blitzer Girl started, but Nemo posts a big-time 3K. That's another multi-frag round win for Nemenos.
Did Nemo take out insurance policy and, like, claim back some of his health bar from a different round to be able to survive that? Because there definitely wasn't any left on my screen. Oh, there's going to be pictures of that on the socials in the next couple of days. Pablo surviving on a whim and a prayer. Apparently, hopes and dreams carry you better than any HP point does. On to the next one. 5-4. EPA find themselves up. I mean, nothing short of a miracle from Pablo's perspective to be one in the lead now. The nade early in spawn actually gets caught on the top of the corner from the scenery and does nothing at all.
So EPA shift their attention from B in the last round now back to a more standard A hit. Though they're not taking it too fast. Blitzer Girl's actually down, so that's an early pick for the Sicario Spartans, and everyone's getting involved. This is a nice defense so far, as they made it close against EPA that last round, but couldn't quite find the picks necessary to get back in a round that EPA started off on the right foot. And now the Spartans start to close in as Pablo enters the site, and Sicario actually stay back. They're not taking any forward positions here, but Nosebleed, after taking Walker out, maybe start to creep towards VIP, as that is the VIP player set down, but on site, Pablo's having a big impact.
I mean, two more are going to be coming through. Pablo! I can see it coming from a mile off. He slams the jump shot. Thankfully, there's two of them there to get the trade from it, as two awesome shots are hit back to back. Pablo nails the jump shot, and then Sheep rips his head off of the top of his shoulders for it. Out from the smoke is Sheep. He's almost the man, the mystery, and the legend. Never mind. Nemo goes for the blade, but Kana puts him down instead. Nemo's got moves like Jagger and blue suede shoes. Oh, what a play.
I don't think it would have mattered, but, I mean, come on, Nemo should have been dead right there. That's absurd. And the Pablo jump shot, it told us that was going to be an absurd round from the get-go. Look at this. Poor Bran. Knows Pablo's on site, but doesn't think he's going to be a factor, because that swing is being watched, though the headshot isn't, or the jump shot, rather, isn't being watched. EPA 6-4, and those are the magical moments that make this the team that they are.
I don't know whether it's disgusting or disrespectful, but it's definitely dissing something. That was beautiful work out of Pablo. And again, an equally good response from Sheep to not be intimidated by his teammate getting jump shot and to react. Oh, Pablo. What is this man eating for breakfast this morning? I want some of his dodge mechanics inside of my character sheet. Shots across Blitzer Girl again as well, able to tack the bullet. That helmet probably doing a great job. 1-for-1. Nosebleed has Kana. Pablo has Bran. Goblin Gas. The reload's an unfortunate time for Nosebleed. He's going to run straight into Blitzer Girl's awaiting arms.
So close. Spotted the shoulder of Walker there, but couldn't react fast enough as Walker dipped behind cover, and then Blitzer Girl took out the aggressing Spartan, though there is a player close to the attacking side spawn. Mr. Krabs has pushed up, and now EPA, I think they are wary of this possibility, as Blitzer Girl from VIP is watching for a flank, while Walker and Pablo pushed to sight, and Sheep had a chance to disrupt that round for EPA, but a messy spray thwarts the opportunity. That's a Mr. Krabs 1v3 inbound. Otherwise, EPA have 7. And there it goes. Just like that, blink and you miss it. EPA do get that 7th round.
Do you think that EPA have settled into the stride of what we would have expected from them inside of this game? I do feel, for the first time, for all of what I've cast so far, actually, for Season 4 HPL EU, that this one is starting to now get as close to the strat book as what we expected. This is following the logic that we've come into this game with now, and this is settling exactly as I thought it would play out on the day. It's been surprises throughout Season 4, actually, as teams have improved and impressed us time and time again, but EPA now settling into a comfortable rhythm against the Spartan squad, which is a tough team. Like we said, it might be placed 8th on the table right now, but that just goes to show how good all 8 teams are that have qualified for Season 4.
Well, if the B hits work as effectively, well, I guess if the B hit that's incoming here, I should say, there's only been one so far. It was the first round of this half, and EPA used it to start off with a successful 5th round on the board. And if those hits continue the way that they have been so far, then I think EPA are running away with it, as the Spartans We'll have to rotate in late. The bomb is already down, and Spartans do announce their location. Propus finds a pick, and EPA have their numbers trimmed a bit, but Kaner finds a response in succession with Nemenos. Falling at the hands of Bran, the Spartans maintain a player advantage before Blitzer Girl will shake things up.
I'm going to say I was looking to the map to see which one Blitzer Girl was, as things are starting to look sour for EPA. It's normally Blitzer on the back of the play, making that leveling change. Ooh, nosebleed. Kaner is set up extremely well to be able to deal with this. Pablo's going to pick up sheep in the backside, but Kaner is set. Ready! Oh, nosebleed's even more ready, though. 2 down, 8 on the clock. They have it. This is completely done. Pablo, there's no way he's going to be able to get this as Nosebleed covers him off, and it's a completely won round from Sicario, thanks to some great teamwork. Big nod.
Unbelievable. No seconds left outside of the maybe 3 milliseconds that the Spartans had in between the finishing of that defuse and the bomb ticking away. That is insanity, as there was a chance for Epay to disrupt that, but the cover was perfect cracked, and the Spartans actually hold B.
Are we destined for a 6-9 scoreline for the Spartans for the whole day? Somebody has just said in the chat, actually feels a bit rough. It's maybe it's the cursed scoreline. Maybe that is just the flavor of the day, the theme. That nade going all the way off at the end of lane 1 would have covered off for an aggressive push, but it looks like this time EPA have decided they're going to the A site. Not for long. Oh, nosebleed.
Walker was allowed to spin around there as Nosebleed had a free kill, but wasn't expecting the position from Walker. That shallow and VIP, I suppose. And so, EPA, 2 players left, have the possibility to clutch this. Pablo and Walker have it within their skill set to win, but the Spartans have shut down these clutches well, never really letting EPA into understat situations, but Propus pushing that will allow Walker to make this an even 2v2, and the EPA clutch has begun.
Good positions out of the Spartans on defense here. Should see this red really well. Drop the bomb, come back, they did. Oh, Krabs is...
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Nice spray from Krabs there. I mean, 2 players right in his crosshairs, and I mean, he transferred the spray perfectly. That's an easy closeout for the Spartans, knowing where EPA were going. They had a great read on the round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy that the member in lane 1 picks up the second of the 2 kills, because Krabs did transfer beautifully. It looked like he should have killed the second guy, but actually it's Sheep that robs him from down the end of lane 1. But the crossfire out of the Spartans is... it just goes to show how well positioned they were. That defensive setup, the 2 of them, nice and deeply set across both positions down the B site. Flash out, Kane's going to feel rough. Nosebleed's going to delete him. Walker with the counter grenade takes out Propus, though. Pablo survives again. Pablo! What is this man made of?
Nothing solid, apparently. Slipping around every bullet sent his way. And it does take a little bit of health loss, but I'm sure the life versus HP loss is a fair trade. Take half his health if it means he can stay standing and help EPA maybe get access to A, as Nosebleed is a menace. 12 frags since the reset, and the Spartans have used that as a bit of a launch pad, as A has been a bit more closed off to EPA than I'm sure the favorites here might like. And if the Spartans can close this round out, we'll be tied at 7 apiece, and then maybe they can talk about breaking that 9-6 curse, as that's how they've lost so far today. But EPA are still in a commanding position here with a bit of control over towards A, but Pablo's just taking Blitzer Girl out. Was ready for a flank, but not his teammate.
2v2. Bomb with good cover from E-Box's smoke. Brand's just trying to play with the audio by jumping back and forth here on E-Box, just trying to force an aggressive push through the smoke, trying to encourage a mistake. Oh no, Brand's poke and play does not stop the bomb from going down. It also gives Walker information. Pablo's going to jump from sight and slam Sheep again in a similar way that he did earlier. Pablo's on the hunt as well. He's feeling himself right now. He's bloodthirsty, Epic. He's just hunting him down.
Good to make up for his mistake of killing Blitzer Girl not 20 seconds ago, and Walker will silence the rest of the Spartans. Mr. Krabs joining the fight just a little bit late, fashionably so, but EPA still get the round win off the back of Pablo, stepping up with a couple of big kills in that 2v3.
Now, this is where we'll expect EPA to explode out of the spawn and to force an authoritative, quick close to the game. Match point. 2 of them in their hands, and the full 3 points on the table in the future if they can close out. Skybridge is merely the first on the table. Got to start somewhere.
Another B hit for EPA as they've been good at rushing down B, but Mr. Krabs holding close. He's in a nice spot to really disrupt this as find any initial kills to break things open, but he can fall with taking away 1 kill like that. Mr. Krabs will silence Kaner, and upon reloading, actually he's still holding this position, and a second one would be a cherry on top. It's a great start already for the Spartans. Nosebleed's been taken out though, and Propus actually bleeding out a little bit, and so amid all of the chaos, EPA take the fight back towards A, and that's towards a low health Propus.
I don't think the Spartans really believed that they could just bait and drop out that quickly from the site, because they definitely haven't responded as quickly. EPA are already here. There's only one member of the Spartans left tucked behind site, and it's Propus with a very small amount of health. The one thing he's got in his favor right now is he is carrying this shotgun. The one thing the shotgun does is really good aggressive pushes through onto a bomb planting on site. That smoke goes up. That's going to be irrelevant, as the shotgun will be more than competent to go through it. Propus is just going to tuck down. Bomb gets planted. 45 on the clock.
There's smoke out as well, saving utility for the final push for the Spartans, trying to section off this EPA hold. But you have to keep an eye on VIP as Blitzer Girl. Been a threat from over there already this half. Nemo from the smoke. I'm not sure if he had sight on Sheep. Just knew there were bullets being sent his way, but Propus and Mr. Krabs gets this round back within striking distance. Brand finds another, and Nemonos is the only thing that can conclude this map for EPA. Instead, Brand runs him down and will be able to defuse. Sicario Spartans stay afloat on Skybridge.
I feel like Nemo either had run out of ammo there or wasn't quite fully finished the reload animation. You see him duck and tuck under the bullets of Brand as he pushes out, almost like he can't fight back. It's very rare for Nemo to be trying to overplay or outplay his opponent with too much of a flashy play, so you'd have to feel there's a reason behind that. Nice try nonetheless. You give it to Brand there to take the forward approach, not be intimidated by the 1 versus 1, and to catch Nemonas after the combat as quickly as he can so he can get the best chance of that trade. Brand does successfully manage to convert on it, and EPA find themselves 1 round away from success, or an overtime though. Very importantly, that overtime gonna loom in the background like a shadow on this round.
Sure, Sicario Spartans are just happy to see 7 on the scoreboard, and not in their opponent's column either. This is the best result they've posted today, and a nightmare of a day 4, having to play Sicario and EPA back-to-back. But Spartans have shown they're up for the task. Brand has been chunked out early on, and Mr. Krabs holding a devious position, can't capitalize on it. EPA with already 2 quick picks, and Walker looking for a 3rd, but Propus got the jump on him, so an aggressive stance for the defense gets this round back in the Spartans' favor. 3v3, but the bomb has gone down, but Sheep turns the tide of this final 16th round of regulation, and Blitzer Girl needs a 1v3 that won't even get started. Cracked. You want some overtime?
I mean, I don't need to want it because we're getting it, baby. He is hiding Sheep, and hiding he was. Waited for the perfect time to swing. He doesn't get just one of them. He gets himself both. Looking down that lane, he picks up the first and the clean transfer head-to-head as they both come off the bomb. Leaves the Spartans in a 3 versus 1 pressured scenario on site with knowledge of the rotation that's coming in from EPA and a matching member.
Okay, well, at least 3 more rounds to decide this one. As the Sicario Spartans, bottom of the table, yes, but doesn't mean they're down and out against any team in HPL EU. EPA have been one of the best rosters to take to the server this season, and yet Sicario Spartans have sent them to OT in map 1, which, mind you, was the EPA map pick. But still, you need to push even further, dig a little deeper for the Spartans to get the win here. And what a map win it would be.
Now, here's the one factor that those at home that are not familiar with EPA will not recognize, or that we may have forgotten. You don't like to poke a bear. It tends to become a demon and start shredding you to pieces. That being said, if you are going to poke the bear, make sure you at least follow through. And follow through is what the Spartans have done so far. 2 versus 1. The kills they've picked up early on the round. Brand's about to find his head being removed. Nemo on the hunt again. Nemo causing so much distraction in the back line right now.
He got spooked away from taking that fight, though. Had the element of surprise, saw a second player, and didn't want to go down with EPA, having already lost Pablo and Walker early on. So 4v3 still for the Spartans. Propus, the bomb on their back, is looking to creep in, but still slinks back into KFC. And the Spartans will take this slow. They've been happy to play with the pace of rounds and make sure they're going to their proper protocols on half number 1. This is something they were doing even with a player advantage, knowing A is a little bit open. They'll still take it slow, make sure everything is done in a proper fashion. And with Nemonos in a flanking position, this hold needs to be proper, as now it is just Nemo to maybe steal away a 9th for EPA.
I mean, Kana has managed to put as much pressure down as he can. He got his one and gave Nemo space to be able to fight and win his one without dying as well. He only gets traded 1 for 1. And now 1 versus 2. We know Nemo is more than capable of this. Sheep going to play it smart, sensible, going to back off. Nosebleed fully tucked as well. Sheep looking for that jump shot. Nemo's going to fully commit across. Read to the side. He knows he's got one in KFC. Can he just get on this here? 10 seconds left on the clock is going to make it impossible. Time has run out already. It forces him into the aggressive play. And the Spartans will take the lead 9-8 in overtime.
13 kills for Nosebleed since the reset. And he has been a standout player for the Sicario Spartans. Such a great opener and closer when still alive at the end of the round, as the Spartans have taken a lead against EPA. This is an unbelievable result so far. And there is still work to be done now, but Sicario Spartans seem to be in their best form at the moment, and that's even with Mr. Krabs having a quiet last many rounds. Just 2 kills on the board, and yet the Spartans are going toe-to-toe with EPA, one of the best in the league. And this hold here will be important for EPA. Around A, there's only 3 defenders to work with, but those defenders are strong enough to hold strong.
Smokes over towards the A site. Are going to give EPA knowledge that Sicario have at least a couple of members invested into this. Very rare that a team will just throw smokes at a site for a distraction. Seems like a drastic waste of utility. 4 members of EPA are stacked up to defend this. Rat versus Sandwich. Bench versus KFC. And 2 playing back towards the scaffolding actually sees a really deep defensive hold on this round. EPA know how much this one counts. They want to go into the half with an even split. Force Sicario to have to put a round over the line back-to-back on the second half to make it convert. That grenade out towards Graffiti, short of Nemo. Brand's going to pick up the kill. Nemo takes the header. Nosebleed off, jumping in front of the util.
Jump shot blocked. EPA get an answer, but it is still a 4v4. Kaner and Walker, they had pushed up on site. Kaner has fallen. Walker hasn't budged. Propus can dislodge him, but is distracted by Nemonos pushing in. And that allows Walker to, even though I'm sure he was just as surprised to be taking that fight, get the kill. 2v2, Blitzer Girl and Pablo versus Mr. Krabs and Sheep. You're right, Crack. This one weighs heavy here in overtime. And the Sicario Spartans are running out of clock to work with. 12 seconds now, and Sheep runs in, but is dropped by Pablo. Mr. Krabs versus Blitzer Girl. Queen of Clutch versus the sharpshooter marksman of the Spartans, and the time runs out. Blitzer Girl stalls out the round, and EPA used the clock against the Spartans to get 9 on the board.
There's no way the timer got to there. I'm not even going to lie to you, Bepic. I was so shocked at the time when I looked up and saw 10 on the clock, and she didn't even need to fight him. I was so feared for that, because that's the Balti versus the Assault class. Not the tank, the Assault class. And that Assault class is a paper bag when it comes to the TRG. It really could have gone the Spartans' way, but you've got to give it to Blitzer Girl. Patience. Patience is key. And 9-9. If we're going into the second half of the first overtime, I'm going to say the first overtime because I smell a whiff of an extension here.
Hold on. I think this next round will determine if we get a second overtime or not. I think if EPA able to take 10, pressure get to the Sicario Spartans, but we'll see what happens now, as the Spartans so far haven't acted as though there's any pressure on their shoulders, and with really nothing to lose here in the second weekend of HPL Season 4, I don't blame them, as Propus moves in, and Kaner doesn't spot him. Off to the side of Kaner's screen, he's focused elsewhere, and so First Blood goes the way of the Spartans, and there's a lot of space gained deep into enemy territory, though Walker has his answer. He doesn't like anybody taking his playbook to use against him, and so Sicario Spartans pay the price.
You feel a little bit off for the Spartans there. The double push out of bench was really, really oddly timed. Actually ended up going one after the other. Propus heavily playing into the, I guess, the egoist mentality of I can win that and then I can win more. Instead of just waiting for his teammate to come for the second to go out towards KFC, he sees the Spartans losing both members. The second one doesn't even trade 1-for-1, and EPA have really the pick of the crop now. Commit to the A site 4 versus 2 or choose to rotate out. You can even leave an anchor and go 3 versus 1 on the other side. Now, everything on the table. Play the hand the cards dealt, says Pablo. They move forward onto this A site, work with the info they've gained. You know the Spartans are going to push aggressively. Blitz is there to hold one off the first. Panther on the second, as Krabs does pick up Blitz in the response. 1-for-1. Site trades are good, but the smoke over to E-Box is going to get refreshed. Not quite in time. Brand's going to have a chance to peek, as does Krabs. 1-for-1. They go down again as Nemo and Brand trade out. It's just Brand versus 2. Pablo, Walker, and Brand. In, out. Pablo takes a lot of abuse. That's very rough. Now he's stuck in a tough spot.
Still finds cover, so Bran doesn't get that opening kill to make it a clean 1v1, but playing Ring Around the Rosie with Pablo, a game you often find a winner in, but I think Bran has won this version of it. Almost took out Walker from behind and actually does finish the job in VIP, but has to stick a defuse soon or go for the kill. EPA, though, with Pablo still standing. He was worse for wear, but still found a way to get that final frag. And EPA do get to map point first.
I had to wrench myself back from the cartoon realm there for a second. I almost felt transformed into Mickey Mouse for a moment again as we saw the shots into VIP on the back of Walker's head converted from Brand. That looked good on screen. I'm going to be real, though. It's Pablo. And I mean, we've spoken all day about how this man has survived time and time again. I mean, you want to put yourself up in a 1 versus 1 against any of the EPA lineup. I'm not picking Pablo today. Definitely not.
He's been on one. 12 kills here on Skybridge. And reminder, this is only the first map of our best of 2 between EPA and Sicario Spartans. We have been treated early on in this one. I think a series that some of us, me included, were riding off the Sicario Spartans in. But they have had themselves a day. Going close with the main Sicario lineup earlier on in their first best of 2. And now EPA's feeling the wrath. The wrath of Propus and the rest of the Spartans. And Propus wants more. Doesn't get it. Nemo will silence the streak that Propus was on, but not before the damage was done. 4v3, the Spartans could see us to a second OT.
I'm going to wait and see what Sheep is able to do here, because this is one of those paramount moments we're going to look at the round. Sheep can be the savior or the sinking of the ship. He's got to find this one. The first goes down, and that's a huge pick because the bomber's down. He's in the smoke now. The second he knows it's there, Nemo is going to win that out. Nemo's been consistently clean all day long with the shots. He retains control of the bomb position. Now, though, numbers 3v2 still not favoring EPA. Flash out. Nemo safe to it. Sees the pixel. Doesn't manage to hit the headshot.
Walker's found Nosebleed. And that will plunge us back into a 2v2 with time dwindling a bit on EPA. Though they've been good about saving final smokes to press into site late and keep Sicario Spartans from pushing in easily. No one's pressing the smoke now as Mr. Krabs turns around and finds Walker. Walker had an idea that's what was happening, but it doesn't matter. An idea isn't a kill, which Bran and Mr. Krabs both get theirs in the 2v2. And here we go again. I was dead wrong, correct. We get that second overtime as the Spartans fight from behind.
Hey, just as our good old friend Hort would like to say, hey, we do love being wrong here in the casting booth. That just means we get to see more action on screen. And OT round 2 it is, baby. Let's go. EPA Nemo riding the top of that leaderboard comfortably. 21 and 14, that is. Since the restart, by the way. Since the restart.
What a performance from Nemenos, and yet that's not enough for EPA, which I think is the most surprising story here, is 20 plus kills for Nemo isn't enough for EPA to convincingly win on Skybridge. We're still going now. I mean, 10 rounds deep apiece. The Sicario Spartans have shown impressive resilience, and I think this bodes well for maybe this weekend of HPL EU Season 4 and future tournaments as well in the EU scene. I mean, I'm excited to see this Sicario Spartans lineup and what they can do to disrupt what we had come to expect in HPL, and that's Sicario, EPA, Pandaric dominance, though right now, and in the previous best of two, the Spartans have changed those stories, made us worry for Sicario, and now worry for EPA as well. Overtime 2 begins now.
And if you had any plans for the tournament finishing early and dropping off to go and play a few games, then cancel them, as we might just be here for the full-on weekend. Put that chair back into recline, sit back, relax, and let the cart take you to where the action's at. Currently, right now, we are seeing, I mean, the Spartans put up a exceptional performance to be able to hold EPA to 10 to 10. They are down a member, Nosebleed, the top frag for them currently, taking himself a timeout.
It's the usual entry fragger as well for the Spartans. Nosebleed has been a good front man for the team, but Mr. Krabs has location on Kaner, so I'm sure the Spartans, even without vision on him, should have known he was pushed up into some sort of deep position, but now they know he's a sitting rat. And the Spartans can play off of that info. Sticking around A for now, though, as Mr. Krabs finds a nice pick. Walker is down for the count, and now Kaner versus Bran. It's a win for the Spartans. They remove the EPA Rats and take themselves what was a temporary 4v3. Propus is down. Nemo makes sure of that. It's 21 for him, but with 20 seconds left, Spartans will have to make their move soon.
Behind the smoke, Blitz is going to find one onto Bran. Pablo also looking to try and trade through that smoke towards bench. Krabs is on site, and with 8 seconds left on the clock, Blitz, all she has to do is to be able to swing for this bomb. Krabs is going to be caught with his pants down as the run and the jump. They're not going to save his life. There's no way that Sheep gets both before the time is out to take the round. You're kidding. Jungle. Ambulance is here. Sicario Spartans saved on the brink.
Wow. The bomb down, time ticking away, and it's Sheep from way downtown to emerge and silence EPA. That's an unbelievable pickup at the end of round 21. Sicario Spartans are playing with fire, but it's EPA that gets burned. Early advantage for the Spartans, and what a clutch up out of Sheep, who's not had a super boisterous performance on Skybridge, just 6 kills prior to that massive double.
1:35 left on the clock for EPA to take the round back in their favor. They thought they'd done it. They thought that the time was out. It wouldn't have made a difference. Almost down on site. Krabs has got his eyes on the prize, though, and Blitzer Girl is one of the big damage dealers in this EPA lineup, goes down early. The Balti again. That just sounds like the bang of the doldrums. The sound of doom and gloom just creeping in as the smoke suffocates Pablo and Walker off a sight. Oh gosh, here comes the play. You know this is going to be a shotgun through the smoke if there's a chance. Pablo can't find it through the smoke instead.
Oh wow, Sheep moved in, and that's Pablo down. Nemo's fallen as well, and Sicario haven't taken a lick of damage, let alone suffer a casualty. Walker will change that. That's nearly a second to add to his potential 1v5, but there's just no way. I know Walker is a shifty player, but he can't find his way out of this. Sicario Spartans are too well set up. 2 players sitting heaven. A Walker sandwich with the Sheep as one of the slices of bread, and you don't even see the second. That's a 12th for the Sicario Spartans. What is going on?
The mentality got broken the first round of the second overtime when they made a mistake. 2 players are caught just kind of running into each other on the outside of Fanta. And, well, could have done with taking a sip from a glass of the Fanta, as it did not lead well to them, nor did it lead well to the back end of that round. I mean, EPA were there to defend the site, but as the smoke went up and we thought they'd make the sneaky play through the smoke aggressively, instead the Spartans don't sneak, they stride.
We'll switch halves here, but EPA are the team against the wall at the moment. If they don't win right now, their chances of winning HPL Season 4 go right out the window. And it would be because they drop a map to the Sicario Spartans. Would be unbelievable scenes here in HPL EU. But we've seen shocking things happen before. The Spartans would be next in a long line of crazy upsets, and Bran will hand deliver an opening frag. Mr. Krabs adds a pair, and EPA are down to Pablo and Walker. Sheep spots Pablo, knowledge is gained, and again, Walker's in a 1v5 with the Sicario Spartans laughing all the way to the bank. Ha ha ha! A map win against EPA! The Sicario Spartans have pulled off the upset of Season 4.
They've got to go again if they're going to take a full 3 points from it. They want to really hammer the nail home of everybody inside of these 8 teams that have taken to Season 4 and the HPL EU are worth their spot. Well, that's one half of that job done as well. We spoke about TFG doing half a job and needing to complete it. They took their confident 2-map success home with a great performance in both after some resilience. The Spartans, they're going to find more than resilience. An outstanding performance out of Nimanas at 21 and 17, backed up by good performances out of Pablo, Walker, and Blitzergirl, respectively. Just doesn't see them over the line. The Spartans, in fits and bursts, with less epic scorelines. Epic. They make it count. And this is something we talk about. It's almost got the TRG effect to it. It's not the flashy plays. It's not the big, flashy, splashy Starlight performances that count, but 1 or 2 kills here or there that make all the impactful difference.
I think most importantly in overtime, the B site was closed for business. EPA had no options playing around B, as that was dominated by the Spartans. It didn't matter on either side of the map, which side they were starting from, attack or defense. In overtime, they took space. They pushed through those train cars, and EPA couldn't find much space to work with. Even with Walker looking a little bit menacing on site, it was shut down by the Spartans as they pushed their player advantages extremely well. They pushed as a unit rather than as single players, and wow, the Spartans have just beaten EPA on Skybridge, and we still have another map to play through. What a start.
I mean, what a start is an understatement. I'm just looking back at some of the score lines and trying to figure out where it didn't work. I want to say where it went wrong, but that feels like you're undervaluing, because it didn't necessarily go wrong. I think there was maybe one highlight play that the EPA squad will look to where they'll probably be like, maybe we could have been a little bit more coordinated here. This is a bit messy. Probably tidied that up a bit, but short of that, they were very well hit with good utility from the Spartans. Kana had a rough game because of how well executed the utility was. The Spartans took aggressive advantages. I wanted to throw an honorable mention to Bran, actually. The moments for me, 9 and 8 in the first overtime, where Bran, they didn't win the round, but was able to push aggressively out through the smoke on E-Box. Bran, one of the newer players to the scene, dipping his toes in the water for some experience, has shown up and has shown out very well for the Spartans squad. So, a great honorable mention to Bran for his good performance in that one to help the Spartans get over the line. But it was an all-round confidence show from them in the back half of the game that I think secured that victory.
And that sums it up, I think, for the entirety of the Spartans. Even when things got crazy, when EPA would lay their smokes down by E-Box, you had Bran pushing through it confidently. You had still confident 2v2s from that spot, even though your information is sort of locked off. And you're in a situation where I'm sure somewhere in the back of the Spartans' minds are thinking, okay, if we don't win this 2v2, then the EPA can use that to make a run and close us out despite a good performance. But they didn't let that get to them. They pushed through any adversity that showed face, and didn't let EPA clutch as well, which we are used to seeing. I mean, EPA 1v2, 1v3s, that's how they've made their money in HPL seasons of past. This one as well. But the Spartans didn't let them gain those sort of advantages, get those hype moments on the board. They shut down clutch attempts, and when they had player advantages, they pushed those rounds over the finish line, and they stacked up.
Yeah, we're going to look through some of these highlights and just remind ourselves as to how good some of the gunplay was between each of these two teams. I mean, from time and time again, the fight over VIP was very, very hotly contested. Neither team securing this at any one point in time. We'll go back to it. There's 3 highlights in a row there that actually found us inside of VIP. We see shots from Hole. Krabs trying to play that position quite commonly, doesn't find so much success that we'd seen. On site as well, let's talk about this little tuck angle here where Hpl Eu had made magic work with a couple of jump shots too, Bepic. I mean, everybody really showing out in this one.
It was a fun one to watch. I mean, this is an HPL classic right here with the Sicario Spartans signing off on the map themselves. It was a great contest on all facets of the map, and we went to double overtime to find a winner, but Nosebleed was phenomenal. Kills like that are big time for Nosebleed. And look at the cover as well. This is a deserving full highlight. I didn't even realize in the moment that was a Nosebleed triple kill to secure that round and effectively keep overtime a possibility, as if the diffuser dies in that situation where Nosebleed's job is to cover them up, then it's round over. EPA win and it's map over. But they get the defuse, they push to overtime, and history was made after that.
I think you've got to give it to the Spartans for how they approach the game overall as a macro, like the same way that any team should, just one of the top 3 teams in this scene. And it's like, you've got to look at keeping yourself neck and neck with your opposition for rounds all the way up till you start to threaten that map point. And then once you really do threaten that map point, in keeping yourself close to that scoreline of the favored team, you put them under pressure. Being close allows you to have that pressure convert into mistakes, unforced errors, and then you've got to get it over the line by, finalizing those errors, by actually capitalizing on those unforced errors and taking the advantage of them. And you've got to give it to the Spartans. The mistake on the side of Fanta was capitalized on by a good jungle positioning that got 2. The mistake off the back of the B site where both people's backs are turned down lane 2, not respecting that position at the end of lane 1, has them double killed and the bomb open for a defuse. So it's 100% a well-played game from the Spartans, which we will tip our hat to. That being said, it's only one of 2 halves.
Bay 5 is upcoming, and that was the map choice of the Spartans. They had their choice between Bowl or Bay 5, and they wanted to go to the harbors and shipping containers and take the fight to EPA there. But we're going to take a break in the meantime. HPL EU Season 4, presented by Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games, will be right back. And after that first map, you do not want to go anywhere.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 4 of season 4 of the Hpl EU Escape from Tarkov Arena Competitive League. My name is Cracked Wisdom, and here, collecting a little bit of the woosah with me is Mr. Bepic, as we send you out some of our chi to give you guys a chance at a key. That's right. There's a cheeky Escape from Tarkov Arena key going in the chat right now. Exclamation mark HPL for you guys to be able to get your hands on the prize. And whilst I channel some of that chi to one of you lucky winners, we're going to let Bepic talk to us a little bit about map 1 and what we're looking at for map 2. 13-10, double overtime. What more could we have asked for?
I mean, that was one of the greatest upsets in HPL history, I think. And I don't know how I'm supposed to break down map 1 when Crack's She is all over the caster booth right now. But hopefully it helps one of you lucky fellows out there win a key for EFT Arena. But you too can be like the Sicario Spartans if you grind the game and work as a unit like they did in that last map. They took fights so effectively. There were a number of 1v1s that they did straight up win against EPA members, which was shocking in its own right. But when we saw site control taken, especially around B, I think the Sicario Spartans held control firm. And the B site's typically a part of Skybridge that EPA can use to take control of the whole map, whether it's pushing through the site, taking heaven and hell control, and using that flanking position to throw off an attacking side. But we didn't see that, really, outside of maybe a round or two. It was shut down by the Sicario Spartans. They played so well on Skybridge, and now we go to their map pick.
I think I have to agree with you on that one there, actually. We talk about EPA being a very flank-heavy team and the fact that the Spartans did a very good job of respecting that, even to the point when we actually attested to the fact that 2 people were being sent to heavily deal with a flank that was coming around, that even still, let's remind ourselves that Nemo managed to just keep swimming his way to 4 of them in one of the rounds as well. We'll not forget about that little highlight there. But I think the way I'm looking at it right now for the Spartans going into this next map is they need to inspire a little bit of the Benny Hill music. They need to inflict a fond phrase I like to go to called a little bit of the Flurgledurgle, which is where chaos just kind of ensues around, and maybe a random stray Swede just kind of, walks through the chaos from off scene as a cameo that we never expected or had written in the script. That's what I'm expecting for right now. We need Sicario Spartans to continue to create that circus, the chaos, in the cathedral, to keep APA on their toes, or off the toes, I think, as we felt, to be able to push this one home 2-0. I don't know if I am as confident on Bay 5 as I was on Skybridge.
No, especially after EPA suffering that loss. I mean, we were talking about how they need to rally. They need to make sure there is something lit underneath them heading into Bay 5. And when you consider that, if you get them locked in with motivation by losing, I think this is a map that EPA can blow the Sicario Spartans out of the water on. But I was thinking they would do that on Skybridge, and they fell flat relative to their usual stature. So we'll get into Bay 5 and see what happens here. But of course, congratulations to Bulbert5574 winning the HPL giveaway for an arena key. Hopefully you use it well.
Hey, yo, Bulbert. Happy in the chat about that. Pablo, happy in the game about that, as Krabs' Dome gets split in 2. Sheep. He is definitely hiding right now. Meanwhile, Bran is not. Nemo's going to step out and clean up Propis whilst Blitz gets her piece in nose as well. Sheep does find Pablo, and it's just the hiding Sheep. No longer hiding, now he's fighting. 2v1. He's successful. 1v3 left on the cards. Third. Oh, Sheep! What is that for a pre-fire? Oh, my word.
Okay, well, I mean, that's one of those where it's a really impressive intuition play out of Sheep, but it doesn't matter at all because he didn't get close to clutching it. So, pat on the back for Sheep, but that's all they get. EPA nab the round win to open up A5, and I do it in pretty convincing fashion. Sicario Spartans didn't get too much space playing into the B sites, and EPA locked things down right there.
Smoke out. Top mid covered off. In through the roof. Oh, back left of the site. Nobody holding that 90 angle. That nade's not going to find a home. Sheep going again. Nemo going to run away from it again. He's only barely tickled. Never mind. Speaking of tickling, that's going to hurt a little bit more. Nemo under assault.
Pablo laying around the smoke, making noise, and that will elicit a nosebleed spray that does sit Pablo down for the rest of the round. First blood for the Spartans. They're going right back to B here. Saw something that they liked in the last round, and while they did get onto the site, they weren't able to do much once they did take that position, as EPA held control of fuel, and from there the round felt over. But Rand will toss some utility in, and we'll see what's different about this Sicario Spartans hit.
This is... Okay, I wanted to talk about the interesting prone position, but Sheep's going to deny me by getting up off the floor. Fair play to him. Oh, Walker. That's a Walker spot right there. Grabs up and close. Nosebleed actually ends up being the one in the kill feed, although we're almost... We'll pull over our eyes from the bolted and Krabs. Walker does, from that sneak spot, pull the wool over Krabs' eyes. Nemo's got a response to the Profis as Brand takes Nemo back out. Sight is going to allow the plants come through. And Nosebleed's in such a place of control right now. Both members from EPA can't make it to sight.
Walker knows that. He's trying to shut down this position of Nosebleed, but sees the kill feed, pop Kaner, and Nosebleed with this spot. It's going to send bullets through that poor wooden crate, caught in the crossfire. And okay, Nosebleed, I see you going for the knife kill, but that does serve up a distraction for Walker, as Sheep does get the kill with bullets as intended. Though the Spartans winning the round now will counter EPA's good start.
You know what we said about poking the bear?
What do we say?
You don't want to poke the bear. You really don't want to poke the bear. And pulling a melee out against the captain of the Demon Squad is definitely not a wise idea. I am going to watch Walker with a very keen eye for the rest of this map now, and I guarantee you, if you wanted to motivate a man to come after your ankles like a bloodhound, trying to melee him in a competitive game is the way to do it. You love to see it. The rivalry is great. Little bit of heat in the mid as Nosebleed is not intimidated. Nemo's got one back. Nades off. Krabs takes off his health.
Stack that poking the bear, but I think winning in double overtime is poking enough. And that performance that we saw to the Spartans on Skybridge should have already poked the bear. So a knife kill, furthering that, I don't think the Spartans are afraid of poking any kind of bear. I don't think they view EPA as a bear right now. I mean, the device is down. B has fallen under the control of the Spartans, and they are looking like the better team right now, dare I say, as Nosebleed finds another big kill, and it will be a trade. Blitzer Girl will sacrifice Walker's life for a kill pickup, but EPA still have a 2v3 to deal with, and those two are down. Just like that, Sicario Spartans have an advantage.
I don't know about the better team, but I definitely like that round's worth of approach from the Spartans on the attacking side than I do anything I've seen so far. They were fortunate, I would say, to get over the line the first. EPA did a great job of the second. The Spartans did an exceptional job of the third. That site take control and the four-member setup post-plant was about as textbook as it's going to get from the Spartans. And this is the discipline rather than the chaos that we were looking to see, where the Spartans are able to meet this EPA team and match them team for team, almost on an equal standing, like you say. Sheep at 6-1 right now is absolutely slaughtering anybody in his sights.
He's got a little spot of util here to work with, and don't find much. Nosebleed in the middle of the map has taken a lot of space now. Can cut off rotations of EPA if this is truly an A hit for the Sicario Spartans, but Walker will stop the initial push and then retreat back into sight. So Spartans think twice about where they want to head in the middle of the confusion. They're being picked off one by one. EPA is on the hunt. Walker's got a pair of kills now. Blitzer Girl found a third for EPA. And just like that, good position for Nosebleed, but you can't use it to stop rotations when the rotations are going through your back lines.
duel in the corridor as Nemo steps in a little bit too aggressively. Nosebleed is not stopping his movement forward. Reload even still actually slightly over-aggressive there. Gets him falling down to Pablo. Kana in the back alley. Brand takes Kana, but Pablo closes out Brand, and EPA do clown that round back. And when I say clown that round back, I feel like that one was not constructed from either side. That one literally was just right, everybody in, close the door, free for all.
Well, I mean, at least good on EPA for realizing that they could take space through B, push out of connector, maybe take some mid control as well, as the Sicario Spartans didn't win the necessary duels to protect their backside. And with that, I mean, Walker holding strong up front also really helped that EPA defensive structure. They were much improved on both sites compared to how they've started so far on Bay 5. But they have to do it again. And that's the trick at the moment. The Spartans have been a difficult team to keep down in this best of 2, but right now they've been chewed up a little bit. Brand taking some licks, Prompus the same, and Mr. Krabs is going to inflict pain upon any EPA player that he might see around a corner, which Nemo let his presence known, but Mr. Krabs doesn't get any chance to take him down.
Back in the days of my youth, I was an angsty teen. Love a good bit of rock and metal. But this is a different type of headbanging. Headshots out in the mid are missing, but Pablo manages to find center and mass to take Sheep out. Bombing a couple of members towards mid for the Spartans. Might just call that bomb from the A site back slowly away. Unless they're trying to pull the defending team. Now, this is a good play. Spartans start to make audio towards top mid. Most of the EPA members are stacked towards this B site, and instead of giving the space, they push out to take it aggressively. Nemo denies top mid. EPA recognize the importance of the flank. Brand's got one on the headshot Walker. Inside of sight. One back alley from audio. Doesn't need to fight it. Waiting for the rotation. The Balti.
Oh, Nemo jumps it. That's brave. And now Mr. Krabs has to deal with 2 players from EPA moving around through his crosshairs and potentially Blitzer Girl from behind if Pablo doesn't get the initial frag. 1v3 now. Brand low on health, does at least get Kaner, who has yet to register a kill now through 5 rounds of play. But Brand, with time dwindling, 2 players to deal with in a crossfire, has no hope of winning that one. EPA will put a third on the board, and they seem to have recovered after that 2-round skid earlier.
Excellent call there, actually, out of EPA. You can see Blitz being told inside of the corridor to turn around and watch backside, just in case the audio's scuffed. Pablo tells Blitzergill confidently, I have the front door. You can watch my back and we cross. But Blitz turns, goes back into the corridor, and that pulls him out off sight into the pincer. It's great play between the 2 EPA remaining members, and that's going to close the round out for them to take the lead for the first time on Bay 5, something we didn't expect to say, I think, when we came into this map epic. I think we both agreed in the green room before this one that we expected it to be a much more crushing start to this map from EPA if Sicario were able to get a couple of rounds on the board, but we are being delighted to more of the same from map 1. Oh, bro.
I'm all right with being proven wrong again if it means the Sicario Spartans deliver us another classic, just like we saw on Skybridge. Blitzer Girl taken out by Brand there. And that's a nice pickoff as EPA lose one of their B defenders. And, well, half of the remaining ranks have moved back up to red. So EPA, with a split defense now, could fall victim to the Sicario Spartans, should the Spartans pull the trigger on B, which it doesn't look like they are. The bomb's moving back towards spawn, actually. So, undecided, even with a split offensive now being employed by the Spartans with a minute left.
You see the game of chess being played by the 2 members over on the B side that are now being left completely away from the action. Krabs does the dip, duck, dive, dodge, dive, and turn. Does himself a little round the world in 360 degrees with the ways. Kana does finally manage to take down the dancing man.
And it's his first kill, and Pablo Nimenos will enter the feed as well, just to silence the rest of this Spartan resurgence. And so, Sheep won't live much longer to tell that tale. EPA will put together 3 rounds in a row now. And maybe this is the form we were hoping for. A spot of momentum for the Spartans to open up on Bay 5, but EPA to close, at least strong in the first half. We'll see.
So let's remind ourselves where we were at the end of the first half on the previous map. 5-3, a lead for the Spartans. Very comfortable position after a good attacking side. This sits itself in a very similar situation, the only difference being the Spartans on their attack this time around are not going to be able to lead going into the half. They can only at best go in even split. Nemo deletes Propus as we get to see the ragdoll go down. The second follows up from behind. Krabs on this Bolty. He's going to be waiting for each of his teammates to try and help him out. Sheep takes out one and then takes out Krabs. Sheep not realizing that the animals go into the ship 2 by 2. You need your teammate to go with you, Sheep. You can't take him out, mate.
That bomb is being watched like a hawk as well by EPA. These are mistakes we didn't see out of the Spartans on Skybridge. A big part of their win was fairly clean play, unblemished by team kills like that. It was EPA, in fact, that were killing each other in chaotic moments. But right there, Sicario's Spartans take what could have been a 3v4 and much more manageable clutch, and now it's a 1v4 thanks to a team kill and a Blitzer Girl pickoff. And Sheep again is all alone. The black sheep of the herd thrust out into the open with the wolves closing in. EPA are eyeing a fifth, and all that's required to secure it is a successful hunt. They move like a pack, bobbing and weaving. Blitzer Girl gets to finish off that round as EPA get to 5.
It's crazy to think that this is the map that we look to EPA most confident to go into the half 6-2. Absolutely wild comms. It's a great job out of Nemesis again. 9-4, setting up like he's ready to drop another 20 bomb. It's a great performance out of Bran and Sheep too, actually, at 7-5, just a heads up.
They have showed up. I mean, Sheep a couple of times, I think a decent amount of those kills have come in kind of garbage time, or it's 1v3s, 1v4s, but has made good on a couple of clutches, at least to start them off on the right foot, though. Nosebleed, I think, is having a tough time being that great entry player for the Spartans this first half. 6 kills, actually, and I mean, first blood right there without any kind of impact, so Propus will have to turn his ship around. I commented on Kaner having no frags up until he got his first couple of rounds ago, and, well, Propus will finally get to have some real impact on Bay 5 as he opens up B site for that device to go down. The first plant we've had in some time, if at all, as EPA will be on retake duty, 3-on-3.
Smoke out towards Red. It's going to give them a bit more forward pushing pressure from the rotating members now. Yeah, it is the rotation through Harbor you'd be scared about. Pablo is going to be the one big clutch factor to watch in this. The forward pushing members of EPA are going to be the distraction. Pablo's around the outside, almost met by Forklift. Actually, Sicario Spartans have a member towards Harbor. Now 2 look out towards it. The flank comes in. Pablo's going through! Pablo!
Brent's still floating around, so this is an opportunity for a clutch, but the defuse is stuck, and Pablo secures all 3 kills in that final 3v3 to put a 6-2 half on the board. What a clutch up.
Pablo. He's so good at it. He's just disco dancing his way around the outside of the carnage. He sees it. The second I'm thinking in my brain, looking at the minimap, I'm like, it's open. There's nobody watching Harbor. He goes round, he gets to the forklift, and the most important part is he doesn't overcommit to the right-hand side of forklift. He holds his position from Harbor. He gets one and then doesn't run out. He stays, he rechecks and gets the second, and that's where the value added comes through. It's so strong from the pace, just really taking the time to execute.
It's a good play on the defensive side for EPA. As they stand strong, Sicario Spartans led 2-1 at one point. And since then, we've watched EPA rattle off 5 consecutive round wins. And on their attacking side, they aren't wasting any time pushing over towards B, as they have control of Forklift. They aim for the site next, and it's Brand to put up any kind of stopping force. The Sicario Spartans are starting to close in, but being picked off. Blitzer Girl was watching that flanking position. Nosebleed falls, and Brand, tucked away right now, can have good impact if Walker doesn't snuff out that lurking player hiding away. And Walker wants another kill, but the Crabs will get out through Connector. Kaner stops Propus, and Man, I was waiting for anyone on the Spartan side to pick up a kill and make something of that round, but EPA didn't lose a single duel.
I feel like we're starting to feel a little bit prophetic. We are starting to see the future a little bit, Mr. Bepic, from the conversations we had earlier. We did talk about where we thought this match might end. And I'm going to be honest with you, where the match is going and where we thought it might end is starting to look like a very similar scenario, interestingly enough. We pitched anything as good as a 9-3 to EPA. So I mean, they're on track for it to go to that length. EPA looking like they might even call it no-nonsense territory and just take it out in 2.
I was doubting our prediction at first, but and then Pablo and Nemo really came alive on Bay 5. A couple of multi-frag rounds that were of huge impact, and Blitzer Girl has been steady as well. 11 kills to her name, watching flanking positions and picking off Sicario's Spartans, who have returned the favor. Couple of EPA players dead early on, but Mr. Krabs will be the sacrificed Spartan to get those early kills as Pablo moves towards A. And this could be an A hit if Propus goes down. Might still yet be, but Blitzer Girl in the middle of the map has found a kill and has to rush to Nemonos' aid as that was Pablo with the bomb on his back, and Nemo's got to salvage the round and just uses his intuition to get a wallbang kill to make this a 2v2. Oh, no.
Well, it's 2v1 now, and that's going to force EPA to rotate. That one member left alive inside of the corridor is Sheep. He's no idea either. The audio's not got to him. Which means that the second he peeks out past here, he's going to realize, uh-oh. 33 seconds left on the clock. The one benefit is that the bomb is not down just yet, Sheep. Oh, no, Sheep. Please don't be baited by this. No, he's got to know, surely.
Blitzer Girl close to hearing the audio cues. Sheep isn't shy about delivering. Knows that his position is going to be found out one way or another, but will Blitzer Girls? That's the question. And no, not before it's too late. Blitzer Girl finishes that round off with a big-time kill, and she kind of opened it up with a nice one in the middle of Bay 5 as well right there. So another multi-frag impact round out of one of the EPA members, and that is an easy 8th for EPA as poor old Sheep, as always, left in a clutch and couldn't quite get the job done.
It's almost like it took them a map and a half to settle today. That's a crazy thing to say about EPA, but they definitely have found their rhythm. Halfway through this map here, they settled into a stride, and it's been no looking back ever since then. Blitzer Girl on this grenade now, just taking time to set this one up towards top mid. That one out towards Forklift, almost claims 3. There's no way the Spartans are going to watch that one back in the VOD review and be swearing at how unlucky that one is.
Close but no cigar. In the story for Sicario Spartans on Bay 5, they had tight rounds, chances to get more on the board than just the measly 2 they've posted thus far. And typically the rounds they've found some success in start off with a pick-off like that. Kaner is down and out. We'll have to watch the 4v5 from the sidelines, and Bran on site can be of such great impact. Has not been spotted by Walker, jump spotting, and Bran is waiting for someone to turn that corner. The bomb nearly did, but EPA will play it patient and wait to find some more space on site before fully approaching. But Bran does get his. It's just one for Bran playing on site. And that allows Walker now to tuck away by Fuel, but he's being sprayed down. Walker takes some damage, but Blitzer Girl elsewhere has found a nice kill. That'll keep things level. EPA in a 3v3 will now take a player advantage, and it's all on Propus now.
Oh, this is it for the game. Walker, the captain, he's going to step up to bat first. Front door. You know, EPA are not going to isolate these ones. They're going to give him full space. Walker's going to go stepping out into the challenge, actually. Just wants to put it in the bin first himself. 2 left alive. Nemo from Con. Blitzer Girl from Red. Forklift even, sorry. Backside. It's Blitzer Girl, and it's going to be a clean, confident close. We know that although the captain might push out with a little bit of fury in his eyes, the backbone of EPA stands strong. 9-2, a dominant performance in the second on Bay 5, and that will allow them a half of the pie in the head-to-head, and 1 point apiece for the table.
I mean, that's a bitter map win, knowing that you dropped the ball on Skybridge and that your chances of winning HPL Season 4 are gone and done with. Last we heard, Pandaric Apex was up 6-2 on map 1. They're playing fort against Ancestral, and I would have to imagine that one's close to over as well with how Pandaric Apex have looked this season. But EPA do get the job done, at least salvaging a point, but you know, that opens the door now for Sicario to maybe creep their way back into second place after a rough season so far for them.
Absolutely, it's a great performance out of EPA in the second map. It's an even better performance, arguably, out of the Spartans in the first map to be able to push it to such a tight game and then to come out of a second overtime with the success. 13-10, that first scoreline. The second one, 9-2, is, I mean, anybody looking at that set of matches side by side from an outside perspective is going to come and watch those two games and ask what on earth happened in the middle, because that is a drastically different scenario either way. That's what we love to see about Escape from Tarkov Arena, though, folks, ladies and gentlemen. This environment is not only chaotic and action inside of the cathedral, but it's volatile. Sometimes it can go both ways. Just like a Katy Perry song, it can be hot and cold all at the same time and all in an instant. Blink and you'll miss it is something that we say way too many times, and for fear of sounding like a burnt record, if we put that record next to some of the players in some of these rough rounds, both burnt, going to look pretty rough, especially given that 9-2 performance that EPA just slammed home.
It's important as well to keep that round differential at least in a decent spot after losing in double overtime there on Skybridge, because Sicario, with their win today, now sit at 10 points, EPA at 13, which Sicario still has a chance tomorrow to pull off the unthinkable and maybe grab 3 points against Pandaric Apex, who so far this season are undefeated, and against Ancestral, they've closed out Fort 9-3, so they will remain undefeated on all maps played thus far. And so, I mean, we still have more action out of Sicario today, so we could see them gain a lot of ground on EPA after this draw we just saw forced out of a big-time Skybridge performance out of the Sicario Spartans.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we need to see Sicario going up in our last match to fight for their positioning that we are going to be broadcasting here today on that table going into the final day. And I mean, let's just quickly revisit that mentally for the folks at home whilst we go through the highlights of the last game as to where each of these teams stood in respect to their matches that they've played today. So EPA on Bay 5, they came back with a lot more aggression. He gets shots out of Pablo here, who, honestly, for me, that was my MVP in this one. It's some great work out of Nemenas, it's some great work out of Blitzer Girl, but Pablo, in both games, was making some of the most creative plays come to the biggest amount of success and providing some of that huge impact we talk about.
I would contest that a little bit. I mean, Pablo was fantastic and had some big rounds. Blitzer Girl, for me, was so consistent. Seemed good for one every single round for EPA. And they were important frags as well to open up the map. Watch flanks, keep options open for EPA on both sides of Bay 5. And, I mean, throughout the map, I'm watching the kill feed to see just how consistent it was. But Pablo's right there with her. 5 kills so far, and this was when EPA really turned the map around. After losing 2 straight to the Spartans, they rattled off 8 in a row across halves.
Yeah, absolutely. And you want to talk about breaking the backbone of a team that's mentally gotten themselves a good advantage from momentum after the first map that was played. The Spartans came into this with everything in their favor. EPA knew that this was going to be a tough task to get into if they were going to allow the Spartans too many rounds put together. The one thing we talked about, consistency and consecutive rounds. It didn't happen. The Spartans were only allowed 2 through the gap in total and none together back-to-back in sync. So the EPA squad secure themselves a great victory in the second map. Arguably so, only undershadowed by the epic performance required out of the Spartans to get it over the line in the first and double overtime. And the standings, like I said to the folks at home, before we started today's action, Pandaric Apex sat top of the table looking pretty, 5 wins, 15 points. EPA below them, 4 wins, 1 loss and 12 points. Sicario and TFG topping that top half of the table in 3rd and 4th respectively at 2 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss and 7 points. For TFG, it's 1 win, 2 draws, 1 loss and 5 points. We did see, however, performance from TFG earlier increase that standing and gain themselves a further 3. With the bottom half of the table, some of those games were played off screen for the majority of today. We got to see Ancestral going up in our first and weren't successful. K3 holds 5th. 1 win, 1 draw, 3 losses, 4 points. Ancestral, 0 wins, 3 draws, 1 loss, and 3 points. Decoded and the Spartans at the bottom in 7th and 8th before we started today. And very crucial about that one, before we started today. Decoded, 0 wins, 2 draws, 3 losses, 2 points. The Spartans, 0 wins, 1 draw, 3 losses, and 1 point. like we said, a lot has changed, and this is why we love the final weekend. This is only day 1 of 2 as well, folks. This sets us up for some even more cinematic games coming in tomorrow. But for now, it's time for a breather. So without further ado, we'd like to wish you guys a moment to take a second to grab some snacks, some drinks, and those all-important seatbelts. Because if the first game of our last match we just had is anything to go by, then you're going to need them to stop yourself getting whiplash on the way out of our final broadcast game. Don't go too far, because we'll be right back just after this.
Welcome back to HPL EU Season 4, presented by Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games, where we've seen now nearly 4 full days of action, and there hasn't been a map yet that's really compared to the bloodbath of a Skybridge we just watched between EPA and the Sicario Spartans, which has shaken things up a little bit, Cracked, especially for Sicario, who we're about to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to get to come into the final match of our day today with the tensions at the highest they could have possibly been given the rundown of results we've had for the day, short of one Omega upset, which could have put it really on the edge of the knife for the top contest at the top of the table. That being said, we've been delivered action. Every single one of these teams has not failed to provide what the guys at home have come for, and that's to watch some amazing escape from Tarkov Arena, which, without the help and support from Battle State Games, the power and production from Hunt Premier, and all the folks that work in the background and that turn up in the chat to come and watch it, and the players that get on the screen in the game to play it, we wouldn't be able to bring. So, for everybody out there included in that, thank you. We appreciate it. I mean, the Lord only knows what us yappers would do with ourselves if we didn't have anything to yap about. We'd be out of a job. So, without further ado, let's yap about what's going to come up next. We've had a changing of the table throughout the season and throughout today's performances. Right now, standings look a little bit different. Panderic sitting nice and high with a total of 15 points at the top of the table, but Epic, things have changed a little bit going further down.
I mean, if Sicario notches a win here, which I think is the likely outcome against those friendly guys, but I don't think it's completely locked in. I don't think it's a certainty whatsoever. But if they were to get a win, they would be tied with EPA going into tomorrow. And while EPA certainly have an easier matchup relative to Sicario, considering the big-time Panderic Apex Sicario match number 4 of Championship Sunday that we're going to be treated to tomorrow. I mean, I think it's still likely that EPA comes out with second, but Sicario are right there with the opportunity to grab second place after a tumultuous season that this has been for them.
I mean, it is set for cinema for tomorrow. We'll go into that in more detail after this match. For our next head-to-head, it is going to be the teams that are fighting for that position at the lower half of the top of the table. Currently in third place, Sicario's Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Furlex, and Goes will be going up against our current fourth place team. Call Me Joe, Stripey, Lockie, Scotty, and Lorek will be taking to the table. We did see Hpl has been playing in place of Joe so far, and that is what has led, amongst additions of Lockie and Lorek, to seeing this team rise further than they've gone before, even so close to the point where they've put themselves in contention for those top 3 places. Now, this tale doesn't actually tell the side of TFG. This one, for the storyline and the fairy tale, we are looking to Sicario. If they're able to place, like you said, 3 points on the table here, they put the pressure on EPA to not drop the ball tomorrow for them to have a chance to go up against the Pandas for a title showdown. If, and let me be very clear about this, if Sicario win here and EPA do not pick up 3 points tomorrow, then Sicario and Panderic's match will decide the first place spot in the table. In addition to that, the rest of the table could change completely differently if this game goes the way of TFG, and we'll be talking about a whole other scenario entirely. So, with that being said, let's talk about some definites instead of guessing, and that's going to be the map picks.
No iceberg. So says Sicario. TFG bans Bay 5. Makes sense. It's a good map for Sicario. And then Sicario heads to Bowl, which is their pick, though I think TFG are still a confident team on Bowl and played it close with Panderic Apex. That's one of the TFG results that we've used to inspire confidence about this roster this season. And then TFG looked to head to Skybridge, which we didn't see earlier in their best of 2 against Ancestral when they got the win on Bull and then on Fort. So TFG's mixing it up just a little bit from their set earlier today.
Yep, Bowl and Skybridge, the 2 maps that are being played, and with the way that that levels out, we're going to see on our first, TFG is choosing to defend on Bowl, which we think, probably given the information we saw earlier and how they've played through the season so far, is one of their stronger map picks. Interesting that Sicario are going to take us there. However, it is the strength of the Sicario squad to be able to deliver on a map we least expect them to. That is what they've shown a track record of being able to do all the way through Season 3. It's the reason why they were considered so strong a contender for the Arena Cup series. They didn't convert on that. This season, they've been shaken a bit more by the Pandemic squad that has risen to a much more dominant performance through Season 4. Now, it's TFG's turn to see if they can turn ball on its head and then take them to Skybridge, where Sicario is going to choose to take that Karma side first. Both teams defending first on their opposition's map picks.
And perhaps TFG can capitalize on something just being in the air today. There have been a couple of upsets. I don't know if the TFG win over Ancestral earlier is necessarily an upset considering results within HPL this season, but if you consider the result over the course of the last 6 months, I think it certainly is. And then obviously the Skybridge loss that the Spartans of Sicario suffered to EPA, inflicted upon EPA, I suppose. I mean, today's a day of upsets, Cracked, and a TFG win against Sicario would be huge and send reverberations around the HPL.
You've hit the nail on the head, but the upsets have only gone so far this time around. We've seen an upset be one map. We've seen an upset be the whole game. What form of an upset are we going to see, if at all? Is Sicario classed as the one to be doing the upsetting, seeing as how they've shown a weaker performance so far through this season? TFG have been showing a great set of form recently. Are we coming into this thinking that Sicario are favoured, or is it a case, as we felt with the Spartans and EPA in map 1, where all of these teams have a chance to be able to contest for this? And with that mindset in play, are we just going to watch this one out and figure out which way it goes? Because I feel like I'm not one, and you know me, I like throwing a good hedge my bets guess out every once in a while, but right now, I don't feel like rolling the dice. I think this one really is just going to have to play out on screen, and honestly, I've almost got my thoughts in it that TFG might be able to sneak this one home.
Okay, I like that we're making you doubt yourself, Cracked. I think that Sicario are the favorites until proven otherwise. Fortunately, though, we don't have to wait much longer to sort out who the favorites should be in this best of 2, as we'll start on Bull, as those friendly guys look to pull off a 6-point day 4 of HPL Season 4, but they need a win over Sicario to get that far. Let's see what they can do.
Stripey's got first blood from the MVP of the first map of their first match on the day. Now got himself the first kill here. But he enjoying all those ones. But has he made a prayer to the breadstick gods? All those ones start to line up in a row. They look like a very, very well scratched off tally chart. Maybe representing the models of people he's going to knock down. Round number 1. Zaki and company, however, though, are looking to try and keep this forward pressure moving towards his A site. Sicario having a good anchor member towards the nose, watching to hold off for any rotation. Furlex is the first one to Lorek. And then backs out immediately. The Sicario squad not looking to try and get too over-aggressive with it.
In and out with their picks, and it looks like they're moving back towards B, but that one TFG defender has been overlooked, crept deep into a tuck-away position, but Lucky will remove Scotty, and with that, the 1B defender, but Hpl will fill that void, moving around quickly as Lucky holds around close to ramp, and Zaki pushes in close. This is a surprise if Hippo's not ready for it, which he isn't. Kiyoshima's the one player that notches the kill. Furlex looks to end round 1, but this one's coming up all Sicario.
Interesting opener. The TFG members quiet after the first pick, like he said. First blood goes the way of the friendly guys, but maybe that's it. Sicario, not a squad that any team in this league should be taking lightly. 2 towards the A site. B, 3 stack. No. Maybe. I thought we were having a crazy read go on there. Sorry, Mr. Bepic. They've changed their mind.
That's all right. I'm down for crazy B plays, so if we get the inkling of one, I wouldn't mind calling it out. And, well, 2 players for TFG on the B site. They are leaning towards A, towards apartments, so it's not a full B commit, but Sicario have everyone towards the A site. Now fighting for positioning. Here's a grenade that'll dislodge any Gen player that might be there, but no one is for TFG, avoiding the potential for utility to land, but Furlex runs straight into sight, so that is an opening actually given to Kiyoshima, who finished the kill off, and Furlex will move back towards Generator to find the next fight.
shots on Jen are disgusting as Furlex removes his adversary from in front of him. Goes has also got a similar level of defiance into Hippo. Stripey prone by headshots. Going to have to deal with goals in a second, but Furlex works his way through from Jen onto Hop Up. Scotty's here to try and reinforce. Top Med gets called out. Oh, there's too many people here from Sicario. Goes is on the backside. Scotty spots him. Scotty's got him. Scotty too hot. Is he hot enough to get this bomb with cover? Furlex is on Hop Up right now. Can Scotty just defuse? Kiyoshima drops off. He's on the bomb. Pressure. Shots down. Furlex reading. He's going to have time. Oh, Kyo gets it just in time.
That cover had to be so much better. Otherwise, Sicario was just able to run the defuse down. And unfortunately for TFG, they let their post-plant positions slip. So close, but so far, Sicario find a nice clutch win right there. I mean, it's even standing, but that's still a high-pressure situation for Sicario to find their way out of without full site control, with any line of sight, any line of access to that A pillar being closed off by a crossfire. Sicario had to remove TFG from their positioning and did so well. So 2-0, and the favorites do start off strong.
Shots out from the shotgun from Lorek towards that shark position. Doesn't find a victim. Gets a little bit of damage down onto Furlex. The second time around, he's going to find the crispy headshot.
Luck's been a great front A player like this. Whether it's fighting against main, fighting through generator, whatever he can find the pickoffs, as Lucky's trying to now. It's the Lucky versus Lucky matchup, which I'm not pleased about casting, but I do enjoy the similar names and the battle they'll have. Toss Lorek in there as well. We are full of A names on the map, and so far it's been Lucky to get the better of them.
Yeah, Lucky, and Lorek. How many times can you say that quickly without tripping over it? Lucky, and
Not
Lorek.
once.
Lucky, and Lorek. That's confusing enough to be able to try and think about saying, let alone actually saying it. Luki's got the better of Scotty. Okay, that's a little bit too much running and not enough crosshair placement, my friend. Hippo's going to catch him with his pants down. Goes, looking to try and swing left hand right off the side. Oh, Hippo! Hits the headshot!
That's why you aim train, kids. It'll learn a lesson from Hippo. That's a quick headshot after a jumping Sicario play revealed themselves, and that should effectively secure TFG a round on the board. But Jackie spots Hippo out, though Hippo gets the better of him, and that is a well-deserved MVP medal as those friendly guys are on the board.
Really good play. The shots from Hippo are huge, and it doesn't just help, but it stabilizes the round. This first one is just great positioning and discipline. Hippo having the better of it, but 3, 2, 1, Goes gets sent to the moon. Bye-bye.
It's unbelievable. Quick reaction as well. Wasn't even watching that position. Didn't expect the jump peak, but Goes delivered it, and Hippo reacted accordingly. So, those friendly guys with a nice start. One of the first 3 rounds isn't bad, but I'm sure they will want more. Now that they've got some momentum behind their sails. Grenade launched out, and it won't find anybody, unlike Scotty, who has taken first blood, but Furlex counters, and there's a couple. Furlex finds an enemy and a teammate, so 2v3 Sicario, but they've got access to B.
We're about to call Hippo Death's postman as he starts delivering death hand by hand. Grenade goes out first, but then Death's defender comes back and calls him an imposter. Playing a game of Among Us on screen as Sicario reasserts authority and dominance over the B site. Smoke is going to come out towards the front of site. Green Stripey's actually here at a really good timing. He's ahead of timing here. The hardest part about coming around from spawn is getting out of that metal container without being red. Now, can Stripey make the difference? All he's going to do is take this nice and slow. Felix is going to push off to Pixel. Kiyoshima get onto the plant. He's got support as well. Lockie's here. TFG is set up really well for this.
They will still have to push in eventually, or not. Kiyoshima is the aggressor here, and Furlex goes down right next to his fallen captain. That's an easy pickup for TFG as Sicario took initiative, and it comes back to backfire in their face.
Preparation beats pretty poor performance. That is how you get yourself in a good position to succeed. Stripey matches the rotation ahead of the tempo. Lockie comes to back him up, and look at how well closed out it is from TFG. You said it right yourself, Mr. Bepic. easy. It did feel like it was just run-of-the-mill, close the round out. I mean, so much so that Sicario are having a little bit of a yell about it in spawn as they leave out for the next one. Round number 5 kicks off, 1 minute and 50 left on the clock with the Bombman squad going towards the safe site. And I don't think this is going to slow down. I think this is going to speed up and get really active. There we go. Plaid strikes the kill feed, except Stripey's good for 2. That important second pick at the bottom of it really tips it in the favor of TFG.
You said it. It picked up, and it picked up fast. Another player advantage for TFG. Actually, double that. 4v2 to close out what could be a go-ahead round with Sicario picking up the pieces. And with Kiyoshima and Zaki alive, this round certainly isn't over, but it won't be easy to get back into for Sicario. I said that they were favorites until proven otherwise, and TFG are putting up a good fight quite early on in their defensive half, but still do need to close this defensive half strong to give themselves a chance on attack. And Kiyoshima still isn't ready to give up this lead just yet. As they'll move in, spotting Lorak. That's a little bit of something landing as Lorak took a little bit of health loss, but Zaki inflicts the rest of the pain into TFG's one of their remaining members. So 2v3, Sicario making it a bit more manageable.
We said about Tarkov's volatile environment. Well, these 2 players left alive from Sicario are catalysts, the spark that's needed just to make the Sicario squad pop off to success. I'm hesitating because Zaki's about to run headfirst into the line of Hpl. Why is it always Hpl? The undertone of this game is Hpl. Right place, right time, not caught with his run in front of his mentality. The mindset is gun up, not gun down, and it catches the bomb out of position again. 8 left on the clock. Keo has the challenge, and it's going to be put out again. Hpl doing a great job to help his team get over the line after some opening success from Stripey.
Wow, okay, TFG have a lead against Sicario, and maybe something is just in the air today. That was clean. I mean, TFG are playing well. It's not Sicario necessarily making mistakes, but TFG winning fights, doubling up on kills, and when things get crazy, they find a way to settle in and still post multi-frag moments. Stripey, that last round was big time at the very start of the round, and for TFG, it puts them in front, but Sicario are back with a vengeance. Everyone back in the server, and Goes is looking for an early engagement. Finds one, takes out a piece of Lorak, but that's it.
Look at the adjustment from Sicario on the minimap. Heavy default. Default A, spread wide, slow it down, take your positions, play it in. Literally holding med short to hold off a 90 aggressive push. They're just looking for a pick right now at Sicario. They're like sharks in the water, just waiting for one of the TFG members to stick a toe out a fraction too far. The way you counter this play is just by doing nothing, and it's so hard as a Tarkov player. You like activity, you're bloodthirsty, you want to get in these fights, and it's so difficult just to stand still, hold your ground, don't overpeak. Lockie's got one through that discipline by not overpeaking. It forces Sicario to walk up, and we tune in to Goes walking backwards as they have to go away from the ground they just lost.
Another pick from Generator. TFG have hardly given up gen control. Sicario see a player die in suicide. Zaki moves in. Will he check this corner? No, he's overlooked it. This is a great time for a backstab, and Lorak chooses the perfect moment to drop Zaki on A. Lockie adds another to the feed, and TFG are well on their way to Ford. Kiyoshima and Luki, the only 2 players left for Sicario. Make it just Kyo. The captain of Sicario will go down with the ship in round 6.
Wow, Keo puts a great set of shots through into Stripey and puts him down. And again, shots over A plat to try and hold off this flank. He's the last left alive versus 4. He's got to do something, and with that time ticking away exactly like you said, Mr. Bepic, he's merely going to run for a consolation prize. Scotty's not giving him it. TFG take 2 rounds into the lead, and consecutive ones at that as well.
TFG have guaranteed an even first half with Sicario, which I want to use as optimism for TFG, but the Sicario Spartans in their best of 2 against Sicario earlier today had a pair of 4-4 first halves, and Sicario still managed to bleed 3 points from that best of 2 as well. So perhaps those friendly guys will still have to take another step on their defensive half in order to topple one of the titans of the HPL. But 4-2 is not a bad start as they get 2 opportunities to win half one.
Oh, the grenade from Yellow Van out to the angle as the B squad starts to creep its way out the corner, falls prey to that pre-aggressive utility. It feels like one of those days where it's going in the favor of TFG. We spoke about earlier on, just Kanan not having a great day with it, just feeling a little bit roughed done by the fortune. Oryx doing a great job of dancing around the damage right now.
Okay, no re-engagement. Lorak is still caught between a rock and a hard place, but somehow moves the rock and the hard place subsides. Lorak still looking for generator controls. Furlex picks one off, and Lorak will trade Stripey out. So, at the very least, gen control has not been completely lost. 3v3 for TFG, and they will still have 2 members playing the B site. They're wearing that Sicario might pull a late rotate, as they have done a couple of times so far in half one, but doesn't seem to be the case. The bomb is stuck around towards that A side, and so the task will be Lorax to fulfill as 2 players move in, and Lorax does fall. So Sicario will get a plant down.
One left, one right, bomb going down. The shotgun's going to claim another life. 2 versus 3. No, 2 versus 2 and a bit. Poor Zaki, he's going to be feeling a little bit hurt. Oh, Keo almost gets shot by Hpl. Scotty's got one on the response. We've seen on the backside of it. That's a big pick as that goes down from the other half of it. The pincer coming through now. 2v2. Scotty's on the action. Second for Scotty as he steps in. Zaki goes down. Keo's got the response, but Hpl now has space to cover. Can he get through from Curtain? He's past it. Bombs on site. Tempo now in his favor. And 20 seconds on the clock. He's got more than enough time to play with here. Keo just going to look down to the floor. Grab a second weapon. Pulls it out. Big swing. Hpl has to go now. Keo gets the win. Good shots out of Kiyoshima to close him down.
That was perfect. Didn't bite on the fake, held that crosshair at head level, and that's an easy finish for Kiyoshima, holding his nerve in not a must-round win for Sicario, but it's certainly a feel-good win for them to get back on the board after TFG rattled off several consecutive, and so we're still eyeing an even first half, but it depends on who steps up here in round 8. As those friendly guys are facing a bit of adversity now for the first time in a little while. It was smooth sailing. They were finding early pickoffs. They were holding generator control with really no issues in that department. And that forced Sicario to play Arena on impossible difficulty, it felt like. They didn't have any real control of the map. Their rotations were cut off, and PFG held B site well. So we'll see if we get any repeats of that, or if this is Sicario finally stepping up to the task.
Got his very hurt here with the magazine out. He's going to get caught with Luke. He's swinging nice, big, wide left-hand swing into the top of the nose there. An aggressive push out from the TFG defense leaves him open for a 2v1 swing, and it only takes one of the 2 members for Sicario that were swarming to pick him off. Yellow Van position has been given deep by Hpl, though. We've seen Hpl play their position exceptionally well today. Mentality of the defensive. Lorek on the aggressive, 2 for the ankles as he takes them both out with some exceptional moves.
Bomb down too. That's not just 2 kills, it's information on where the bomb is. So one of the B defenders at least can rotate over, but might be too little too late. Sicario still find a way to break in, and Hippo in a flanking spot has been downed by Lukey. So 1v3. Stripey versus the heavy hitters of Sicario, and a smoke as well, but that's a gap that gives him a line of sight on Kiyoshima. Tries to pre-fire and down the captain of Sicario, but to no success. And so Kyo is allowed to end the round in Sicario's favor. That's 2 final kills for him in the last couple of rounds, and it's good to see the captain still manning the ship and writing things for Sicario's first half campaign.
Definitely pulls them back to a good scoreline going into the second half. They're even now at 4 apiece. The tied half puts them in a position to be able to convert on this advantage going into the switching of the sides. Now I'm going to look to, again, the weaponry in this one to help lean me towards who I think is going to be successful. Is anybody going to have the confidence to go onto that bolty? I'm looking at the TFG squad to see whether the TRG is coming out. I don't expect it. I would hope 2 spears, scout or 2, And then Enforcer is what we would expect them to go with. And I think that the Sicario squad will pull a TRG or two out because we know that both Zaki and Furlex have been more than confident with using them, depending on what position they're playing.
Furlex was playing a scout class, so it will have to be Zaki if we are going to see the TRG, and that'll have to be next round, I suppose. Zaki is sat down, and Furlex gets one back with a grenade, so well-timed bit of utility. Sicario will keep this A-hold in place, 3 members strong, and have a player creeping out of apps, and so we could see an interesting flank if TFG relinquish full control of B, but it doesn't seem that will be the case, as we might have contact if TFG watches it. I know it's silent on A, but 2 B players pass like ships in the night right there. Not exactly in a position to spot one another, but Kiyoshima is left tucked into a corner, and he could slip through the net.
This is interesting that Top Apps is all the way towards site, and the fact that they're creep walking now. Keo knows there was somebody up there, but there we go. You see that Top Apps player from behind realizes that the person's coming around. Striper's back is open, though. The communication from that B player not coming through quick enough to save the bomb. Bomb down A flat. Keo is just going to tuck back to the head short and lurk on this bomb now, and TFG having a nightmare scenario. That's a big win from Lorek up top to be able to take that one off. He jumps, he lands, and then he crumples as Furlex finds his man.
It's nice. Use the chaos of the bomb dropping to creep up and take space, find that pick around ambulance, and though Sicario off the back of a cheeky Keo position. I mean, tucking away front apps and allowing that player to just take full control of B, but in trade, grabbing a flanking spot, dropping bomb, and then from there, chaos unfolded around the TFG camp, and they could not recover round number 9. That was beautiful out of Sicario. Kiyoshima is on one today.
On one is right. We've seen aggression, good holding of positioning out of both teams so far. Hippo, Stripey, Lorek, even with the pushing out, and Scotty. It's actually crazy to see that every member of both of these 2 teams is again being pushed to their limits. So we find ourselves tied up round for round between the 2 teams. TFG took a lead of 2. Cario leveled it back up, and now they've found themselves a couple of consecutive rounds of their own. 1 in the lead.
Fine strong at B. Those friendly guys are playing with their strength in numbers, which those numbers shrink just a little bit. Zaki finds a kill for Sicario. It's a big first blood as it slows down this attack, and Zaki wants more. Now Lockie's left to maybe find something to even the numbers, but Zaki's on a tear. That's 3 for him. Scotty and Hippo finally find a couple of answers, but we could be on for an ace here if Zaki continues this rampage. Quiet start to the back half, but has recovered well, I suppose, not wanting to give up any inches on the B site, but TFG will flip the map and see if they can't get a bomb plant down on A.
They have to go quickly. They don't realize that there's nobody on this A site right now. Now Scotty's going to clear it. Hippo's going to get that smoke or the nade out toward. Actually, looks like a flash towards site just in case it is. In. Gen checked. Headshot checked. Hippo's got to get this on site now. Down it goes. Grenade onto site. Not quite finding a home. Good shots from Scotty. Top mid actually closes one of the split members out. Look, he gets Luke. He gets across the headshot. This is huge.
Zaki will likely bait out some shots here to distract from the fact that Lukey is tucked behind headshot. Hippo on pillar. Does have Scotty in an assistive generator position, and now it'll have to be Scotty instead, though. Zaki steals all of the spotlight. An ace in round 10 to give Sicario a 2-round lead. Zaki stepped up.
Well played from Sicario. That one looked like it could have been close as well, but they extend themselves to 6 and 4 after a full ace from Zaki. The full 5-piece. You touted to it. You said it was 3 off the beginning. It sets himself up for the rest of the action. The TFG squad takes it to the other site. And in doing so, he rotates himself to pick up the rest of the pieces. 5 kills. Zaki's back, and he's wacky with it today.
I mean, it didn't slow down. Just kept getting kill after kill, going deeper and deeper in past van, into apartments on B. TFG did not have an answer for him. That was a big round to step up in for Zaki. So now we move forward with Sicario in a spot of control. A 7th round would do them wonders in securing Bowl, which was their map pick, but those friendly guys have put up a really good fight.
Sound of the Balti is the only thing that's kicking off at the beginning of this round. Quiet. Slow contest from the TFG squad as the bomb is prepped towards A again. Notice Sicario's deep floating member. They stack 3 towards the A site, and then this B split player that goes towards that triple box and then works its way towards site late. Just has a potential timing to catch that rotation off the nose if it decides to swap away from the A site. It's not happening, and as the information is fed, notice that B player starts to float its way back to split, just back and forth like a busy bee trying to work both areas. 2 and 2 split from TFG is trying to pull more members, but it's not working at the moment. They don't realize there's still 3v2 on this A site.
Zaki and Scotty about to make next contact. This is important, because if Scotty can keep Sicario's attention over here towards B, then maybe there's a play to be made on A, but not if it's just Hpl. Lone player with the bomb moving in. The solo mission that Lukey will end. And so Scotty is left to fall. Zaki gets the final kill, and Sicario post a 7, and that one was really clean.
That was clean. That's the kind of round we would expect from the Sicario squad that went undefeated throughout the entirety of Season 3. We don't say that phrase very lightly because it doesn't happen very often, but it is a fact of the matter. Sicario were untouched. They did not drop a single game throughout the entirety of a whole season. Longer than this one as well. We played 7 days worth of games during S3. Only 5 this time around, as far as I can remember. Unless I'm cooking my facts, but definitely felt like a longer time than what we've had so far. And they're putting out a performance now which reminds us of the powerhouse they used to be. Zaki somehow has avoided going down. We've got shades of Pablo here.
After Pablo's performance in Bay 5, that last best of 2, that's a good player to replicate. But Zaki, certainly his own beast right now. Up in the double digits of kills with an ace on Bowl. And against TFG right now, who have played a really good map on Bowl so far against one of the best in HPL EU. This is a scrappy one for Sicario. It'll be a well-deserved map win should they get to 9. But at the moment, TFG fighting for control will lose a good bit of it as Kiyoshima from behind stabs Scotty in the back. And so the A-hit has to come in a little bit faster maybe than TFG was hoping for. But a well-placed grenade can change fortunes, and Lockie's HE will do so there.
Somebody snap a picture on my face right now, because that's a pog one for you right there. My mouth just dropped through the floor. Major went on a sightseeing trip to China and passed through the Earth's core in the process as that grenade got dropped from the heavens on top of 2. You want to talk about Lockying it in. There's lock, key, and sinker at the end of it as well, as both members went down. Stripey's got a killer onto Zaki as well, and it's just Keo left last alive in a 1 versus 4, and 7 to 4 might seem 7 to 5 very quickly. Keo's good for 1 though. Let's remind ourselves of the clutch King Keo. 1 versus 2.5 with Lorek down on health.
And all 3 players are on site as well. We'll see if Keo's ready for this. Either way, Stripey's pre-fires have made it difficult just to even get in. And so once Kiyoshima takes that med plat, it's an easy cleanup as his position was noted. And TFG, off the back of a crazy double nade, continue to exercise their dominance over Generator. Even though we've switched sides, they are still taking gen control like it's nothing, even with a crazy double grenade kill right there.
Double grenades is what we love to see. And it's the setup onto site as well. I'd like to just emphasize the timing that came alongside that grade, the grenade, the way that the squad was pushing through that curtain position before the grenade lands. And as it goes off, they're just crossing the threshold of sight, which makes it that much more impactful. There's no chance for the team to respond as they're too busy going, oh, what just happened to our 2 teammates? It just has that much more impact. Now, quickly into the smoke, the TFG squad is slamming onto the side. Felix has 1, goes as another, and it's not going well. Hippo's got 1 in response.
Okay, Hpl on site finds a pick, and okay, the player's been noted. Lorek has been noted by Zaki here. Going prone though, Zaki, he goes down. That's still a big wild card in Lorek in the back lines of Sicario, but the problem being dealt with. Sicario are able to chunk Lorek out, but they lose site control. It's a sacrifice to, at the very least, deal partially with the player that infiltrated their back lines. Kiyoshima now, as that B anchor, is in another clutch position, but he won't even be allowed to get started as Scotty takes his head clean off, and TFG are back within 1.
That is a crazy little shot there at the end to close it out from Scotty, and we are within 1. We're at a point where we could see TFG, if they put more than the 3 rounds together that both of these two teams have struggled to do, if they can get that 4th round in a row here, they're going to find themselves cruising on out of the game. They only need 3 to succeed, and I say this because I don't feel like we are closing this one out in regulation time either, Mr. Bepic. I think you and me are probably sitting in a similar chair set right now, which is ready for overtime.
I'll say it'd have to be TFG really stepping up to force an overtime here, which they've had some good moments, but Sicario are going to remain consistent, and they've got players online at the moment, maybe outside of Goes, who has had a rough performance thus far on Bowl, but spot of utility right there. We'll take a piece of Locky, but still TFG stand 5 strong and are pushing towards a B site that is becoming well fortified. Sicario have gotten wind that this might be the play, and they've moved players in that general direction. Apartments fall under those friendly guys' control, but the bomb falls as well. Kiyoshima's got a big double before falling at the hands of Lorak, and now the rest of Sicario has to follow their captain's charge into battle and close out an 8th.
Currently looking at the body of a comrade there, just grabbing a couple of bits of extra equipment to help out for the rest of the round. No time for woes as Scotty's taking down foes. Zaki's got the better of Stripey. Zaki's got the better of both on the left-hand side for the 2-piece. Zaki's going to get a 3rd as well. What is that? Come on. Who is this guy?
That's Zaki, Cracked. Nice for you to meet him. He's having himself a map. Kiyoshima's been big time, 16 frags to his name, but I mean, he's done a lot of that in clutch positions, whereas Zaki has been an opener and a closer for Sicario. Unbelievable performance for him, even after an attempted coup of the reigning champs of HPL still. Even with the losses suffered this season for Sicario, they are still the reigning champs of Hunt Premier League until Pandaric Apex likely take that title from them. But still, TFG are attempting to nab that crown with a win, but Kiyoshima's not letting them. That's 2 kills.
Oh, no.
Kiyo's on for 3. The bomb's been dropped. Stripey's position noted, and Kiyoshima hasn't lost a single point of health.
Oh, there goes the 4th. He's down for the full ace to finish it off. And you want to talk about a Romser-esque performance from the end of the ACS? There he is. He's going to get deleted. Scotty's going to be the one that puts the dampener on the party. He says, it's no fun police time. You're not allowed to get out of the match with that kind of cinema. Scotty's got himself 3 problems to deal with. I don't know if it's going to be enough to save the day. I'll be honest. I feel like it might just be a consolation prize, but it is going to shut down the star play to close it out.
It is the guy you want in the clutch. Scotty with 15 kills on Bull has had a good showing, but goes from a distance. Connects for the final kill, and Sicario win 9-6 again. It's their 3rd straight win in that fashion, and that was a test for them, but one that they passed with flying colors.
That's a very strong closeout to a match that was very closely contested for 2/3 of the way down the line. You give that to the Sicario Spartans. There's a couple of rough rounds there that did not look like they were going in their favor. And then Kiyoshima decided he was just better and really flicked the switch in the last couple of rounds to close it out. I mean, the final 2 of 3 rounds were definitely down to that performance out of the top frag there. 4 MVPs, 20 kills, 9 deaths, and 7 assists is a stonker's performance.
Absurd. I mean, the captain, that's what you want from your captain. Kiyoshima stepped up and delivered a big-time performance and a big map for Sicario to keep them in the conversation of nabbing 2nd place, perhaps 1st place, depending on Pandaric Apex and their results. Actually, I think that series has wrapped up. I saw a message about it, and Pandaric was up. They won map 1, and then we're up 7-1 after the first half on Skybridge. So I don't think them losing is really in question there any longer, Cracked. But hey, 2nd place is still a possibility for Sicario, and if they can continue this performance into map 2, into Skybridge, then maybe they grab 3 points here and go level with EPA.
Ooh, well, we did say that TFG were strongly favored on this first map in Bowl, so I'm going to be honest with you. If we were going to see them take this 1-1, 2-0, I think, probably say that it would have needed to have been starting here for the 1-1 scenario. I don't think that this second map is going to favor them to be able to pull home a draw. Do I think that that means that it's off the table for a draw? No, I actually think that this one might be even closer given the previous match. As I think today has been a tale of everybody's got something to prove, right, Bepic, looking back at the results. I'm just looking across at the screen on my right and just having a look through some of the scores and the individual players' performances. There's a lot of beef being settled by some of these scorelines today, shall we say. There's a lot of people that are standing up and showing out for how talented they really are.
And speaking of a bit of talent in the HPL scene, Pandaric did get the win there. They won the 2 on the back half to get them a 9-1 scoreline. And poor Ancestral, a rough showing there against Pandaric Apex, a rough showing today. 2 losses from a team that we had touted pretty highly coming into this season of the HPL. They were on an upward trend, but have fallen back a bit this season.
I'm looking forward to seeing which of these two teams is going to be able to take it past today into tomorrow. Again, I'm breaking all of these bits down on this screen and just making sure I check my facts, because I'm forever getting something wrong during my analysis of breakdown towards the end of a tournament. So today we're not doing it, all right? We're making sure we get everything right, getting all of our ducks in a line and making sure it's accurate. So this match obviously now does have less of a tone set to it, except from Sicario's perspective. They have put themselves in the position where this next match is arguably more hyper crucial than the first one was. Winning this first match was almost like a requirement to get themselves into a position to challenge for this top section now. I mean, they put themselves one match away from tying it up. And then it goes down to rounds. And like we spoke about earlier with EPA putting that great game home 9-2 in the second one, that round difference is a hot topic right now. I mean, Sicario are going to look to here, not just to try and close this map out, but probably hit this with a 9-2, 9-1, maybe similar performance to what EPA were doing.
And if they do get the win, I mean, 7 rounds between the two of them. Sicario got 3 on bowl, but need a bit better performance to really jump up there with EPA and go into tomorrow even. So we're watching them on Skybridge. I mean, TFG on Skybridge, it's their map pick. They had the choice between Fort or Skybridge, and I think between the two, Skybridge is definitely the smart choice. I think that they have better odds of beating Sicario, but I'm with you. I mean, I think if you look at their bowl performances this season, TFG had their best shot on that first map and have to step up a level further. Stripey included is held to 5 kills that last map, which is a performance not akin to the Stripey name.
I don't necessarily think it's a performance that was lacking there from it. I agree with you in the result, but I don't necessarily think it's down to the performance. I think that the squad just did a good job of keeping Stripey out of the action. We got a joke about Kana playing a couple of weeks back where his perspective from the B site was just him sipping pina coladas on a beach, and sometimes that is the case. Sometimes you do find your site being the one that's not aggressed as much. Now, as we mentioned, it's trying to get yourself back into the plays that allows you to leverage that advantage, and as we see through a couple of these highlights here, like, even Stripey, you know, he is there showing at the beginning of this match, but the further down the match we got, the more issues we found with Stripey and a couple of his other teammates in being able to be impactful. One of them, Lorek, who we want to talk about. Look at the shotgun plays off the site, 2 pieces, some great pushes out through curtain, but do you remember Lorek to the back half of the round? That's what you have to start asking yourself is, where did we lose that impact?
Definitely good on the first half, but the first half was solid for TFG. I mean, even going even with Sicario is a success for them. Just struggled a bit on the attacking side, and it's plays like this, and then the Kiyoshima backstab as well, that just closed that round out. Sicario was so effective at keeping those friendly guys off guard, and Zaki especially, that ace play was absurd, just pushing up through B like it was nobody's business, and with plays like that, it's tough to beat Sicario.
And it's like that ace play was almost the trigger for them to do what was required to just push it over the line. We saw the aggressive push out of Kiyoshima. Zaki gets his 3-piece and top apps here, where he really should not have got that third kill, and then this is it right here. It's not an ace, but it's only one short of the ace, and the reason it's only one short of the ace is because of how ridiculous a pressure that Kiyoshima has managed to put down on his own. This is not a team pushing up. He challenges 1, he challenges 2 out of yellow van, he goes up into the tuck position to fight off the top of apps, including, and I don't know if anybody else caught it, but the TFG member that ran past ramp and then shot through the roof or the floor from their perspective of the tunnel that Kyo was tucked under. TFG were being forced to guesstimate wallbang where Kiyoshima was because of how fluid he was out of spawn in that round alone.
That's why you put your stars on B of Bull. Your Kiyoshimas, Cacao, Blitzer girls, you put your star in that position to make a difference, and Kyo did right there. But we'll have to see what happens on Skybridge, the final map of day 4 here of HPL EU Season 4. A couple minute break in the meantime before we close out the day in style. Don't go too far. Welcome back to day 4 of season 4 of HPL EU, where we are down to our final map of the evening before tomorrow's big time closeout, the big time finale of season 4, with 4 matches, 4 best of 2s on the docket everyone's playing. But right now it's just those friendly guys and Sicario cracked, and Sicario, I think, showed their might at the top of the table with that closeout win on Bowl.
Not just their might at the top of the table, I think they were able to show us, or maybe reassert some of that confidence in the performance that we're used to seeing from them. That asserting the authority dominance to close out a game that is close, that they were so well known for throughout season 3. I actually was just looking in the breakthrough some of their season 3 victories where they had tougher matches, and it was the 9-7s or maybe the 9-6, 9-5s where they would level peg even score all the way up to 5 or 6 rounds each, and then that was when they would take that step forward to make the effort to go the extra mile, put 2 or 3 rounds in a row and get it over the line. So it's a give and take of how they've approached this season in comparison to how they were approaching last season. Do I think it's making a difference to their overall standings on the table? No, I think other teams have turned up stronger. I'm excited to say that. We don't like a stale scene. Nobody wants to see somebody at the top creating a legacy at the beginning of the environment. I'm sure we'll find ourselves a champion, a likes of the kin of those, maybe SKT1 from League of Legends or something like that from your familiar favorite scene of esports. But that's the future. For now, we just want them all to develop a nice, healthy rivalry so that when they go out on the table on the day, we get some of these top tier matches, which I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Bepic. I've been here for 3-4 seasons of HPL now. This one has definitely been the most action-packed from a game-to-game basis. There's been no washout, no swap-out, sweep-out games. Every live match we've got to bear our eyes over has been a blockbuster performance.
Which is nice. I appreciate that level of parity in the esport at the moment. Even with Pandaric Apex in a great position to win, it still hasn't been certain, really, until we saw that big upset earlier today as the Sicario Spartans beat EPA on Skybridge. And that one map was really the only point this season where we've had a clear winner. Pandaric Apex have been favorites to run away and win everything, but I mean, EPA and Sicario have still looked menacing behind them, and really, it's kind of funny. It's been the lower table teams stepping up that has helped Pandaric Apex secure more of a dominant victory here in HPL if things go their way tomorrow against Sicario, which we're not going to try to work out the math live on broadcast. We've tried before and failed, but I'm pretty sure it's fairly secure for the Pandas. But still, Sicario and TFG lined up to play on Skybridge, and Sicario with 3 points would do wonders for their chances of second.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point in time, not necessarily a formality to close the game out, because I do think TFG are going to fight for this tooth and nail all the way down to the end of it. But I do think this map is going to be more Sicario favored if we're going to talk about it on paper. In fact, we have to respect the same way as we did EPA being put under so much pressure by the Spartans and then going into Bay 5. We did respect that it is EPA, and we did respect that it was Bay 5, and we did predict a 9-2, 9-3 scenario, which it ended up being. I think we have to have a similar perspective for this one, honestly. I think we do have to respect the Titans that are Sicario in this performance, and then say that this is in their hands to make it another 9-2, 9-3 to, you know, basically put a stop to the TFG uprising that they've shown some great performances with, inclusive of their success in the first match that we broadcast today. I'm looking forward to seeing whether it is King Kyo again, though, because my one question from the TFG perspective is who can shut Kiyoshima down? Because right now, that is the biggest thorn in their side.
I don't know if it's going to be one specific person that will take Kyo out. I think it's going to have to be smart decisions on the team front, because there is a lot of firepower on the TFG side that we've been shown today. Scotty and Stripey have been big. Lorek has had big moments, I think, especially on the defensive side of maps with his positioning and those Piranha rounds. And so for TFG, they've got to be smart about how they're playing around that, and they are starting off on the attacking side of Skybridge. So Kyo is going to be an impact lurker more than likely around the map, and those friendly guys have to be ready for that. They have to take their regular protocols, go through the motions around a site to gain control there, but always be wary about a B flank. Always make sure you are ready to check every single corner, because on Skybridge, rats are king.
Yes, And we've seen EPA show us time and time again how to walk through that smoke on bench to the greatest of success. We saw the Spartans even deal a dose of their own medicine back to EPA in having a similar level of success in leveraging that advantage themselves also. Can we look to TFG to maybe inspire themselves with a bit of Sicario savagery to find their way through on Skybridge? Or is it going to be the sharpened Sicario sword edge that cleaves its way through the competition and puts TFG maybe back down a peg from where they've been aiming for at the beginning of the day? As TFG, if that was the case, you'd be happy. You'd definitely be a businessman about it and be like, well, we aimed for here, we expected here, and we settled very comfortably above the middle. And that's definitely a W on the day on the whole. But I think as a TFG member, to really crown this one with a cherry on the cake, they'd like to take at least a map apiece in this bout.
That would be big for those friendly guys. I mean, in the table race as well, they're right behind Sicario, and grabbing a point from Sicario in and of itself is big. And then when you consider the fact that those friendly guys have had a great season so far, they've posted, I believe, a win coming into today, and then with that 2-0 earlier that we saw out of TFG against Ancestral, they've really added to an already good resume here in Season 4, beating teams that you need to beat if you're going to hop up into the top half of the table. And so a Sicario map win for TFG, that would be the best way to polish off your resume going into the final day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they came into today with 1 win and 2 draws under the belt, which is the other thing that's massive from the TFG squad side, is it's a case of sometimes TFG would look threatening but not finish the job. And even sometimes when you look threatening against these competitive teams, it's being able to finish the job on your map pick that causes an even split of those maps. So that improvement from TFG as a side, showing now they are able to split maps with the majority of the pack of people that they are playing against. And then they bettered that record this morning, or should we say this afternoon, but the first game of our day, by putting themselves to 2 wins and 2 draws. And I mean, that's an above average performance. That is a good record for 5 days worth of games, and we've only concluded 4 of them, this being our last. They've not finished that one out yet, and they're going to find themselves set for the final day with a good spot on the table. It's well earned for that top 4 position, but they have got a tough task to retain it.
And they are playing EPA as well tomorrow. I think that's worth noting. TFG need good form coming out of this Sicario best of 2, because your competition doesn't get easier against EPA tomorrow. And so for TFG, there's a lot of damage they can do to the top dogs in the HPL race and trying to catch up to Pandaric Apex. If they take maybe a map here and then one of the 2 with EPA tomorrow. And so I'm eager to watch how they keep themselves together in a tough Skybridge now, and then tomorrow against EPA, their best of 2.
I'm wondering about that one, actually. Is it an easier task with EPA tomorrow? Which one is considered easier at this point, Sicario or EPA?
Either one is.
It's crazy, isn't it? You raise almost EPA up to Sicario standards now, I think. I don't think Sicario have dropped so much. I think that Sicario has stayed where they are. EPA has improved. And the pandas have decided that trees are meant for climbing, which, I mean, fits the narrative, I guess. And they've just sailed all the way to the top with the greatest of ease. It's a delight to see in a scene that is continually growing. And the competitivity between the teams is also to continually grow alongside of it is something that's going to encourage more teams to try and get involved. There's always a chance somebody else could take that next top spot.
And that's the fun of the esport right now. There is no telling who's going to take that top spot. And it's a grind as well. I mean, Pandaric Apex, it took them a while to reclaim pole position in the HPL. We knew they were always in contention for first place, but it was Sicario in the last couple of seasons that did it. And then over the course of the last couple of tournaments, Pandaric have started to pronounce themselves again as the best of EU. And this HPL season has all but confirmed it. They still need a win against Sicario tomorrow before I think it's officially 100% Pandaric's region to control at the moment. But they are in good form so far. That 2-0 against EPA to just start off HPL was a great way to begin the season for Pandaric.
It's one of those matches that we talk about. You look at the schedule and you go, okay, I would like that match to drop on the last day for the final because it's the most cinematic, or this match to drop on the last day for the semi-final because it's the most cinematic. But actually, the way these things works out, it ain't quite like that. And the reason I say that is because you've got this perspective of it dynamically changes throughout the league. This is why I like the punchy style and format that HPL puts out for that league too, is it gives every team a chance that it's not so long that one team can run away with it, which means that every game counts. Even ground difference counts. We talk about this crucially throughout the season where we're like, these guys have a potential to lose this match. They can draw this match here, but so long as they don't lose it too badly, it's not going to affect their overall table performance. And that sets us up for, it doesn't need to be the top 2 teams that is the cinematic game. It could be the fight for 6th, which we see different versions of that happen from time and time again, and that make the impact as to whether teams stay together, whether somebody who had a weaker performance on that team gets scouted by another team and becomes a different team member. There's loads of things to talk about in that sense. So lots going on in the scene, a great amount of things to look forward to, but with technology being its best at all times, especially when the pilot is never to blame for the problems, we're going to take a small intermission, folks, whilst we get the pitch laid out for our competitors for our final map of the day. So don't go too far away from the PC, because TFG versus Sicario on Skybridge will be coming up to you guys just shortly after this.
And without any further ado, the final map of day 4 here of HPL EU Season 4. Cracked, it took a second. We're finally about to be treated to Sicario versus those friendly guys on Skybridge.
Let's see which of the two teams takes the more leisurely approach to the opener of this round and which one of the two gets right into the thick of things. First of all, of course, the fight for VIP, the double shotgun battle that we're so familiar with. Lorek taking on Zaki on the shotgun, the pilot of the zombie outbreak enforcer kit, looking to find his man. Actually sees the second in Lockie. Good information and a humongous amount of damage down is going to leave Lockie fearing for his life.
The bomb is actually over in heaven right now, but with that frag, it's probably getting pulled back over as TFG gain themselves a bit of VIP control, but still, they're taking their time with it. Not wanting to overcommit too heavily off of just one thing going their way, but Sicario have maintained 2 defenders over towards B, and that's a nice one from Luki. It will stall this attack even further as Sicario find their answer, and it comes in the form of several kills now, just like that. It's Lorak as the lone player left standing.
I mean, Luki picks up so many kills all at once. The kill feed even struggles to keep up with it. That's fair enough. Blink and you'll miss it. That's kind of the theme. Lorek missing a lot of health. Is also missing something. He's also going to find himself missing the rest of it as stepping out of VIP made him the most vulnerable person in the court. Last down. 3 for Lucky. Sicario start off strong.
Good start, but they will need more as they started well on Bull, but TFG, that didn't stop them from putting up a good fight, though. That was a Sicario dominant round. TFG found a pick, and that was all they really got. Gained a bit of VIP control, but couldn't do anything with it as they had no other way of entering the sites. And even with the bomb towards B, they elected to stay steadfast with their initial idea. And Sicario were able to defend it, but that is just the first. And now the fight begins again. With smoke blocking off long, though that won't stop TFG from pushing through. And so Lucky is rewarded, picking off Furlex to make it an even 1-for-1.
Almost a bit of miscoordination on the way out after getting the sandwich pick, though. Nearly sees TFG shooting friend and friend. A little bit of sidestep from the bomb holder. Allows that open entry to step back and reload in safety. Luki is searching for space out of sandwich. Lorek's going to be behind him in a second. Say goodbye to those ankles. 3, 2, 1. He's going to see him right now. Wait, how does he not see him? Luki's in such a spot right now. That is a perfect position. You have to be literally stood exactly there to be able to not be seen from VIP. What?
Well, they see him now. Luki pronounces himself, and that's 2 big kills to put Scotty and Lorek in a tough 2v4. Bombs in KFC, and Lorek has to go through Luki to get to it. And that actually still might happen. Luki pushes in, and Lorek gets the better of him. Awkward fight right there, but Lorek winning it puts this into a better spot for TFG. Scotty from a distance is spread out from Lorek at the moment, and will spot Kiyoshima, but Kiyoshima gets the better of that 1v1, so it is all on Lorek now.
Last alive and last to go down. Again, Lorek's going to fall to goes at the end of the round. Sicario find themselves up by 2, but not short of a bit of back and forth from both sides. I can't believe Lucky gets himself 2 there. What do you mean he gets 2 there? That is a crazy little pickup out of Luki in that corner.
Showed up big. I mean, like you said, tucked away perfectly in that corner and then made the most of that position. So, tells you about what knowing every centimeter of this game can get you, as that really turned the tides of round 2 for Sicario. Once again, they have a strong start, but TFG send everybody actually towards A this go-round. No spies on the B site, and Sicario with 2 defenders playing in the general direction of B. They'll be short-handed if TFG decide to go in, but they've been playing it so patient these last couple of rounds.
Patience has seemed to play well for both teams so far. I'm not surprised that the pace has slowed down. Lorek, he does love this prone position, doesn't he? In the most random of places. You talk about an off angle. Problem is, this works into teams that are less prepared for it. But Sicario is not going to move. Instead, Luki and Furlex are going to apply pressure in a different position where they have more power. Bench swings on the left.
Wow.
There's no way Furlex is winning that on the left-hand swing. And it's all down to this lone sleeping Lionel Lorek.
Got to get up eventually, I suppose. And we'll check for Zaki. That's nicely done. Lorek gets 1, but sacrifices a lot of health in the process. Jump shots don't connect, and Lorek is a sitting duck being hunted by Sicario. They got everyone outside of VIP right now waiting for the next VIP's emergence. Lorek is the star of the show, but not in the fashion that I'm sure he'd like. Sicario with 3 players left standing now. I've seen their numbers thin just a bit, but this still is not a winnable position for Lorek. Low on health. Sicario with full intel on where he is. And no one is watching this flank, but the noise he makes will turn some heads. Furlex moves back in. There's 3 for Lorek. He's making a show of this, but with 10 seconds left, it's not happening. This round's over.
I'm going to wait till the round actually does close out before I go on my little rampage of a rant about where the bomb is. Those that didn't quite catch the minimap on the back end of the round, that is the 3rd time in a row that the bomb has been left suffocated out in KFC after its member holding it has gone down, and the TFG squad have gone into teamfight mode to have to fight their way back into somewhere of stability. Lorek currently 5 kills, holding himself in a position where he is the man to lead the charge, but when you are 1 versus 5, even getting 3 out of the 5 is a miracle in itself. To be able to convert it out and reclaim that bomb from no man's land is near impossible. We've got to see an adjustment from TFG now to try and get themselves around on the board.
Funny as well you mentioned that, because if you compare kills on TFG's side, Lorek is still 5 versus 1, though he does have the 5. Only player that's come to play so far on Skybridge, is the rest of the team has been held quiet by Sicario, who are, for the most part, spreading the love. There's another one. Luki will take Locky down, and Scotty tries to enter the kill feed for his first time. There you go. That's the first for Scotty, but it's just Hpl and Scotty still left alive, and Hpl really had a good go and puts Scotty in a decent position compared to how the rest of the late round situations have been for TFG. A 1v2 is a welcome sight.
Interesting that Jungle is getting its battle buddy before it steps up for pressure. Scotty's going to be able to get this down on site without them being able to contest. Both members are going to push up to E-Box for a double swing. I don't know if Scotty has enough time to get off site. They slow it down. We wait for him to get off site. Scotty plays it as well smart. He doesn't hear the audio, so he doesn't aggress. Okay. Okay. Somebody write that man a memo and just tell him to chill there. Now, what was that? Man, go wash your hands. You are sweaty. That is disgusting.
Can we get a replay on that? I wouldn't mind seeing how that kill actually transpired. I mean, Keo, you think you know how to play a game, and then someone like him steps into the lobby and really shows you how it's done, and that's when we'll have to watch in the highlight reel, I suppose. Unbelievable finishing touch out of Sicario. Was still a good position for them, a 2v1 with a player stuck on site, but of course, in Sicario fashion, they close it out spectacularly.
I'm not surprised we don't get to see that one again in the instant replay. I'm not sure that's fit for public consumption. That's a bit of a hazard to the eyes. My word, we're going to be lucky enough to see that again in the match highlights after how disgustingly gross that was. Smoke comes out, B-side push looks to be red. Sicario here. Kiyoshima again is first in contact, but he tanks the headshot this time. Lots of damage down. Hippo's good for 1. Actually is not. Hpl goes down. Locky's got his response. Okay, that was the member I was watching. Eyes across the members. Furlex finds the back of Stripey as he's trying to hold off this flank in the hole. Bomb again is down in the middle of nowhere.
Lorek looked like he was about to peek his head around a corner into some crosshairs, as Lucky does to Zaki, who reveals himself and then is felled. Luki from downrange will take out his captain. Bit of miscommunication on the Sicario part, but if they can still win this round, all is forgiven. That bomb is down. It will be a difficult job retrieving it, as here comes Sicario, Lorek and Locking against Luki and Furlex, the only non-L name in the server, and there he goes. Lorek, Lockie versus Luki. No idea how this one's going to go, but I know it'll be a tongue twister.
I'm not trying to disrespect a BM in any way, shape, or form, but this is about to go down as the worst round from a defending side I think I've ever seen in my entire life. The bomb is going to be planted on site. TFG have somehow wrestled themselves a 2v1 in the situation versus Luki alone, after it looked, from both our perspectives in the casting booth, like Sicario were on the attacking half, running down to go fetch a bomb they had no right nor intention to be going for. And out now, for the second time as the last members alive, Luki is caught with his gun down, running in no man's land. What has happened to Sicario?
Lucky happened. 4 kills in round 5. And I asked for someone else to step into the server for TFG. Lucky obliged. That was nicely done. And Sicario didn't do themselves any favors. I mean, you talk about the poor play overall. Team kill tossed in there too. That's a little bit of a donation, but still, TFG earned that one. Lucky stepped up.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is why I sit on the casting bench in comparison to playing the game. Nor one am I to criticize those at the top tier of the gameplay, but it's very, very simple on a defending standpoint from an objective perspective. You don't need to be challenging gunfights if you don't need to with the bomb down. And it felt very forced from Sicario, which allowed TFG a gap to take a round. That's now put them on the board, and this could potentially hurt Sicario very heavily, because this is that point in the attacking half in the first half of the game, Mr. Bepic, that we've seen time and time again go from 4-0 to 4-4.
TFG still have to put the construction site to use, build off this one round. At the moment, they have migrated towards B. That player's up front, smoke down, but the bomb isn't in the area. It's still heaven. And that call has yet to come in that it will be a B execution. Hippo's still playing up front, waiting for command, and he's just holding firm as Stripey does move in with the payload. For Lex, is that a head poking out? Scotty's watching it, and eventually does get confirmation that Furlex is there, but not before one member of TFG has been felled. Fortunately for them, though, Sicario have lost a couple of their members as well, so a chance to plant with Scotty covering puts TFG now in a very winnable position, 4v2.
Yeah, this is the reason that Sicario should be playing it a lot more concisely, though, is because when TFG put it down, they're able to compete quite comfortably with them, and that is going to see TFG closing the round out for their second on the board. It looked better from Sicario. It was nice to see. A very loose round from before is instantly responded to by some structure and some discipline of holding those positions defensively to stop TFG getting on site. This one goes down to gunfights. TFG won over, and sometimes in Tarkov it is just down to the gunfights. You win some, you lose some. That one lays on the table. No adjustment needed from either side, just good gameplay all around. Now, TFG need to take advantage of these 2 in a row and try and pull out an ankle break of some form, whether it's hitting the same site again but in a different way or just mixing it up. Want to try and make sure they keep Sicario guessing. Too strong on the B site as 4 members have moved over that way, but the bomb is faking its way, cheating towards A.
I start. TFG find first blood with Lorak directly on B site. It's another effective push, just straight up. Not much utility to help, and TFG will brute force their way into B once again, but Stripey with that bomb isn't certain about which site they want to hit just yet, as A is completely vacant. Sicario have foregone coverage of A in order to come help with this push that has put TFG with 2 men strong on B. And watching the players migrate over, I mean, it's not going to be easy to get the bomb onto site, especially now. Everyone's dropping for TFG. The flies fall, and Scotty does get 1 back, but Sicario with a 3v2 now are on a good spot to close out a 5th, unless Scotty has something to say about it.
Interesting change in the tempo, the 2v2,
Whoa.
the dynamic actually. Keo is caught with Zaki having to go and find another weapon. The shotgun jammed, and once that shotgun jams the first time, you're probably 2 or 3 shells away from a second jam, and then just 1 bullet away from a jam everyone afterwards. Just the heat on that barrel really does put the shotgun at a disadvantage in those extended, hectic fights. This has allowed TFG a double man push away from the last lone member to grab that bomb, and with 18 seconds they're going to have to come to this B site and they're going to have to fight Zaki. He's going to be here first as well. This is really tough. They're barely going to get this bomb down in time. Lockie needs to challenge straight first into red. As soon as that bomb gets planted, Lockie's going to go down immediately, and then shots from Zaki. He doesn't read it.
Didn't quite guess where Scotty was planting, so the bomb goes down, but this is effectively just a 1v1. Scotty versus Zaki. Who's got the better idea of where the other is? Zaki right now is trying to suss out where Scotty has gotten to. Better HP on the Sicario member, but he's got the duty to figure out where the other player is. Dropping some util there. He will guess exactly where Scotty is at. Dunking on top of the head of the TFG player. Zaki ends round 7 with a nade.
Good nade, honestly.
Yeah.
Good nade. No, nothing more to say to it. I mean, that's enforcer gameplay right there. The gun stops working. He goes and fetches 2 other spears, and then in the meanwhile of finding 2 other spears, he finds a piece of utility not being used and goes, "Oh, that's going straight in my basket." Grabs the grenade, pops it in there like he would a nice Granny Smith apple, and then pulls it out of the pocket, takes a chunk out the side, and lobs it over towards his adversary. Couldn't be cooler, calmer than the cucumber than that inside of the collective alley of the supermarket that is the train station down towards that B site, but this time around, I'm going to expect they go, oh my good lord, look at the audacity in TFG. They are going straight back to this B site even quicker this time, and Ghost is going to be ready for it. This surely will be watching for the aggressive push down this way now. Lane 3 is going to catch Lorek. Lorek wins it with the shotgun. That's a big trade around, actually. The McKeezy position, we like to call it now. Deep tuck and lane 3 on the right-hand side of that box for just how good it was in the ACS. Doesn't work out for Sicario.
TFG still have the majority of Sicario to get through. They want to bomb plant. Hpl around that pillar, runs into Goes and takes him out. Furlex next up in the smoke will spray and connect with Lorak. Put that at half health, and Stripey's nade did the rest of the work. That's unfortunate time for a team kill as it gets Sicario right back into this round. But with the bomb down, TFG have all the pressure piling on Sicario's shoulders, though Zaki alleviates a bit of that by taking out Scotty. Stripey down range. Will he peek this? No, it's Hpl that does, but the coverage from Zaki and ends up falling. TFG win that round out of nowhere.
A little bit of miscommunication. Zaki ends up picking a team kill, and that ends up leaving the numbers towards TFG's favour. All Hpl has to do is knock down the last member standing, and, well, GG, round goes to TFG. Some good bomb planting and then post-plant positioning out of TFG forces Sicario into a rough spot to have to contest 2v2, and it forces that unforced error out of them, which allows them the exit of the round with the point on their side. Now, at the half, 3-5, TFG keep themselves within reaching distance of Sicario, but when we swap over and Sicario go onto the attack, this is where I would be daunted as a TFG member.
They just kept hitting B over and over again. TFG, it kept working for them. That was a nice strategy on the attacking side, but I'm with you. I'm waiting to see now that Sicario is allowed to control the map a bit more, what they end up doing with said control. And it is right at A. Lukey running it down, tucking into Sandwich, and I'm sure he'll start jump spotting sooner rather than later, if that is the choice. Has utility, and well, watch this. Lineup. Lay smokes down, and for Sicario, they'll slow it on down.
Headshot smoke goes out. This gives Furlex a bit more cover and pressure alongside the E-box smoke to work from that position in VIP. You see that TFG did not contest VIP, so Sicario get the first half of this A site for free. The counter bomb onto site nade picks up the one member, but the other members of Sicario that are there in support are going to claim that one back. Keo returns one. He says, 1 for 1, what I can do and you can do, I can do better. Lorik says that with the shotgun back to his friend in Zaki, who hasn't been able to put one on the board this round. Goes. Kiyoshima, the last 2 left alive as Scotty finds one. Goes is good for 2, and Keo's got one off the back of it as well. Suddenly flipping the tables. Oh, how Uno has reversoed, and it's Stripey left to deal with him.
Some spray into VIP reveals Stripey position on site, and in the smoke there was a sliver of air for Goes to fire through. That's an easy finish of a round that got kind of crazy there for a moment, trading nades left and right, but through it all, Sicario was full of conviction. They claimed control of A site, and nade took it away from a second, but they still get the bomb down, close out, and on the other side of the coin, Stripey is without a kill on Skybridge thus far.
9 rounds in, that's an interesting concept, is that right there? Just having the rough end of the deal. We said this similar for Kano and their match in the EPA. Not to be harping on about it so much, but 2 players that seem to have fallen unfortunate on the day today. Smoke out on the right-hand side as Lukey picks up an early one onto Lorek. Lockie stepping in to try and make the difference. He almost pitches the bomb on the jump across. Barely taking much damage either. In a good position to refrag this. Smart position. Goes is going to know he's on the ground. No, he's not.
Okay,
Wow.
Lockie. It's a nice position to snag a kill at the very least. So, 4v4, but in comes the rest of TFG to sway that. Stripey in the back of site will be an important piece of this hold later on as Sicario slow it on down and now plot their path to the bomb, then to site. And Kiyoshima, I think from VIP, found that kill there. And it's a nice pickup as It splits up Locky from the rest of TFG. Sicario in a very good spot, especially now that Kiyoshima and Furlex are filling the feed with blue. 3v1 now. Scotty is all alone.
Yeah, Felix onto site. You have to feel for Lockie. He's probably not heard over the chaos. The member behind him on site as he swings from that med box to get the free pickup. The shots out of VIP onto Stripey on that headshot box were gross to see. Scotty's going to get one. It's Scotty versus Furlex and the 1v1 to close out the round. 25 on the clock, and Scotty does not need to challenge this.
Furlex is so clean. I mean, Scotty's holding that position. Furlex is the one pushing, and yet it's straight to the head of Scotty. Sicario close out a precarious round, but it's another close one that they find their way on top of. And now in a commanding position, they're very close to those 3 points.
11-9, Scotty. Top performer on the TFG side at this moment in time. Doing a good job of trying to carry his team through it, but the difference in Stripey right now is that difference in 4 rounds. You see the even spread of kills across both sides, actually. Both kill feeds almost mirror each other. The 12 and 8 and Lukey. Just that one better of that and Scotty.
Similar at the top, but the bottoms draw a stark comparison. 2 players with 7 at the bottom of the scoreboard for Sicario, whereas Stripey and Hpl aren't having great maps themselves. And Stripey was good earlier in their first series against Ancestral. Taking a backseat at the moment. Not the time for it, but it's never too late to step up. If 9 isn't on the board, then you still got a chance. And those friendly guys have to realize that, but they've had a tough time holding A. And a pick off there from Lukey will draw us back level. 4 players apiece, and the bomb is down. So Sicario once again find themselves a commanding position here.
Shots out as Lockie's going to win that one out onto goes. That's actually a really big pickup from TFG. Numbers now in their favor allows them a little bit more forward pressure so they can start suffocating the site. The bomb is planted with Furlex finding 2. Through the smoke comes Keo. Lockie goes down. Lorix last left alive. Shotgun for 1. Shotgun on the ankles of Sandwich is not going to get the kill. Keo closes it out.
Well, unfortunately for TFG, these are close rounds, but Sicario, once they gain early access to site, don't seem keen on relinquishing it. So they are 1 away from closing out Skybridge in commanding fashion. TFG's attacking half was pretty good. They closed out well. I mean, their hits on B were effective. Their gunplay in close quarters was solid. Hippo up front was a menace. And then you flip sides, and Sicario don't seem to have blinked after TFG stood tall on Bowl and then moved to Skybridge. Decent first half, but no. It's how Sicario closes. That's really what tells the tale here on Skybridge. And now just 1 round away, and it could come at any moment.
Aggressive flank. Speaking of coming at any moment, that defending side is not taking its time coming across from B. It sounds like Kiyoshima's aware of it as well. Gets himself into a very deep position in the hole to try and hold it off. First goes down. Hippo's the one. Keo knows. Lorek, close. Shots from Keo, claims the second. Third's underneath in the hole, and Keo's going to go hunting for that one as well. You know darn well Sicario does not care about the 2 members holding off of the A site. It's the flank that they're worried about, and Keo needs to find this final man out towards KFC. Gonna let him go and just call out to the teammates to watch out. 1 down, Stripey. Furlex is through. Furlex just deletes the 2 and goes as watching the backside. Sicario smashed their way out of the second map. 9-3.
Well, Sicario says that we had our share of fun on Bowl, and on Skybridge, they don't let anything, any sort of entertainment escape outside of their frags and their frags only. Even that flanking position at the end, I like the call from TFG. It's time to shake it up a little bit, get a bit aggressive, but Kiyoshima didn't allow that whatsoever. And Sicario will nab 3 points, and that puts them even with EPA. And after how commanding EPA took a 2-0 over Sicario last week, and I thought for sure second place was locked up for EPA, but no, we get dramatics on day 4 of HPL EU, and I'm here for it.
Here for it's an understatement. It sets us up for an exceptional day's worth of action tomorrow to close it out. And I mean, what more of a phenomenal performance could we have asked for from all 3 of the broadcast matches today? There were some ridiculous performances, and there were some shocking ones that caught us off guard a little bit. We talked to the likes of the 4 pieces, the 5 pieces, the ace from Zaki, Kiyoshima popping off, and I mean, 07 Stripey. Respectfully, that is a rough game. That is a very rough game, and it can happen to the best of us. It is one of the factors of esports. You are going to have a day when, unfortunately, it's not your day. So, we have to look to the fact that Stripey has been on the pitch many a time and put out tenfold exceptional performances to overshadow that one poor one. Be able to move past that one, shake it off, and come back for tomorrow, because tomorrow's a big one, Bepic. We've got everything to play for. I mean, literally the top of the table, maybe already decided, yada, yada, yada. But we're going to get to speak about that tomorrow morning once we've gone away and done the proper math work. But what we are going to get to see is a fight. Second, third, fourth, and even the bottom of the table have a little bit to tussle about for. So I am looking forward to being thoroughly locked back in here tomorrow at the same time for some more of that action.
It's going to be great. I mean, it is worth mentioning as well, with that win, Sicario jump into second place officially. They are 2 rounds the better of EPA right now. And while Sicario has a tougher matchup tomorrow, playing Pandaric Apex to close out the broadcast, EPA versus TFG, that has the potential to be an even one as well, as I'm sure Stripey will shake off that rough series as well. Only 5 kills on Bull to add to the 0 on Skybridge, but had 27 against Ancestral. We can't let a poor performance overshadow the big time win that TFG got earlier in the day, as they still hold 4th place below the top 3 that have not been shaken amid all of the chaos. I know between Pandaric, Sicario, and EPA, the standings have been shaken up, but they are still the big 3.
Yeah, I'd say absolutely. So to round out day 4, ladies and gentlemen, your table as shown on screen. In the first spot right now, Pandaric Apex holding that top spot with 18 points. Sicario and EPA, after their various matches and results today, find themselves tied at 13 points apiece. The only thing separating, as Bepic so wisely said, is that 2-point of round difference, where Sicario find themselves plus 31 to EPA's plus 29. Finishing day 4, TFG sits in that 4th spot with 8 points and a round difference of plus 11 in the bottom half of the table. Finishing 5th and 6th is K3 and Ancestral with 7 points and 3 points respectively. But like we mentioned, the bottom of the table there, Decoded at 7th and Sicario Spartans at 8th. Now, after their matches today, find themselves with 2 points and only 4 round difference separating them two. So everything to play for as we go on into tomorrow. Really looking forward to seeing how everybody stacks up against each other again. And this really does set me ready for the next time we see all of these teams clash against an inter-regional competition. Something maybe where we look to the next Arena Cup series or a Pinnacle tournament, so on and so forth. I'm very interested to see how those play out, because as we see some of these lower teams develop, Epic, this stack of teams goes from being 4 dominant and 4 learning teams to 6 well-contested and 2 learning teams to now a stack of 8 teams that really can all compete for the title.
And at the bottom of that table, the fight's going to be fun to watch tomorrow, as actually Decoded and Sicario Spartans kick off the day with a best of 2 to determine who runs the top of 6, 7, and 8 should they jump over Ancestral. But we can talk more about that after the show and the pre-show tomorrow, whenever. As right now, we have to focus one last time on TFG versus Sicario, and, well, it was a good start for Sicario. That's crazy.
I'm going to say, I'm going to give you a second to appreciate that again just for a second time, because it's just kind of disgusting.
I got to watch it. The stream has the delay, and so I got to watch it earlier. I still needed a third time to really process it.
It's true. It's so true. I said the matches really have delivered today. It has been a great set of matches, and I was actually going to just attest to Skybridge had kind of taken a bit of a fall off from the Arena Cup series we previously saw. And it's nice to see teams coming back to Skybridge and playing it. We've seen some great maps of Skybridge between different teams today. And even here, we're going to go back to some cool utility. This was a nice little trade. Lockie finds the bomb, and then you'll see Keo sends one back over with a grenade shortly afterwards. Good trades from Ebox. This is disgusting. I mean, I know we've just seen him go into the smoke, but the amount of times players of this caliber find great shots through the smoke is unreal. Keo hits headshots. Scotty's not done yet, but unfortunately, it's just too little too late.
such a good closeout as well for Sicario. Even though TFG put up good fights in the beginning of these rounds, Sicario's closeout ability is so strong. And I mean, this flank watch from Kiyoshima was big time. And even knew there was a third player there as well. I think it was Goes that got that kill on the flanking player. But either way, full team effort from Sicario to close out there and put themselves in a precarious second place. So not quite firmly planted there yet. They need a win tomorrow against Pandaric Apex to cement themselves in second, but that's within the realm of possibility.
So yeah, as we've seen some great games, TFG overcame their opponents in Ancestral after a good match first of the day. They then find themselves making Stripey a new friend. So as Stripey, an 0-12-4, walk off into the sunset together, making best of friends and learning about each other's histories as they get to know each other. We are going to walk off into the sunset with the hopes and the highlights from today and tomorrow coming into our minds for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute delight to sit here and yap at you guys, with you guys, for you guys about all of the action that the partnership between the Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games gets to bring to us on the weekends and throughout the week in the production they do off the screens on a multitude of occasions. We would need to do our dues to be able to pay them the respect for that hard work. So let's take a moment to say thank you to the Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games for their effort inside of this production. That partnership powers our performance, and we thank you greatly for that. A shout out to all of those hard working members that are kicking it in the background on the keys, killing it on the broadcast and everything else in between. From today, Connor's stream PC leading up the crew. We can't leave it to a human, got to put it in the hands of the AI. This is the way that the generation's going this day and age, along backed up with the power and the mental mindset from real people. That's right, Bush for Dag, Klish, Philbo, Preppy, Sergeant Raging Snake and the Turbo Bear, alongside the King Gorilla, King Kong himself inside of the jungle. That is Connor, who is crushing it from the lead in production today. And, ladies and gentlemen, a shout out and a thank you to my co-caster, Mr. Bepic, joining me for all of the action. Any wonderful words before I say my thanks to those in the chat and close us out for the day, sir?
HPL always delivers entertainment. I was glad to be a part of that for the middle part of the broadcast. Excited to listen to you and Hot Sauce close it out tomorrow, Cracked. Always a pleasure working with you as well. So shout out to the viewers, shout out to you and everybody else working on these wonderful events. I always have a blast.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is absolutely right. And Mr. Bepic, as always, doing the best job he physically can out here as one of the most exceptional casters to have the benefit of sitting alongside on the desk. I am graced with his presence as we are graced with yours. It would be nothing without you guys in the chat, okay? As always, we like to profess the kings, queens, and everything else you'd like to crown yourselves out there in the courts. You guys cheer, boo, hiss, and scream and shout about all the action, and without that action inside of the amphitheater, would be hopeless. There'd be no reason, right? Without an audience, we can't entertain. So thank you for taking the time to show up and join us on the weekend and spend your time appreciating what we enjoy to do. As well as that, don't forget to get yourselves booked in for tomorrow. Make sure you're locked in on the socials. You're keeping your eyes on all your favorite teams, getting involved in the merch and all the action they're doing within their communities. We have been your casters. You guys have been cracked. We've been the wisdom to join you, and we'll look forward to seeing you all to close this out same time tomorrow.